This story begins with the cook at a military camp calling for everyone to get up. In one of the barracks, a man woke up and discovered something in his boot. He shouted angrily at the bug, and Encred mentally asked him to be quieter. After a series of troubles, he was demoted to the rank of commander of a detachment of these cretins. He didn't have any special powers or anything like that, and he could only fight. He managed to get here thanks to endless training and perseverance. Each time he fought as if it was his last, but this time he clearly understood that it was the end. There was nothing special about him, and now he and his comrades were suffering defeat. His dreams were out of reach, especially now that he saw the fallen warriors he had fought alongside. The guy sincerely hoped that even if everyone laughed at him and said that this would not happen, he would still become a knight. His dream was worn out, and he didn't even know that he would die such a miserable death kneeling before the enemy. But just before the end, Encred noticed that he was in some otherworldly world. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, he suddenly opened his eyes, hearing the familiar signal to rise. The guy immediately decided that it was a dream, but his friend again noticed something in his boots. And when he screamed about the bug in exactly the same way, Encred was shocked, deciding that he had experienced déjà vu. That day he again fought desperately, but suffered the same crushing defeat. This had happened to him 4 times already, but each time it was as if time had been rewound immediately after his death. The enemy strikes his neck with a sword, causing a searing pain and Encred choking on blood. This day repeats itself over and over again, but Encred can do nothing against his main opponent in this fight. His opponent always delivered a perfect blow, the tip of the sword flashing before his eyes for the 17th time. If he had swung his sword with more force, if he had tried harder, perhaps he would have avoided death. However, every time after his death, he found himself in that mysterious space when suddenly he heard a voice that doubted him. The guy is trying his best, screaming in despair in front of an insurmountable wall. Encred woke up once again, and his comrade noticed that the commander woke up quickly today. With a calm expression on his face, the guy said that Rem had bugs in his boots. The man assumed that the commander was joking, but he explained that he had only seen them crawl in there. In fact, this is already the 18th time he has seen these dead insects. Now Encred was asking himself other questions. How much longer would this wait for him, and would he be able to stop it? The boy had been practicing swordsmanship since childhood, giving it his all. His teacher was a former mercenary soldier. He ended up in the village by accident. He was missing one leg, but he praised the boy, confident that with his current skills, he could definitely become a knight. Thus a dream was born in him, towards which he walked with complete confidence, destroying every obstacle. Encred wanted to become a knight who could single-handedly take on 1,000 and turn the tide of battle. He dreamed of being called an invincible hero, the subject of rumors and legends. The knight who will end the war, people will call him the Knight of the End. Encred believed that the main character of this song is him. However, his dreams began to be shattered from the very beginning when other soldiers made fun of him for falling recently. Wasn't it funny that this guy dreamed of being a knight when he himself was afraid of mongrels and wasn't even fit to be a simple mercenary soldier? Encred left his homeland, joined this squad, and realized that his talent would not seem special to anyone. But it's too early to give up just because of one mistake, and hard work must pay off one day. If he hadn't had the ability with time and effort, he would have overcome everything. Encred has come a long way, fighting both humans and monsters, winning victory after victory. Over time, the guy gained experience and earned recognition from those around him for his strength and endurance. He literally felt himself becoming stronger, and his desire to become a knight did not go away. But this firm hope was shattered into pieces when a child from the village where he was staying challenged him to a duel. The boy easily defeated him, although he himself was 12, and he had only picked up the sword 6 months ago. Encred had rubbed his hands raw, had trained in swordsmanship for over 10 years, and yet he was so pathetic in front of this boy. At that moment he thought then that all this was in vain and nothing could be done. However, he was determined to become a knight, no matter who humiliated him or told him it was a hopeless undertaking. The guy sleeps and eats several times less than the others, and during this time he trains in every free minute. One day, even if not a knight, then at least he is definitely obliged to become a skilled warrior. Encred continued to train, sweating profusely, even though his hands were shaking and could barely hold the sword. He was not ready to give up on his dream, and therefore he wanted to do everything possible. 3 years later, in the present day, the Sirius Division had 4 platoons, 4 companies, and 4 detachments. Encred became the commander of the so-called second-rate squad, the best he could get after endless training. But it was better to be a common soldier than a wandering mercenary, and now he turned to Jackson. The commander asked him to take over for him today, which the guy didn't particularly like. but he eventually agreed. Rem noticed that this Cretan had the habits of a wild cat and suggested that he take a look at how he looked at the commander. Encred turned to his comrade and he decided that the guy wanted to dump something on him too. But contrary to his expectations, the commander said that he wanted to try again to work on the beast's heart. Rem was surprised that the commander hadn't given up last time. Do you think that everything will work out now? The battle between Nerilya and Aspan began again. In this battle, Encred died, returned to life, now lives this day again and again. Even though Rem taught him the beast heart technique every time, he still can't lay his eyes on the blade that will bring him death. But the guy was sure that he would definitely be able to win today, because he was on this battlefield for the 21st time. He had already learned literally everything, every movement of the enemy, which he easily dodged. Now he had to bend from the spear behind him, then from the blow of the guy behind him, but he also knew that one of the squad members would soon die. However, Encred didn't want to let that happen, so he stood in front of his comrade, covering him with his shield. Vel didn't understand at first what had happened while Encred protected him from enemies attacking from different sides. Even though Encred blocked the first arrow, the first target for today was completed. Now the same invincible enemy remained. It all ends with him, and now they were about to cross their blades again. He thrust his sword into his neck for the 21st time. But today he had to survive, remembering that Rem had noticed the captain closing his eyes in the face of danger. The man swung his axe towards Encred's neck, and he quickly closed his eyes. So he will quickly die on the battlefield. But you need to be braver, not panic, and not get lost. Become someone who has no idea what death is. Now he needed to become a beast that feared nothing, even in the face of death. Encred tried to keep his eyes open and watch his opponent's blade, observing its direction. The guy decided that he was not afraid of death, because it made him stronger. And this time, he was able to dodge the sword. His heart was pounding like crazy, but for the first time today on his 21st attempt, he dodged his blow. But his joy was short-lived, as the enemy's head twisted and pierced his neck again, but with a second blow. The creature in the boat noticed that Encred was trapped in this endless day, in pain and despair. It suggested that the boy get up and get into the boat, accept that he was weak, and be calm. However, Encred only smiled evilly, concluding that this would never happen. He saw the tip of the sword with his own eyes and managed to dodge it, which means he has a chance. The guy moves forward step by step, and now again Ram noticed how quickly the commander woke up today. But he paid no attention to it, confidently deciding that he would fight for his 22nd time. Now it was already the 33rd time. Encred clearly sees it. He will not dodge before his sword reaches the neck. However, the enemy was too fast and the guy couldn't keep up with his movements. During his time as a mercenary, the guy took on several orders to subjugate monsters. It wasn't that he was forced to do so. He just stumbled upon a random village where he was asked for help. The reason he decided to help them was his dream of becoming a knight, and protecting the weak is a knight's duty. Their village was poor, so all they could offer him was a rather unusual amulet. It was a ridiculous reward for risking his life, but the elder promised that the amulet would reward him with what he so desperately prayed for. Maybe that's why the amulet makes today repeat itself over and over again, just so he can become a knight. At that very second, that same opponent approached him, noticing that he was in great pain. So he decided to be merciful to him and end his torment as quickly as possible. As soon as Encred woke up, he told Rem that he had put the bugs in his boot. The man was noticeably unhappy that the commander had decided to make fun of him from the very beginning of the day. With a serious look, the commander asked to stop chatting and go outside to teach his beast's heart. They spent the next half-day dueling so that the guy could improve his skills to the maximum. Ram was surprised that his skin suddenly became thicker, although it was not something that could happen so quickly. There was no chance that his family's secret technique would be taught to anyone else, but this was a feeling that Encred had learned from death. But the guy said that there was nothing important about it, and maybe he learned it by accident. Taking up the sword, the commander suggested another sparring session to consolidate skills. Even if the beast's heart is mastered, it will simply be killed if Encred is unable to strike. When the duel began, Rem immediately rushed to attack, simultaneously asking how long the commander was going to dodge. However, the only sword technique Encred currently possesses is the sword technique of the mercenary Valen. It is an anomalous technique created by a mercenary known as Valen. Some speak ill of it and call it a petty trick. As he attacked, Ram noticed that the commander's lower body was rather weak. But still, among what the guy has, this is the most worthy technique. Then Encred tried to make the same dash as his sworn enemy, but he was unable to hold the sword in his hand. For a moment he imitated the warrior's blow, but it only caused him pain. Since he died from his blow more than 10 times, his body remembers it, Suddenly, Ram rubbed the back of his head, noticing that there must be some blood coming from it. Of all the things he showed him, this hit was the most worthy, but it should look a little different. His hand should have been bleeding, but instead he decided to simply let go of the sword. The commander doubts himself too much, but this attack cannot fail, and if you block it, then you should stick to the idea that it is impossible to avoid it and prepare for death. This would convince him not to lose his grip on the sword, although he explained it poorly. But the guy understood what he meant. The difference between his strike and that warrior's strike is that Encred has no confidence in her sword. Because of this, he knelt before his opponent every time, and the latter showed him mercy. Encred realized that he had to strike with the intent to kill, but so far he had failed to do so. By taking one step forward, he will advance, even if only a quarter of a step. This day repeated itself over and over again, and already on the 123rd time, his enemy was ready to become merciful. During all this time, the commander was never able to confront his most powerful opponent. And finally, on the 124th day, Encred managed to hold the sword in his hand in front of Rem's face. The hilt of the guy's sword was soaked in blood, but the guy did not let it go, rejoicing in his small victory. The man decided that he had gone crazy because his arms were exhausted, and he was laughing like a madman, but he was able to master the warrior's strike. When fighting an enemy, he needed to move a little faster with pure intent to kill. He tried to make that very lunge, but missed while the enemy's blade hit the target right on target. His first attempt at a strike failed, but he didn't blink or lower his sword. Everything that happened, from every strike of their swords to this maneuver, now suggests that Encred will be able to win. The enemy again noted that he was in great pain and promised to be merciful to him, but Encred replied that he would kill him tomorrow. As soon as the commander woke up, he crushed the bug, explaining that he saw it crawl there. Rem thanked him, but Encred asked him to take over his security duties. The man's face distorted in surprise because the commander usually did not order him so habitually. "Go outside." Encred turned to the guy in charge of the equipment with more eyes. He asked him to get him armor, a shield, and a dagger, for which he would pay later. The guy said he doesn't usually do favors for anyone, but he trusts him because he's the boss. Jackson concluded that they had always dumped their assignments on him, so this behavior was not surprising. The other soldiers also noticed that the commander was acting especially strange today. He's not usually this tense, but now he looked like it was his last day. In fact, Encred feels incredible pain every time he dies. But what if he can't win even after 1,000 times? If he can find a way to survive, will he wake up in a new day? Or repeat this one? Now he is stronger than before. One could be content with that, but this choice is not for him. Encred must pass this wall that stands before him in the form of an invincible warrior. He needs to learn how to deliver this blow, and he won't give it up until he's confident in his abilities. Encred, a man with no skills, is able to survive this battle thanks to 3 things. Preparation, luck, and calm. On the 46th day, his left shoulder was broken by a spiked mace. On the 47th day, he turned to avoid a mace, but someone smashed his head. In the end, Encred had to add a spin to cut him down first. On the 71st day, the soldier cut off his leg, so he couldn't even do anything with that killing warrior. On the 89th day, his head was split open by someone throwing an axe. If Encred leaves him alive, he will interfere with his fight with the killing warrior, so leaving him alive is not an option. The guy has been training to throw weapons for countless days now, so it's not hard. After all this, Vel ends up right behind him, making it easier to save his life. At this point, a sniper called Hawk's Claw arrives, but he doesn't have time to knock it out. Now it's time to face the wall again, which has already killed countless soldiers. Dodging and hitting by itself does not give him any chance to win. It serves him better. He is an ordinary soldier, but he is strong almost to the level of a gift, which makes him a serious opponent. It looked like he was attacking him, but instead, he just blocked the blow. In fact, he lacks experience in real fights, so he is easily surprised. Mercenary Valen's sword technique, with its many variations, is effective against him. Now Encred knows everything there is to know about this blow, and now he has managed to split the enemy's sword. But this time, the archer, who was standing quite far away, was aiming specifically at Encred. The guy couldn't believe that he had managed to win, but he had no idea that an arrow was flying at his back. He was incredibly lucky that Rem reacted to this by throwing an axe straight at the flying arrow, thereby breaking it. The same knight who had killed countless times alone now found himself in the place of the victim. Ram screamed loudly, wanting to kill the Hawk's Claw, but Jackson asked him not to waste energy. Encred paid no attention to the battle that was happening around him, enjoying his long-awaited victory. Looking at his helpless enemy, he raised his sword above his head and declared that he would be merciful to him. With a wide smile on his face, he cut off the enemy's head, happy that he had finally broken through the wall. But suddenly someone knocked him down, which gave the guy his bearings. Rising up, Encred and his comrades noticed in shock that the one who had pushed the commander was a frog. He had put in the effort to raise this warrior, and he couldn't believe that someone like Encred had defeated him. The frog wanted to finish off the commander, but Rem immediately came to his aid, parrying the blow with an axe. While the two were fighting, a warrior with a spear ran up to Encred and wanted to pierce him, but Jackson stopped him by cutting off his head, thereby saving his commander. Rem stated that if they wanted to cut off their commander's head, they first needed his permission. Frog was surprised that this weakling was their commander and not Ram. The frog warrior race was born to fight, and he would either burn this frog with magic or pierce its heart with one blow. And the frog became curious as to why someone like him was on such an insignificant battlefield like this. To kill him, he would have to put his life on the line, but the fight is not worth it. After the frog left, Ram continued to fight other opponents, protecting the captain. At this time, Jackson grabbed Encred on his back to drag him to safety, but he was immediately attacked from behind. His comrades immediately came to his aid to allow them to retreat. Opening his eyes, Encred heard the creature say that he was destined to live for a day. But this is how it happened. Because he can't cope with the walls that will continue to appear in his path. His destiny was to despair and give up, but the guy had a completely different opinion. For him, walls exist to be overcome. The creature will wait for the moment when those eyes, filled with ambition, lose their shine. After these words, Encred opened his eyes again, noticing that he was not lying in the barracks, as he had 100 times before. It was a hospital, and next to the guy sat Rem, who reported that the commander had slept for 2 whole days. He saved him from that damn frog, but Encred still couldn't remember it. His whole body was in pain, and he was surprised that he had survived the confrontation with the frog. His bones were not broken, although they say his head was shaking violently. The man hoped that he remembered him, his best friend. Encred turned his head away, replying that he never said they were friends. Rem asked him to shut up because it was a secret didn't mean he could just blurt it out. The guy couldn't figure out if he was the one he had nothing in common with or his best friend, asking the man to decide. In the end, a new day came after today, in which Encred still survived and won. Kreis asked the commander to give him back 3 times as much since he had spent a lot of money to get him here. Encred wondered why an ordinary soldier like him, who would have simply gone to the tent himself, ended up in the infirmary. The boy noticed that his comrade was nowhere to be seen during the battle, as always. Then Kreis smiled and said he would give him a special discount by asking him to pay double the amount. Later in the evening, Jackson came to the commander, and he asked him to start talking if he had any business. The guy threw him some cream, asking him to apply it twice a day, morning and evening, and not to ask where he got it from. Encred was surprised by the ointment Jackson used, since he usually hates sharing personal items. At this time, Auden was sitting next to him and praying, but the guy asked him to just leave, because he was not dead. As the night approached, he was surprised that everyone was working in shifts after all this, when they were busy with their own affairs. He doubted until the very end that they were worried about him, but these thoughts were very calming. At that very moment, Ragna entered the infirmary and asked in surprise why the commander was there. Encred realized that Ragna was not worried at all, because nothing ever bothered him. Besides him, there are 2 more soldiers in the hospital, one of whom is a platoon commander from another company who fought with him. He was always in a bad mood and didn't like it when someone openly stared at him. Another soldier, whose name the guy doesn't know, and who spends all his time staring into space. He looks like a low-ranking soldier, so it's unclear how he got here. At that very second, they turned their heads when they noticed that someone had entered the infirmary. It was not a human, but an elf, who calmly asked who was the commander of the 444th Detachment. Vergens was at first surprised that a fairy had come to them, after which he introduced himself as the commander of the 3rd platoon in the 2nd company. The girl was surprised that his company taught them to declare their race when meeting their superiors. The man immediately apologized, and Encred assumed that this was the new commander of the 4th company. Then he introduced himself as the commander of the 4th Detachment of the 4th Company of the 4th Platoon. The elf had heard that he worked well with difficult squad members and expected his assistance. When she left, the guy was surprised that she came here just to say that. Suddenly she stopped, deciding to find out the name of the 3rd person, who hesitantly introduced himself as Krang. Encred immediately realized that the guy had just made up this name and assumed that he was a nobleman. The elf took one last look at them before leaving the 3 men in confusion. As the night wore on, Encred noticed that most of the pain had gone away and he could now put strength into his body. He should start training, so he headed to the training area, which surprised Vergens. He needs to remember the last battle. It's one of the most useful methods that he spent a lot of money to master. Encred immediately remembered the blows at the last moment, wondering what would have happened if the last attack had failed. It's not a good idea to put your energy into just one thing. If that one attack fails, he'll die. If all of Ram's axe attacks are lethal, after he hits with his sword with all his might, the next move will be decisive. Suddenly, a voice nearby noticed that he was still working. It was Krang, who didn't know what he was doing there. The guy explained that he did it to train his grip strength, and he repeats the battle. When asked why he did this, Encred explained that it helps him not to screw up in a real battle. With a bored look, Krang asked if he wanted to become someone while keeping his life. Who he wants to become is his dream, but if he says it out loud, people will just laugh at him. A dream which he had already satisfied with his low talent, but his dream which he never stopped realizing. Then Encred declared that he wanted to become a knight, and for the first time he saw someone not laugh at him. At that very moment, Krang stood up from his seat, declaring that he had suddenly remembered something. After he looked at the guy, he realized what he needed to do and then silently left. Suddenly he turned around and asked to remember his name if he became a knight, and Encred felt support for the first time. The next morning, some soldiers were sitting around a man who was playing and humming a song. At this time, Vergens complained that there was still no morning meal in the infirmary. After waking up in the infirmary and waiting for breakfast, Encred took a short, leisurely walk instead of going to the training area. He passed by Jackson, who decided to ask about his injuries, and, as it turned out, the medicine was working well. The day passed in absolute peace, so going to bed early was all Encred could do. Vergens asked them to stop chatting, and so ended the day of doing nothing. The next morning the boy woke up from a loud song, surprised that the wandering minstrel had come again today. At the same moment he noticed that Vergens had also begun to complain about the late morning meal. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock as he realized that this day was repeating itself. As he walked out into the yard, he noticed Jackson, who again asked about his injuries. Encred repeated his answer, and he again asked him to hurry back if he was truly grateful to him. Now he was sure that it was the same day as yesterday, and the otherworldly being asked him to try to survive in front of another wall that would stop him. A wave of horror washed over the boy when he realized that he had died without even noticing it, while in his sleep. This time he died more hopelessly than when he received sword blows, and a new wall appeared before him. This makes him even more determined, even when he feels much worse than he did last time. It is not clear who and how killed him. A hurricane, you need to go through all the fortifications to get from here. This is only possible for knights, but it was very doubtful. So most likely they were also among them. They know the location of the infirmary and have hidden their presence. Someone who has high skills in killing. The fairy's silent and nimble feet are perfect for killing, and the reason she came that day was to find out the location. Encred needs to be seen to confirm this. There is only one entrance to the infirmary. He could just scream and wake up the other soldiers in an instant. Now he just needed to wait for the killer. But at that very second he felt something sharp pierce his neck. It was a poisonous needle, and he didn't even see the killer enter, and now his body was burning with pain. After falling out of bed, the boy realized that he could not move or speak, let alone cry for help. It's a powerful, paralyzing poison, so he died without even knowing why. And Vergens was already killed. Encred decided to look at Krang, noticing that there was a man in a dark robe standing at the foot of his bed. It was this same killer who raised his sword in front of his target and, without a drop of doubt, plunged it into his chest. At that very second, someone cut the tent and entered inside. It was another killer. The guy noticed the long ears in the staff, realizing that it was indeed she, the company commander. The next morning, he was again awakened by the minstrel's song, which happened for the third time in a row. He didn't even close his eyes, but still couldn't feel the presence. Even if he manages to stop the killer, he will have to fight the company commander. Now he was overcome with a feeling of helplessness, the same fucking feeling he had had a few days ago. Despite this, he was the one who won, so he is sure that he will be able to find a way if he does not give up. But it seems the guy was wrong in thinking that the assassins had already infiltrated the base by this point, so he should check outside. While he was thinking about this, Vergens began to complain that catching cockroaches with a sword was not part of his training. Then he grinned, deciding that this suited him just fine, since he was a loser soldier after all. Encred calmly replied that he didn't know that he was so worried about him, which the man didn't like. Enraged, Vergens asked the guy to get out of here because he didn't want to see his face. At that very moment, Krang entered the room, noticed that they were arguing, and decided that he should have come later. Encred invited him inside, thinking that given how closely they were watching him, their target was Krang. This guy is acting strange, which makes you wonder who he really is. But thanks to him, he was drawn into the murder, so we need to find out at least something. Without wasting any time, he addressed Krang directly, asking who he was. The guy decided that he had expressed himself somehow incorrectly. Perhaps his communication skills were no different from Rem's. After thinking about it, Krang stated that he could not answer that question, surprising Encred and Vergence. It was a long story that he clearly didn't want to talk about, and there was no point in pressuring him. Encred was ready to give in, and Vergence said that if he was going to accept that answer, he shouldn't have asked. The man noticed that Krang was definitely from another country, judging by his mannerisms. He assumed the guy was a spy, but quickly stopped himself when the guy began to slowly walk towards him. But suddenly Krang declared that he had never betrayed and would never betray the kingdom. You can tell from his eyes and from his movements, and his aura is similar to that of a knight, but he is definitely not a knight. After all, he was also helpless before the murderers, but he was definitely hiding something. When night fell, Krang wished him good night, and Encred wondered what the boy had done to scare Vergence so much. It is unusually quiet in itself. If the killers had broken in here, they would all have died. The boy immediately got out of bed, and Vergence asked what he was doing instead of sleeping. Encred immediately stated that assassins would soon break into their tent, and if he wanted to survive, he had to cooperate. The man immediately took him for a madman, after which he turned over on his other side, ignoring the warning. This was exactly the reaction he was expecting when he suddenly heard someone's voice ask how he noticed them. At that very moment, the fabric of the tent tore, and a poisonous needle flew through it, piercing Encred's neck. The guy didn't even have time to grab the sword, and the killer suddenly burst into the room, throwing a needle into Vergence's throat. Without wasting any time, he rushed to Krang's bed to plunge his sword into his chest. Waking up for the fourth time, Encred realized that he would not receive help from Vergence and Krang, since there was no evidence that the killers would come. He decided to report everything to the leadership to get reinforcements, but he was immediately asked to get away. The boy then tried to predict when they would attack and scream before it happened. However, he couldn't find the right time, and when he decided to scream, a needle had already flown into his throat. Encred couldn't believe how fast these killers worked, since they prevented him from even screaming. He cannot get help from others, so he must catch them off guard before they do anything. However, it was unclear how he could fight an enemy he could not see, since he was being killed from afar. While he is unable to even see them, they see everything and are always one step ahead. Until he can escape their poisoned darts, he will die without the ability to do anything. Today was his 20th morning, but he couldn't do anything at all. Suddenly, he realized that he had only died 20 times, which was almost nothing compared to the last time. First, he needs to figure out a way to dodge the poisoned darts, and then think about how to deal with the rest. A quicker way to avoid attacks than that look could reveal, only Jackson could know. He once asked Ram why Jackson was called a perverted wildcat. They all call him that. And the man explained with displeasure that this is what he really is. Jackson never fights an enemy directly and prefers to stab them in the back and run away. It really does remind you of the cunning and twisted wildcat that Jackson was. The guy was already asking about his wounds for the 20th time, while Encred thought that he would easily overcome him. But he can't take it with him because he doesn't have enough authority. Even if he could, he would have to climb that wall himself and defeat the enemy with his own strength. So he couldn't think of anything better to do than become Jackson himself and ask what he should do to prevent being stabbed in the back. After thinking, the comrade replied that he could not answer, since no one had yet survived his ambushes. Jackson sighed heavily and concluded that what he needed then was eyes in the back of his head. It was hard to imagine, after which the guy suggested looking at the cart behind him. Encred was surprised that he could see something so far away, deciding that he actually had eyes in the back of his head. Jackson concluded that it was about to fall apart, and at that very moment, a wheel actually fell off the cart. The guy decided that he was a prophet, after which he began to ask how he knew about it. The secret was in the sound. He heard the creaking of the cart's supporting axle. When you hear what's going on around you, you can predict what will happen next. It was surprising that he heard such a quiet sound, although Encred did not even hear the cart approach. As an exercise, Jackson advised him to listen to the world around him, concentrate, and isolate sounds. This time he explained well, but before it turned out that he was too lazy to even answer normally. He's actually better off this way than having his commander follow him around. Lately, it seems to him that Encred will stop at nothing. Encred stood before the second wall in the form of a faceless death that he could neither see nor hear. He would survive if he could sense her, and he was left to rely only on his hearing. The guy heard the footsteps of the patrolman, the crackling of torches, but nothing more, and at one moment the needle pierced his neck again. Obviously he failed. He didn't move a single step, but the body clearly remembers everything. Jackson explained that a lot of information can be gleaned from a single sound. Depending on how loud it is and where it comes from, you can figure out the location of the target. And when he can distinguish barely noticeable distant sounds, his ears will become a second pair of eyes. Sound is a wave. This wave spreads in all directions, no matter how quiet it is. In the jumble of chaos of thousands of sound waves, he must single out just one. Encrid listened to the sounds of the camp, separating the dialogues of the different soldiers from each other. He needed to understand what sounds were mixing with the web of waves to hear, isolate, and categorize each one. The flags still sound like one big flag, but there were 7 or 10 of them. He heard the march of soldiers. 3 were closer to him, and 2 further away. It was necessary to feel the waves, familiar sounds and unfamiliar ones. At that very second, Krang approached him and immediately determined that he was training there. However, it was strange that the guy called him Enki instead of his usual name. Then Encrid said that he was just sitting there like a fool, and it didn't really look like training. Krang smiled, guessing he wouldn't waste any time. No matter how hard Encrid tried to listen, everything repeated itself that night without any success. On the other nights he also heard nothing, accepting failure after failure. However, the guy did not despair and tried to sharpen his hearing as much as possible. Experience will not be able to help him overcome this wall, nor will heavenly providence or sudden revelation. One day Krang was surprised because he was sneaking up on Encrid, but Encrid somehow found out that he was coming. Then he noticed that the guy had been sitting with his eyes closed for a long time and decided that he was training his attentiveness. Once again, Encrid heard that he was not a fool and would not waste time. And for the first time tonight, he was able to dodge a silent poison dart. Encrid grabbed his sword and swung it at the assassin, catching him off guard. Seeing his face under the hood, the boy concluded that he was no longer a faceless death. But the killer pulled himself together in time and took out his sword, deciding to go on the attack. He's clearly not as good at fighting as that death-obsessed warrior. Encrid should be able to handle that. Looking at the others, the guy noticed that Vergence was already dead, and Krang began to pull out his sword. We mustn't let our guard down. After all, this guy is an experienced killer and knows his business. Suddenly he took out a dagger and threw it at the guy, which he could not have expected. At that very moment, the fabric of the tent was torn by a sword, and the company commander entered inside. If Encrid didn't strike first, he would definitely die, and so he rushed at her, lunging with his sword. The assassin approached Krang, asking if he had any security, and then threw a dozen poisoned needles at Krang. Encrid understood that he would not have time to protect him, but suddenly the girl took off her cloak and threw it towards Krang, thereby knocking away the needles. The guy thought she was in cahoots with the killer, but she came to cover for them. Be that as it may, this was his chance, so he headed towards the killer at full speed. In the end, the man simply ran away, but neither Encrid nor the company commander chased after him. Approaching them, Krang concluded that he most likely came for his soul, which was already obvious. After all, who would hire an assassin to kill a useless new officer like him or Vergence? The girl praised the guy's intelligence, after which her hand moved to the hilt of the sword. She had helped before, so no one should know about what happened, and she was not going to leave any witnesses. But suddenly Krang announced that he had one request. He would like for there to be no deaths today. He then asked if Vergence was alive. As it turned out, they had an antidote, so he would be fine. Encrid concluded that she was knowledgeable about poisons, which meant she could cure the man without any problems. Now he needs to clean up this mess, because if people find out that a killer has been here, there will be problems. If they want to make sure there is no trace left, there is one simple solution. They couldn't think of anything better than to simply burn down the hospital, thereby waking up all the soldiers who rushed to put out the fire. Now, all traces of the assassin have been noticed, and they will deal with the consequences on their own. At this time, the company commander and Krang were walking through the forest, and the girl noticed that if that squad leader had not intervened, he would have died. She decided that it was because of him that he changed his mind, and the guy noticed that Encrid was quite interesting. He tried to avoid it, but it must have been Encrid that had affected him so much, so he decided to meet him under appropriate conditions. Meanwhile, the otherworldly being concluded that they would meet again, to which Encrid agreed. The guy faced the same thing again today, survived a silent death, and woke up to a new day. He senses the presence of almost everything around him, but he did not notice that fairy. He still has a lot to do when he returns to the squad. Luckily, one of mine was not damaged, so it can leave immediately. But suddenly Vergence asked with displeasure why he pulled him out of the fire, which surprised the guy. Did he do it because they were comrades and he didn't need another reason? It was hard for the man that after everything he had thrown at him, Encrid still risked his life for him. Then he decided to find out if the guy was returning to the squad, to which he heard an affirmative answer. As it turned out, today was not his day because the setup there was frankly terrible. There are rumors that this entire camp is cursed, but he needs to find out for himself. At the same time, Ragna ran into Rem, asking her not to joke with him, and then pushed him in the shoulder. When Rem lifted his comrade above himself, the rest of the soldiers decided to run, because the detachment of those who had been recaptured started a fight again. They started fighting with each other and destroyed someone's tent without paying attention. Rem was ready to paint Ragna's skull with his axe, which scared the other soldiers. The rest tried to call for help so that they would be stopped quickly. Encred didn't know what was going on with the damned camp, but the scumbags walking around could very well be considered his personal curse. Approaching them, he immediately asked them to take their places, and they were surprised that the commander had already returned to them. 4 days had passed since Encred had returned to the squad, and he was now lying in the barracks. He heard Jackson approach him, although he wanted to leave quietly, but still woke him up. However, the guy explained that he was still going to get up and train. Jackson noted that he had started relatively recently, but had already developed his hearing quite well. He praised his commander, adding that it could one day save his life. As winter approaches, battles become less frequent, and you need to make the most of your free time and train. When Encred returned from training, he was greeted with a good morning by Auden, who was doing push-ups with a boulder on his back. He noticed that he was returning from morning training and was not wasting time. A trained body is a weapon in itself and the last hope if there is no blade nearby. You have to be able to withstand a hit from the frog if they encounter him again. The man noticed that the commander was still too thin, so he advised him to continue working out. Then he decided to remind him about the exercises he had told him about earlier. Meanwhile, Rem threw Ragna out of bed, declaring that it was his turn to cook today, but he was still sleeping. In response to this, the blonde jumped up and grabbed a sword, deciding to fight back against his comrade. Just as they were about to fight, Encred and Auden entered the tent, stopping them. The commander asked them to calm down, and Auden added that a senseless population would not solve anything. Rem pointed his finger at his comrade, declaring that this idiot would starve them to death. The commander ordered Ragna to start cooking since it was his turn, and he reluctantly agreed. Rem didn't understand why all this had to be done if he was going to go cook anyway. And he asked the commander to stop picking fights for no reason, even if they were bored. The man decided to smile, explaining that his hands were itching to fight. Then Encred suggested that they have a sparring match and not take it out on the first person they came across. When they went outside, the sky was overcast, and as soon as the battle began, the commander immediately missed the blow. Rem was too pushy, which made it difficult for Encred to stand firmly on his feet. You need to stay calm. Use your hearing with the help of the beast's heart to block the blows. Rem expected more, because the commander had been doing much better lately. The man didn't understand why he suddenly became so boring. He was already tired of the same attack and wanted something new. Encred realized that he had become different. Now, in order to improve, he is able to repeat everything hundreds, even thousands of times. He offered Ram to repeat the sparring, but now he would give him what he deserved. He clearly lacks skills, but this look will never get boring for Rem because it is full of confidence. Then the man suggested that they chat like that when the commanders put at least a scratch on him. A little later, the rain that starts and stops as it pleases began to pour down on the camp. Rem noted with displeasure that soon mushrooms would start growing on his feet due to such humidity. Then Kreis entered the tent, asking with displeasure how many more times he would have to cancel fights because of rain. He was ready to believe that they were cursed, looking at what was happening in the camp. Encred didn't understand what they were talking about, and the guy was surprised that the commander didn't know the latest rumors. Then he remembered that Vergens had said something like that, but hadn't gone into detail. The weather is strange. The scouts are losing more and more. Many are wounded. That's why everyone is talking about a curse. Apparently, Kreis doesn't think they're actually cursed, but the capricious weather has only added fuel to the fire. Encred only concluded that the command would not leave something like this unattended. Kreis wondered why the commander was stuck at the entrance, but he was training his senses. This heavy rainfall was a great opportunity to boost them a little. Ram decided that he imagined himself to be a wild cat, and Jackson praised the commander because this was a good way to exercise. However, because of the swearing of his comrades, Encred could not even hear the sound of the rain. Suddenly, Auden announced that if the commander was thinking about how to train in a tent, some things could be done even lying down. Suddenly, Ram realized that everyone in the tent had noticed the same thing as he had. Meanwhile, at the meeting, all commanders were asked to keep an eye on their soldiers. We need to equip another reconnaissance detachment before winter sets in, and now we need some suggestions to fill the gaps. The elf suggested Commander Encred, but the man decided that he would only get in the way of the scouts. However, the girl was sure that it could bring unexpected results. The next day, standing in front of the ferry, Encred was stunned that he was being sent to the scouts. Christ decided that Encred had somehow angered the company commander, otherwise why else would she choose him? The guy was sure that she wasn't going to finish him off now that Krang was gone. Rem said with a smile that he could help him get out of this mess. However, Encred, unlike him, will not allow himself to raise an axe against a superior in rank, and he should not do such a thing. Auden asked his father why he was testing them, and asked him not to take their dear commander away from them. Suddenly Ragnar rose from his seat and offered to go himself instead of the commander. Encred might have sent others, but not him since he likes to hide. They said he would be scouting fields of tall grass, so Jackson advised him to pay attention to changes in the noise of the grass. You need to learn to notice interference. This is the first step in detecting an ambush. Suddenly, Ram shouted loudly and asked him to stop teaching the commander these strange things. Encred knew that once he left, there would be no one to separate them, and he doubted that he could leave them here alone at all. But even he will agree that no one is better suited to them than him, since he found a common language with them. After joining the service, due to his lack of skills, he was constantly transferred back and forth to fill gaps in the units. The only thing he was useful for was becoming the commander of a squad of scum. And now, when a new brawl began, the guy hastened to calm them down. A disgruntled Ram assumed that their commander was either brave or just stupid. Jackson suggested that he thank the commander because if it weren't for him, there would have been an extra hole in his heart. These thugs are really capable, so we can't lose them. Compared to them, losing him won't have much of an impact on the fighting strength. There is no need for these sudden thoughts. He knows what he is in terms of abilities. He just needs to become stronger. The scouts are heading to the front, so Encred can spend time training his senses. Suddenly, the reconnaissance squad leader Andrew asked the scum squad leader to gather his forces. Encred decided to stoically endure everything that his dissatisfied comrades wanted to tell him. They may be of the same rank, but he is the commander of this unit, and if something is wrong, they can settle everything with their fists. Others noted that he did not have the courage to grapple with the commander, and he might not even know which side of the sword to grab. However, Andrew will try not to offend him too much if he does, because his squad exists solely because of the fighters. He then gave a loud order. When meeting the enemy, they were to break their skulls, to which the others agreed. Encred was unhappy with his shouts, as if he didn't understand what reconnaissance was. Suddenly, one of the soldiers discovered someone's tracks. After looking closely, the commander concluded that these were nude tracks. The leader suggested following them, delighted that there would be shashlik waiting for them that night. The new move in groups of at least 20 individuals, and it is strange that he seriously wants to mess with them. Suddenly, the archer snorted, looking closely at the tracks, and declared that it was a gazelle. In the past, the mountain settlement hunter Henry did not bother much with the commander. They started chatting and soon became friends. Henry gave me some basic hunting tips, which turned out to be quite helpful. They spent the whole day searching for something that didn't exist. The reconnaissance team's time was wasted. When night fell, the commander was still obsessed with the tracks and needed results. The next day, they were on site and had to look at the area of the Green Pearl. They will cross this field, find a detachment of enemy scouts, capture them, and take them back, for which they will be rewarded. Henry didn't want to go there because they were just supposed to do some reconnaissance to the border. However, this was the order of the squad leader, so they had no choice but to follow him. It's not easy to move through the tall chutes, so Encred thought Andrew would soon give up, but suddenly he got down to business in earnest. At that very moment, Henry noticed that there was not much animal droppings here. This means that animals do not live here along with a pile of food, which is completely at their disposal. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened when he noticed a panther passing by him. At that very second, he grabbed the commander by the head and threw him to the ground, ordering everyone to bend over. Those who did not manage to do this were immediately killed by arrows that pierced their heads. The enemies appeared too suddenly, so they had to retreat, hiding in the tall grass. Without turning around, Encred heard his comrades being killed by crossbow fire. While they were in the grass, they did not realize that they were completely surrounded and had no escape route. Suddenly, Encred heard the creak of a crossbow and realized that the instinct he had learned from Jackson was clearly helping. However, she was only helping, but the guy could not make out who was where in this chaos. At that very moment, arrows flew at him from all sides, piercing his body right through. When you know you're walking into an ambush, it's wise to try to get around it, but your comrades will never listen to you. Now he will have to figure out how to save himself alone, reluctantly sacrificing his people. After the first death, they were again ambushed, which quickly surrounded them. Encred tried to escape in different ways, but his enemies stopped him every time. No problem. He can always find a new way. On his side are repeating today. 20 crossbowmen caught him in the east and riddled him with bolts. Then he went north to avoid the crossbowmen, but met a detachment of spearmen. They did not stop pursuing him even when he managed to escape from everyone, although he was terribly wounded. Encred noticed that their uniforms were colored green as if they were waiting for enemies. The question arose as to what could possibly be guarded in this field in order to prepare so carefully. But when he crawled some distance, he noticed a military camp, and at that very second, his throat was cut. Andrew began to talk again about how they would cross this field and find a detachment of enemy scouts. They have tried dozens of times to get in there alive and will never get out. The Aspen soldiers are hiding something there, and Encred must find out what it is. However, if he gives up on this mission, then he won't have to die, so it could end today. But at that very second, the guy decided that he would not give up, even if it took hundreds of days. At that very moment, his comrades, who had been waiting only for him, loudly addressed him. One of the men asked the guy to just be patient because their commander also had his own problems. But Encred said there was a limit to the amount of crap he was willing to take from this idiot. Then he himself asked if he was tired of sucking up to his childish commander. But before he could get an answer, he pushed his comrade away and concluded that he was no longer playing these games. Andrew assumed the boy was refusing to follow direct orders. He needed to change the situation radically because he would not survive alone, so he declared that from now on he would be the one giving the orders. This way they could get out using each other's strengths, but the commander didn't like it. Andrew surprisingly survives the longest, as does the other soldier and Henry. Especially the man with the scars fights as powerfully as he looks. He is the most capable in the squad, despite the fact that he follows the commander on his heels. Andrew then offered to try to take command if he could defeat him in a duel. Ordinary soldiers don't have security. Judging by his stance, it's obvious that he was well trained. But with such skills, he lacks experience. He must be the son of some rich lord or something. Although in that case, he wouldn't be so eager to curry favor. Perhaps he is from some noble house in Opal. Andrew also wondered how Encred had achieved a command position with his abilities. But whoever he is, Encred can no longer follow his orders. Then he said that the commander was in too much pain, after which he asked to attack, because he would not need the sword. Normally it would be difficult for him to deal with such a capable guy, but he clearly underestimates him. Hasty action leads to inattention, and inattention is the key to defeat. Therefore, it was not difficult for the guy to dodge the sword strike and deliver a painful blow to his opponent's chest. The others were shocked that Encred had defeated the commander with one blow, even though they had heard that he had been sent to them because there was no one else. Encred stated that from now on the squad would be under his command. No one had any objections, and this was the first step towards the beginning of their survival. As sunset approached, Encred led them through the tall grass, the others wondering what he was thinking. Suddenly he asked Henry what he dreamed about. He was surprised, not understanding why he was being asked about it. What he would like is to marry a beauty with a flower shop, but Encred said that to do this, he would have to survive today. He then asked the same question to another soldier, and learned that his beloved had recently given birth, after which he said the same thing. The other two wanted to save money, start their own business, and return home. Andrew said with displeasure that he wanted to fulfill his mother's last wish. His dream and his mission is to revive the Gardner house, and he will stop at nothing to achieve it. In some ways, their answers are similar, and to fulfill these wishes, you need to get out of here alive. Turning to his comrades, Encred suggested that they do it together. You need these guys to be proactive, and there's nothing more motivating than the drive to live. The enemies will show up soon, and he plans to break through the encirclement, so he asks Henry to shoot an arrow into the grass at head level. At first he was surprised because there was no one there, but the guy was not going to repeat it a second time and ordered to shoot. At that very moment, everyone heard the arrow hit, killing the enemy scout. Having learned where the enemies were, Encred immediately began to draw his sword and ordered Andrew to run after him. To gain an advantage, you need to find them first and attack them suddenly. The enemies didn't understand how they knew their location, but Andrew was already behind one of them and plunged his sword into his throat. They must take advantage of the moment of surprise and thin out their ranks as much as possible. Encred will lead Andrew, and his bodyguard will of course tag along with them. And with it, the chances of victory will increase significantly. Initially there were 20 enemies, but they reduced their number to 8. Now their forces were approximately equal, so they decided to finally finish them off. In a field with such tall grass, it would also be difficult for enemy soldiers to find anyone, but they came across them first. All because one of them tried to kill a panther that was also there, and she helped the commander attack the remaining enemies, luring them out. In fact, they were chasing the beast that Encred had noticed the first time, and they discovered them completely by accident. And this time they didn't notice the ambush, again because they were focused on the chase. Thanks to the panther, everything is going as it should. At the same moment, the rest of the squad announced that they had finished with the enemy. Taking into account the single loss, there were 6 of them left, even after many cycles. It was not possible to save them all. However, this time most survived thanks to repetitions today. Encrid knows the number and location of enemy units. And if you continue to move forward, you will be exterminated by 30 crossbowmen, so you need to turn right to get around them. The spearmen who had been doggedly pursuing him every day had to be removed quickly, otherwise they would hinder them. It is necessary to avoid unpleasant clashes. In other cases, use the hit-and-run tactic, so that they will gradually escape the enemy encirclement. Andrew was already exhausted. It would never get dark. Finding the exit would be more difficult, so he needed to get out before the sun went down. He ordered everyone to go further, but the others were against this idea, because it would only lead them deeper. Suddenly, all the soldiers froze in shock as Andrew's guard pulled out his sword and presented it to the commander's throat. He doesn't intend to follow him to his death and will survive even if he has to be finished off. But he himself must understand that it is too late to return along the beaten path. After everything they did there, the retreat route is full of enemies. Encrid decided to clarify something. He also wants to survive like everyone else in the squad. At this time, Andrew looked at the commander in surprise because he thought that he was a useless piece of trash, who was like his father who simply gave up and lost all the wealth of their house. But in reality, he turned out to be a much more responsible person than he always wanted to become. However, she asked her son to become a person who leads others despite difficulties. He had to gain the trust of the people and become a real leader in order to revive their family name. With a serious expression on his face, Encrid asked them to trust him, and then they would survive this hell. Andrew suddenly declared that he believed him, to which he heard discontent from his comrade. However, the guy reminded that the squad carries out the orders of its commander no matter what. Encrid ducked and declared that until he gave the signal, they were to goose-step behind him. The first stage of overcoming today was seizing the initiative, attacking the enemy by surprise and consistently breaking through the encirclement. And the second stage will be the critical part that Encrid discovered after many repetitions. Only at this time, only in this place will they be able to hide from the enemy and avoid combat. And now they were moving slowly, surrounded by enemies, but they didn't even know about it. After some time, they managed to get around them, and everything went according to plan. But now, there was the last stage left. The sun sets and darkness follows. The reason they never managed to get out of this field is clear. Coming out of the grass, the squad froze in shock, not believing that this was not the end. They suffered so much, and in the end, they came to the enemy camp. Aspen's soldiers kill everyone to silence them, because there is something hidden in this field that no one should know about. This needs to be done so that a problem more important than catching them occurs. In this case, they will definitely have a way out, and the commander has already come up with a plan. As they crept closer, they couldn't believe that Encrid wanted to set fire to the enemy camp. But they were in the very center, so they would be immediately surrounded and finished off. However, the commander stated that he would not tolerate disobedience. Mac started to complain openly, but Andrew asked him to shut up. However, he didn't need to have to understand that they wouldn't find the road while the moon was behind the clouds. Now I have no choice but to trust the commander and his crazy plan. They cut the tent's awning but found no one inside and ran inside. The others did not understand how the commander knew what would happen, since he decided to go through the enemy camp. But they never met a single enemy soldier, although they were definitely in the middle of their camp. Encrid had infiltrated this camp dozens of times before, and this was the first time he had seen and touched that flag. It was then that the entire army focused its attention on him, which was very strange. Encrid explained that Aspen's soldiers were hiding that flag in that field, and their main task was to protect it. Then the question arises, what will happen if this flag is set on fire, and the others still do not understand how he knew that there was a flag here? Perhaps the company commander told him about this, since it was she who assigned this worthless fellow to their unit. Encrid added confidently that the soldiers would be too busy protecting the flag. He suddenly took command of the squad and infiltrated the enemy camp because he was on a secret mission. The commander was sure that they would escape in this confusion, but they needed to split into 2 groups. One will act as bait and attract the attention of enemies, and the second will start a fire. Mac immediately announced that he would be on the decoy team, which surprised the commander. He had been expressing his dissatisfaction all the time, and then suddenly he decided to cooperate, although he was better off. Encrid had led a squad to the Aspen camp many times before, but he had never had so many people with him. This is the best of today, he has survived so far, and he had a good feeling. At that very moment, Mac threw a stone in the face of one of the soldiers, and they noticed that there were strangers in the camp. While the first group distracted the enemy, Encred grabbed the nearest torch. But he immediately froze in shock when he found a warrior next to him swinging a sword at him. The guy barely managed to jump back, sacrificing the torch, which took the blow of the sword. Encred didn't even hear him, an enemy warrior he hadn't seen in any of today. But he didn't understand where such a strong man came from, who, on top of everything else, called him a rat. The commander noticed that the others were late, but one of the tents began to burn. The soldiers noticed the fire, but at the same second they also discovered the intruders, but they had to put out the fire first. Mac lured away most of the enemy forces while Encred took the attention of the rest, while Andrew set the tent on fire. Now it was just a matter of removing it, but all attacks begin with the movement of the legs. The push from the ground propelled his body forward, and now Encred could clearly see the hole in his defense. However, the enemy reacted instantly and practically did not move from his place, dodging the blow. He also managed to counterattack, inflicting a wound on the commander's side, although this was his most perfect attack. Encred knew he couldn't defeat him, at least not with his current level of ability. He barely made it here through ambushes in the fields and countless deaths. The guy has seen his comrades die many times, and he and they are not able to cope alone. He thought he had finally passed the test of this today, but it turned out to be far from true. It was this warrior who was the real obstacle today, becoming a new wall for the hero. But the guy clearly understood that he would die like a dog if he challenged him right now. This means that it will be necessary to take command of the squad again and run across the fields in the process of numerous repetitions today. He had to endure all these senseless deaths, which caused a smile to appear on his face, which did not please the enemy. The warrior rushed forward, promising to cut the commander into pieces and feed him to the dogs. But Encred promised himself to overcome this obstacle, just like the others before him. The guy was surprised when his opponent parried the blow and now attacked with renewed vigor. They managed to exchange a few blows, but the warrior struck from rather awkward positions. Somehow the guy managed to repel his attacks, but now he was clearly weaker. His opponent had fast and precise movements that did not allow for a counterattack. The difference in their abilities was too great, so Encred took out a throwing knife and threw it at the warrior. He reacted instantly and punched it away without even flinching in the face of danger. "Don't waste time!" He rushed forward at the commander, who was stunned by his speed. Meanwhile, the fire in the camp was spreading more and more because someone had spilled oil around. The fire was moving towards the flag when suddenly a soldier turned to the platoon commander. He must understand what is at stake, and the warrior understood that this freak is not going to give up without a fight. So he turned to the confident guy and said goodbye, after which he began to retreat. Encred couldn't believe that this battle would never reach its end, at least today. And perhaps the real obstacle is not him, but even if today he does not need to cope with him, he still needs to improve. At that very moment, Andrew ran up to him and said that they needed to leave right now. Encred stood there for a moment, watching as that strong warrior left the battlefield. Noticing his gaze, the commander immediately laid down his sword and ordered everyone to retreat. While the enemy soldiers were trying to put out the huge fire, Encred's squad successfully left the camp. One of the guys who was in that squad disappeared. Now there are only 5 of them left. Mac doubted that was all, since they could send a large search party to chase them. Encred assumed that this would not happen, when he suddenly noticed that one of his comrades was seriously injured. At that very moment, enemy military soldiers sent to capture them appeared behind them. However, the commander loudly ordered them not to hesitate and to continue running, because they had spent too much energy. If they continue moving towards the habitat of the field faces and snakes, the enemies will not be able to pursue them. Henry claimed that he knew a safe route, so the commander decided to trust him. The sound of their pursuers' footsteps was no longer audible, so they could afford to slow down a little. Thanks to Mac and Andrew's efforts, they were able to easily break away from them. And if it weren't for Henry and his knowledge of the local trails, they wouldn't have disappeared so quickly. It took every member of the squad to get this far. Suddenly, Encred closed his eyes from the bright light, noticing that the sun had begun to rise. Having escaped from enemy territory, they immediately rushed to run in order to quickly get to their camp. When they returned, people were surprised by their shabby appearance and did not understand what could have happened to them. Another today had passed, and a new day was beginning, one that Encred was incredibly happy about. Meanwhile, 2 men stood near the burnt flag, saying that they needed to retrain. One of them did not expect that the famous Grey Dogs would not be able to cope with a bunch of small soldiers. The commander of the Grey Dog Company didn't understand it either. The warriors positioned along the perimeter of the field of tall grass were the best of the best. The Grey Dogs were an independent company, allowing them to decide for themselves how to act within the framework of operations. The company's name is borrowed from the Grey Dog that lives in the Principality of Aspen. He is distinguished by his particular tenacity and becomes strongly attached to the goal he has set his sights on, whether in matters of love or war. The company commander noticed that the one with whom Mitch crossed blades was quite strong. The commander of the dog platoon replied that if it weren't for the fire, he would have finished him off on the spot. So he was just lucky. This is also a rather rare ability. Meanwhile, Encred was stressed that he had encountered an obstacle but had not overcome it. He wanted to continue the fight, but he knew that sooner or later they would clash again. Thus they set their sights on each other, wanting to destroy each other completely. Meanwhile, Ram was playing with his axe, wondering when the commander would return from reconnaissance. Grabbing the axe, the thought flashed through his mind that he was dead, because anything could have happened. He has, of course, become more capable, but he is still the same green youth. It is not surprising that he died. He really liked him, but if he died, there was nothing to be done. At that very moment, Ragnar woke up, to whom he immediately showed the middle finger. Without thinking twice, the guy responded in kind, but showed him his middle toe. Ram immediately took this as a challenge and decided that he wanted him to kill him. Meanwhile, Encred read to the company commander that he accidentally found the enemy's secret hideout by penetrating enemy territory and setting a fire there. He was lucky to make the right decision at the right moment, which made the girl a little nervous. After this, she ordered him to go and rest and at the same time get some treatment. He bowed and thanked her. She expected this guy to do something, but the result exceeded her expectations. As Encred left the tent, he tried to figure out what the company commander was thinking when Andrew suddenly called out to him. The boy bowed to him and apologized for being rude at first, because thanks to him he survived. He wondered if they would be able to see each other again, but that would only happen if they ended up on the same battlefield. As Encred turned and walked away, he didn't notice the rest of the reconnaissance squad bowing after him. They survived thanks to him. He really did save the 4 of them, but that was hardly his maximum. After all, he lost 2 soldiers on the battlefield, and if he had been a little stronger, he could have saved them all. The series of similar ones today allowed him to look beyond the limits. Now it was time to stop wasting his energy in vain. He must follow the path of the knight he dreams of becoming, go forward, overcome today, and so that it does not happen again, he must become even stronger. At that very moment, the guy discovered that other soldiers had gathered around and started shouting that those psychos were fighting again. Rem and Ragnar started a fight again in front of the other soldiers. This is the first time Encred has seen this expression on their faces. He has sparred with the squad members many times, but he has never seen them like this during a fight with him. The other soldiers doubted that they were even human because now they looked more like monsters. Then Encred realized that they hadn't taken him seriously in the first place. This means that he will go forward, setting goal after goal, and first of all, he will make them make such faces in front of him. Suddenly, in the middle of the battle, Ragnar noticed the returning commander and immediately stopped. Rem said that he could have reported that he had returned, but he was hiding like a wild cat and spying. He then called all the onlookers around them away while Ragnar asked about the commander's wounds. Encred asked Rem to tell him about how he killed Ragnar's attack, but he just waved it off. But he had just returned, so he had to think about washing his feet and going to bed, so the guy turned to Ragnar. He simply stated that something was wrong with him, and then asked him to forget about it. Upon learning of the enemy ambush, the battalion commander deployed all infantry closer to the field covered with tall grass. During the journey became very long, and in his free time, Encred either studied strategy or trained. Kreis noticed with surprise that the commander was going to training again, although they were already moving out tomorrow. The commander has not yet fully recovered, but he is already running to train. The next morning, when Ragnar woke up, he noticed that Encred had gone out to train again. Ragnar had a talent for fencing. Becoming stronger was easy, so he found an opportunity to become a knight earlier. But he didn't need this title. So he didn't want to strain himself and waste his energy to become a knight. Not seeing the point, he lost his goal and now marks time, unlike the commander. Ragnar watched him from around the corner, noticing how he swung his sword unsuccessfully, causing his wound to become noticeable. The commander studied incorrectly from the very beginning. First of all, he needed to master the basics. Having mastered all sorts of simplified methods, thereby instilling bad habits, you can forget about improving, no matter how much you train. And yet, for some reason, he tries so hard, driving himself to the point of exhaustion. Coming out from around the corner, Ragnar decided to ask him directly why he needed this. As it turns out, Encred wants to become stronger so that he can become a knight in the future. But a knight is someone who is good at fighting, that's all. So Ragnar didn't see the point in it. But the commander has his own convictions, for the sake of the weak and disadvantaged, for the sake of honor. For the sake of loved ones, they take up a sword. That is the kind of knight he dreams of becoming. Ragnar was surprised by his convictions and honor, and physical strength was just a tool. Then he himself tried to understand what he dreams about, but he will not know until he sets foot on this path. Approaching the commander, Ragnar asked if he wanted to learn how to properly wield a sword. When he heard an affirmative answer, he realized that he had stuttered in vain because it was unnecessary stress. And yet this look promises that it will definitely not be boring since Encred is serious. Ragnar then decided to find out if Commander Rem had taught him the Beast Heart technique, what the problem was. From now on, he will have to forget about everything else, focusing only on one technique. In particular, he needs to forget even the sword technique of the mercenary Valen. If he doesn't forget, then when the time comes to use a new technique, he will use what is more convenient out of habit. He needs to choose, to renounce everything and gain completely new knowledge, or to be content with what he has. Encred immediately stated that he wanted to gain completely new knowledge, which surprised the soldier. He was genuinely surprised while the commander was already impatient to begin. Ragnar tried to understand what kind of person was in front of him, because he definitely couldn't be called normal. He's strong, so there's no need to use a light weapon as his main weapon. A longsword will do. The guy gave his, since he had picked it up anyway, and then explained that the right hand should be on top and the left hand on the bottom. Ragnar noticed that the commander was clutching his sword too tightly to keep from dropping it, and he couldn't understand who had taught him this. This teacher turned out to be Rem, for which Ragnar immediately insulted him. Ragnar asked the commander to stand, after which Risk swung his sword at him. Encred barely had time to block, and his hands immediately began to tremble, which is what he emphasized. He will break everything if he stands like a statue, relying only on strength. He can be compared to a branch or a column. The members of the squad were all weak in eloquence, so the boy did not understand what these comparisons were about. Or does he mean that Encred tenses his entire body to put strength into his arms? He needs to become more flexible if he doesn't want to break anything. After that, they spent several hours training, while Ragnar advised him to watch his center of gravity. The soldier noticed every wrong move, correcting the commander with various questions. A few minutes later, Ragnar threw the commander to the ground, summing up. The guy didn't think he was so incapable. He didn't even have the basics of fencing, and training would hardly help here. But despite its results, Encred rose to his feet and grabbed the sword, asking to fight again. Ragnar realized that they had no choice but to learn to walk again. At that very moment, Ram approached them, but noticing that they had been gone all day and had even missed food, he then pointed at Ragnar, saying that he would teach him a lesson if this wreck was making fun of the commander. Encred ignored his words, asking what happened and why he was dressed like that. As it turned out, they all gathered at the call because the enemy began to approach. Sometime later, the company commander looked at her countless army. Ragnar thought that it was in vain that he had started teaching the captain fencing, because now he had an unfamiliar sword in his hands, because of which he could get confused. He may die because of this, so it's better not to go far from him today. Encred was a little upset because he still wanted to learn how to use a sword. The others noticed the strange formations of the enemy, and one of them stretched out his hand in front of him and declared that this was the end. After this, a strange fog enveloped everyone, and the soldiers realized that it was witchcraft. Out of nowhere, fog appeared, and even those who were standing right in front of our noses could not be seen. The soldiers immediately began to get nervous and talk among themselves, and their nerves were on edge. Suddenly they heard strange sounds, and Encred shouted loudly that they were arrows. Many soldiers fell immediately, not having time to put up a shield in front of them to protect themselves from invisible projectiles. The company commander knew that this was not natural fog, and it was difficult to guess that the enemy would choose such tactics. Then she gave the order for everyone to duck and raise their shields, realizing that they had been tricked. The sorcerer spent so much effort to perfect this spell that he even had to periodically use a rain spell. Once the spell is activated, a thick fog will block everyone's vision, but staying under the spellcaster flag will allow them to see and attack. He looked pleased now, as he had barely managed to complete the spell, considering the flags were almost burnt. If it weren't for that guy, it would have been a lot easier, and Mitch knew who he was talking about. They both meant Encred, who was also now in this fog. He bent down as low as he could to avoid all the arrows. At that very moment, Ragnar asked him not to raise his head, and he was surprised that he was right behind him. Then he heard another voice. It was Rem who was complaining about witchcraft. They were right under his nose, but he couldn't see them, so he couldn't fight at full strength. He was breathing heavily. His body was too tense. His legs were wooden. He had learned nothing from Ragnar's lessons. Even with training, he will not give up old habits immediately. It is best not to enter into battle at all until he has mastered the new knowledge perfectly. But if you don't fight on the battlefield, it's tantamount to death, so you have to be very careful. The battle raged around the boy, but he could not see either his comrades or his enemies. Ragna asked him to retreat, but the commander said he had found a way. If he doesn't succeed the first time, he is ready to repeat this day over and over again until he learns. Running forward, Encred immediately ran into an enemy who pierced his throat. But only in this way will he be able to return to training with Ragna. Ragna asked the commander why he fell and if he was sure he had learned the movement correctly. He was not much of a teacher. From the standpoint of a genius, all this was as natural as breathing, so he did not bother himself with explanations. Encred understood with his head, but the matter was not in time, although it was just a swing of the sword. Ragna was not trying to reproach, but was genuinely interested in where it would be better to move the center of gravity. At first he was surprised, then he tried to explain, but it was difficult. It was obvious that geniuses themselves don't really understand what they're doing, and a lot of things happen involuntarily. Although Ragna's explanations were meager, listening and remembering was one of the commander's abilities, so all that was left was to get used to it. When Encred found himself back in the fog, he tried to block the arrows flying at him. The body was still wooden, but it's not scary. He will die and start learning again. The 30th movement has gained flexibility today, making the fight a little easier. Ragna noticed that this move was very good and asked where the commander learned it. With this, he will be able to quickly master the basics of fencing without spending a lot of time. A cut, a thrust, a slash, these are the main attacks of a sword. The blade can be used as a defense, and if the sword is good, the blunt side. The minimum distance between him and the opponent is called the line of attack. Blocking the enemy's line of attack and increasing your own is what fencing is all about. Imagining your opponent in your head and then swinging your sword. During the battle, Encred felt light on his legs and could easily dodge the spear. Little by little he changed, but he still died from invisible enemies. He continued to train with Ragna, making greater progress every day. The soldier was surprised that the commander was now parrying his sword, which had never happened before. The development was slow, but Encred began to understand the essence of swordsmanship. Putting these small steps together, even Ragna noticed that there was nothing to complain about now. Once again he shouted to the commander not to run forward. Encred died again and continued his endless training, wanting to bring everything to perfection. This was already the 100th death today, and he finally managed to fight Ragna on equal terms. The boy's look changed when he asked the commander who he was. Abilities that seemed to have reached their limits have now broken through to a new level. Encred dodged another spear, determined to reach this place. But when he again rushed at the enemies, he was again pierced by spears. The knight's way exists beyond pain, and now he was having a lot of fun. Ragna approached him again and asked if he wanted to learn fencing. In order to become stronger, the guy was ready to die more than once, so he agreed with a smile. After some time, the soldier could not remember the captain being so skilled. He then assumed that Encred had been fighting so poorly on purpose all this time, even though his basic knowledge was sufficient. On the contrary, now he needed experience in real combat, which only provoked the commander. More than 200 battles have already passed today, during which Encred has learned everything he needs. And now he decided to test how far he could go with the strength he had mastered and the knowledge he had acquired. He began to destroy enemies left and right because he remembered where the enemy was behind the fog and at what moment he would jump out. Even without seeing them, he could hit a couple of people who were completely unexpectedly attacked. It was also difficult for enemies to see anyone in the fog, which is what Encred took advantage of. The enemy soldiers heard the cries of their comrades and did not understand what was ahead. Earlier, Ragna asked the commander to remember that his main weapons were his eyes, legs, and hands. The eyes look and anticipate, the legs move, the hands bring what they started to the end. His opponents praised him, but doubted that he could return alive after fighting such a crowd alone. Then Encred suggested that they fight with swords like men to test themselves further. The enemies thought he was some kind of psycho, and then shot him with crossbows. In the other world, the creature called him a fool, because he himself threw himself into the arms of death. After this, the guy opened his eyes, trying to remember the words that the creature had told him. It's been a long time since someone just scolded him and left, and he only came out to insult him. And at that very moment, Rem turned to him, and the commander remembered that he had shouted about witchcraft every time the fog enveloped them. The enemy army's formation was of no strategic importance, and the same was true in the field when they were defending the flag. Encred could think of nothing better to do than ask his comrade if he knew anything about witchcraft. He pretended that he was just curious, so he asked to enlighten him if he knew anything. Then Rem asked if the commander knew the difference between magic and witchcraft. Magic was more widespread, but that was not their only difference. For witchcraft you need a guide, not just a guide, but a very important one. Without a guide there is no magic, which made Encred think seriously. The enemy has spread the fog using witchcraft, and the flag acts as a guide. If it is broken, the fog will disperse. Witchcraft came from the west, and as far as he knows, Rem is from the western lands, so his tribe could also use witchcraft. In fact, true sorcerers can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Those who wander the continent are mostly charlatans. When Encred learned everything he needed, he decided to go to training to think about everything there. Having reached the place, he was glad that they had been taught the same basics. Then he decided to ask if the commander knew about the sword styles again. 500 years ago, an extraordinary genius was born. He was born into a simple farming family, and at the age of 9, when their farm was attacked, he killed all 12 robbers with one poker. Having lost his parents early, he matured beyond his years and mastered the principles of fencing, after which a nobleman learned about him and accepted him into his family. Thus this genius received a new name, Dionysus Onyak, but heaven sent him not only talent, but also adversity. From the age of 10, his limbs began to lose strength, and before he was 12, he was struck down by an incurable disease which paralyzed his body. Despite his illness, 20-year-old Dionysus divided continental fencing into before and after. He divided all existing fencing styles into 5 types: straight and sharp sword, heavy and powerful sword, graceful and fascinating, soft and smooth. Dionysus rewrote the history of fencing, and the family line with his service became the strongest in the empire, and this direction was passed down from generation to generation. The heavy sword is common in the north, and Ragnar knew one technique that he mastered for the heavy sword. It was the heart of a beast, but in any case there is something more useful than this. Concentration on one point forgets about everything around, focusing attention only on the enemy and your sword. Then he decided to explain the main idea to the commander, after which he stood in a stance. He stabbed the sword into the neck at incredible speed, much faster than Rem's axe. Encred had just almost died, and the soldier asked if he felt anything. At that very moment, Rem approached them and asked with displeasure if he wanted to kill the commander. But Ragnar explained that mortal danger increases concentration, so he helped him with training. They began their scuffle again until Encred realized that they were both equally bad at explaining. Rem reminded Ragnar that he himself came from the outskirts of the north, where a wild tribe lived. But the comrade only calmly reminded him that he came from a barbarian village in the west. Rem wanted to join the fight, but Encred stopped him, reminding him that he came here because of the convocation order. Ragnar advised the commander to try to feel how his nerves flare up at the moment of mortal danger. If he successfully masters concentration on one point, the unnecessary surroundings will disappear and he will feel the sword begin to move in the desired direction. Encred understood that with the beast's heart it was the same, and at the same time completely different. The heart of the beast grows brave in the face of death, and concentration on one point, on the contrary, makes it tense. It would be necessary to fight in real combat to grasp the essence, and the flag is a conduit for the magic that summons the fog. Only by getting rid of the spell will he be able to repel the enemy's one-sided attacks. There is a new target on the battlefield, and Encred must first break this flag. If Rem or Ragnar had been with him, they would have easily gotten to him, but now he was alone. He had no choice but to break through the crowds of enemies, dodging their weapons and counterattacking. Full concentration was not an easy task. Encred died again and again without having time to react. Hearing training is the key to survival against the killers. The heart of the beast is pierced and tormented on the battlefield. When it works, the tip of the sword seems to slow down. That's what he must have felt. However, Encred did not understand anything. Maybe courage, health, my heart of a beast interfered with him. Everything around is blurred. Only the enemy's sword is visible. Then you can predict the trajectory of the blow. Concentrating out of fear of death, no matter how you look at it, does not seem like the right method. The problem was that Ragnar had not learned full concentration. It just happened to him. It seems that you won't get more detailed explanations from him. You'll have to figure it out yourself in practice. However, there is no need to rush. You need to continue training your full concentration and start destroying flags. We need to break through the enemy lines while minimizing allied losses if the plan is successful. Encred took full command, ordering his soldiers to lie down or raise their shields. He and his squad managed to deflect the arrows in time, thereby not exposing anyone to attack. He repeated this day 3 times and can now predict attacks with his eyes closed. While the opponents did not understand where Encred was, he appeared behind them. That 1-second pause was enough for him to cut down many enemies. The opponents began to become noticeably afraid and ordered each other to stop this psycho. It took 10 iterations of today to get to this flag. But even when the guy destroyed it, the fog somehow didn't stop fluttering. At that very moment, his body was pierced by several swords, and the enemy soldier declared that he had been tricked. On the brink of death, Encred realized that only one was real, and the other 5 were fakes. All that was left was to find the right one among them, so the next day he rushed forward again. The chances of finding the real one among the remaining ones were 1/5, but he didn't even think about retreating. His soldiers did not understand what he was shouting ahead because nothing was visible, and it was unclear what was happening. Encred managed to put up a shield in front of himself, while the rest of the soldiers fell from the shelling. This time it didn't work out like before. Maybe it was a matter of timing. It was necessary to give time to assess the situation and catch my breath. The second flag he reached in 3 repetitions today was again not real. This time his head was cut off, but there were still 4 flags left. The third flag he tagged took 5 tries to get to, but it was again a hoax. The fourth took 7 repetitions, but the result was the same. There were only 2 left, and if you asked which one was real, one of them definitely stood out. Most likely it was the farthest one, next to which stood a mysterious man who looked like a sorcerer. Encred continued giving orders, then asked Rem to go with him, who decided that the commander had gone crazy. It was still a long way to that distant one. You can't run out of breath before the real flag, but they ran at full speed. They killed every enemy they encountered along the way, without stopping before their goal. Rem was supposed to distract the enemy's attention while Encred broke through into the depths. The barbarian dealt cruelly with his enemies while his opponents called him a monster. Encred has been dying in this fog for over a year now, but now his end will come. But just as he wanted to cut down the flag, someone's sword blocked his blade, forcing him to retreat. Mitch said that the gods heard his prayers because he so wanted to kill the guy with his own hands. When Encred asked who he was, the warrior was stunned because he could not believe that the guy had forgotten him in just a few days. Encred repeated his question, and Mitch decided that he would remember this when he fought him. They exchanged a few blows. He doubted it was his, he saw it last time because his skill had grown incomparably. He couldn't believe that the guy was planning to grab him in just one step. Suddenly, Encred continued his offensive, driving his opponent into defense. He noted that Mitch was a strict swordsman at heart, but that his attacks were mixed with a smooth, flowing sword style. Encred concentrated all his attention before his eyes, a balance that could collapse with one wrong step. He threw forward all the strength he had, and this helped him to stand up to a strong opponent. He forgot about the flag and the outcome of the battle, and about fencing. The entire environment disappeared. Only one sword remained. However, this was not enough, which is why Mitch began to fight in earnest and pierced the guy's chest. Now Encred remembered that this man had blocked his way to the flag back on the field. The warrior in front of him introduced himself as the platoon commander of the Grey Dog Company of the Duchy of Aspen. The guy decided to do the same, and introduced himself as the commander of the detachment of the Kingdom of Norilia. The other soldiers didn't expect the enemy to get through, and Mitch concluded that stealth was his special skill. One of the soldiers noticed that the captain looked annoyed, and he noticed that Encred was smiling. In fact, the guy realized that what he needed was not the gray concentration that comes from the fear of dying. He needed a worthy opponent. He inspired him to put everything on the line, to fight at the risk of his own life. Ragna explained that concentration on one point resembles the feeling of excitement at the moment of mortal danger. But he noticed that the captain was listening with half an ear and decided that he had finally given up. At that very moment, Rem came up to them and asked them to wrap things up because it was time for them to get ready. Then Ragna doubted his thoughts, because the captain's appearance opposite him was filled with determination. In his eyes, he was a strange person, so he decided to give himself a tough workout today. As the battle progressed, Encred again gave the order to put up shields to protect against arrows, and then he called Rem to follow him again. But suddenly Ragna decided to go with them. Rem started to tease him, but he asked him to look ahead if he didn't want an arrow to fly. Encred decided to break through the same way as before and meet Mitch again. The guy greeted his friend and immediately asked him to fight him. He was sure that the man was receiving recognition for the first time, although he fell in love with him at first sight. His squad of gray dogs are obsessive romantics, and this is the first time someone finds him before the other way around. Encred tried to focus his attention on the sword again, but his chest took the blade again. This time he lost too easily, and Mitch didn't understand what the guy was thinking when he attacked. Encred made a wrong decision, and he shouldn't do it on purpose, so he must succumb to the sword's charm. Experiencing the moment over and over again, he is obliged to find this feeling, no matter how long it takes. For the 28th time he saw it again, voluntarily entering a state of concentration. On the 58th time during training, Ragna decided to show him the main idea. However, all subsequent attempts were unsuccessful, and Encred continued his training. Ragna immediately felt that the commander had just struck with concentration on one point. At that moment, Encred realized that his body had become one with the sword, and the strength and skill increased beyond recognition before it happened again today. He decided to meet with the company commander because it was time to step over this today. While with the company commander, Encred stated that he remembered this witchcraft that he saw during reconnaissance. Aspen's soldiers called the suspicious-looking man Mr. Sorcerer. In order to win this battle, he passed on all the information he had learned. All they can do is hope for the talent of the military leader. And it is his duty to go through this today, fighting with another invincible warrior. When Encred met him again, he called his name, and he was surprised that the guy knew his name. He wanted to fight him from their first meeting, and today he promised to defeat him. They crossed blades again, and Mitch was surprised by his opponent's skills. The man decided that Encred was hiding his talent, and he did not deny it. He then asked the boy's name and promised to remember it, as he was a worthy opponent. However, Encred asked not to remember him, because he himself would remind him if he forgot. Encred once again concentrated on one point, shifting his center of gravity to his right leg. Why do you need to do a preparatory movement for a bevel cut? A technique he took away from today's experience gained from repetitions. Having put everything together, he sees a clear picture in front of him and can now fight to the fullest. Now they were able to scratch each other, but it was not enough, however. Mitch dodged the dangerous blow. He thought he could take the guy down in a couple of attacks, but now he was on equal terms with some scum. His slashing and flowing balls are close to the sword style that is taught. All of them are not enough. But for this case, he has a secret technique: to draw a large circle from the bottom up and strike with a backhand. It was a circular cut, but Encred saw it clearly and was able to dodge it. His technique that had defeated him so many times was because he couldn't predict the start of the attack and its trajectory. However, this time he managed to swing his sword, reflecting the enemy's blade. Mitch couldn't believe that the guy had read the trajectory in advance and blocked the sword. The Mitch family line is one of the 3 key houses that dominate the Duchy of Aspen, and a symbol of military might. He is one of the sideline relatives who was also taken in by the clan, and he has proven his skill with extraordinary talent. By the age of 15, he could easily defeat 2 adult soldiers, and by the age of 18, he had defeated enough swordsmen in duels to fill an entire village. And by the age of 22, his name had become famous throughout the city, making him a celebrated figure. Based on his abilities alone, he became one of the 3 strongest members of the Grey Dogs, and his worthy opponents could be counted on one hand. Mitch didn't understand why he had to train until his legs were swollen, why he had to swing a sword until his palms were raw. He sincerely didn't understand this because all this can be learned after a couple of repetitions. He was satisfied with his current situation. He was proud of his talent and was too self-confident. But after so much time, he was now on his deathbed, with Encred piercing his chest with a sword. The man was careless, thinking that this attack would definitely work, although the guy was against him in both strength and skill. He was right, but the victory still went to the guy who swung his sword to deliver the decisive attack. If Mitch had not been so frivolous and had put in more effort, he could have won. Suddenly, the enemy soldiers were ordered to protect the commander. One of the warriors immediately picked up the wounded man, wanting to carry him to a safe place. Another man came out to Encred, who didn't expect the guy to break through and make so much noise. But now he cannot hope to leave here on good terms. He must not forget that this is enemy territory. Until the flag is broken and a path of retreat is paved, today has determined the wall in front of him. At that very second, the man gave the order to the crossbowmen to shoot, and Encred took a fighting stance. He understood that he would have to come back from all the attacks, so he had to be patient and break through. However, the enemy rushed at him and swung his blade to stop the guy. In just one strike, his sword was cracked, and this man is a master of the heavy sword style, and he will have to die a couple more times to break through. But the current goal is to win this battle and destroy the flag, because this will make the witchcraft conductor useless. Encred had to break through if he wanted to get to the flag, so he threw his throwing knife, aiming for the connecting part of the flag and the flagpole. Even though the company commander reported the witchcraft and asked for backup, they did nothing. This kingdom is rotten. A sprouted potato was sent to command a battalion on the front lines instead of a human being. At this rate, complete destruction was only a matter of time when suddenly everyone around noticed that the fog had cleared. While the enemy was trying to figure out what had happened to the flag, the company commander began to cut them down one by one. The fog cleared, and this threw the enemy into confusion, and this was their chance to turn the tables, so she ordered everyone to attack. The absence of fog improved the situation, but it is unclear who exactly broke the spell. The image of Encrid immediately appeared in the girl's head, and now he was only thinking about the fact that he had miscalculated. He had expected that if he ran towards their camp, he would meet Rem or Ragna, but they were all gone. Meanwhile, Rem ordered the enemy soldiers to bring the spellcaster, otherwise they would all be corpses. Ragna was also surrounded by soldiers, but something was wrong here. He discovered that they were his allies and that he was not in the enemy camp. Meanwhile, Encrid's opponents have called him a thorn in his side, as he still hopes to return alive. One of the soldiers ordered him to surrender and swung his sword, but at that very moment a panther attacked him out of nowhere. The guy couldn't believe his eyes because it was the same panther he saw in the field. The frightened warriors did not understand where this beast came from, and immediately aimed their crossbows at her. However, the panther decided not to kill them and only tore the bowstrings on their weapons. She then stood up for the boy, baring her teeth at the enemy soldiers, but Encrid asked her to just run away from there. Looking at the menacing man, he realized that he was a bird of a different feather. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder and asked him to step back. It was Virgins who had come to save him. However, he could not even hold out for 30 seconds against the enemy commander. The allied soldiers immediately began firing crossbows, but the formidable knight easily deflected all the arrows and bolts. Suddenly, a panther attacked him from behind, but he managed to hit it with the hilt of his sword, and he himself moved forward towards Encrid. The guy clearly saw all his movements. This two-handed sword cannot be blocked by force. In that case, he should slide off like Mitch did, and he did it the first time. The man couldn't believe his eyes because he recognized this movement as Mitch's sliding technique. When Encrid claimed it worked, Virgins attempted to lunge at his chest, but he dodged. Noticing the approaching enemies, the man turned around and told the guy that he would not forget him. After this, they all decided to retreat, as they were at a disadvantage in the absence of fog. Virgins ran up to the commander, asked him to hide behind him, and Encrid said that the panther needed to be taken away. Now he needed to take care of himself, but the guy, despite the pain, picked up the animal in his arms. They too were forced to retreat to take care of the wounded and catch their breath. The otherworldly being was surprised that the guy had once again accomplished what he wanted, and it was unclear what was making him do it. Through his sleep, Encrid heard the voices of his comrades, who were worried about their commander. He did not understand what the commotion was about and felt something under his hand. But when he opened his eyes, he found a panther next to him. Ram noticed that the commander had woken up, although he thought that this time he would definitely die. Auden stated that his prayers had been answered, and Encrid asked them what was going on. His throat was dry, but that was because he had lost too much blood. Luckily, the doctor said that he would recover. Their commander was lucky, and the goddess of luck was on his side. After drinking a glass of water, the guy remembered that he had passed out on the way back. When the soldiers were sure that the commander had woken up, they immediately went off to do their own thing. Only Rem remained with him, and Encrid offered him to pet a panther, but he was not interested in animals. What interested him most was how the commander managed to recognize the witchcraft. If he said it was because it was happening again today, they still wouldn't believe him. But Rem had helped him, so he had to answer with sincerity. Then he said that he knew a fellow immigrant like Rem. He talked about witchcraft, and the guy suggested that this could be it. In fact, he didn't lie because Rem himself told him about it. Having stood up, the man asked to lie as much as he wanted. The main thing was not to get carried away with witchcraft. Encrid asked where he had gone from the battlefield, and he replied that he had gone to look outside for the one who had planted the flag. But he didn't like it, and he strung him up so that it wouldn't happen again. Encrid remembered that he hadn't noticed the spellcaster and realized that Rem had dealt with him. At that moment, Christ tried to feed the panther, but it began to hiss angrily at him. Why did he say that it would break his heart if he refused 10,000 crowns when he had heard something from the guy who was with him on reconnaissance? This is a black panther, nicknamed Lake, and for its blue eyes, reminiscent of lakes, a spiritual beast that feeds on some kind of earth energy. One of her claws is worth 10,000 crowns, and considering that she sheds them from time to time, he should wait for the moment and take at least one. The commander was told that after his shutdown without fog, the advantage was on their side, but they had to return without an obvious victory. After that, several days passed without the withdrawal of troops or other sorties, when suddenly the guy remembered that slide. Jackson asked him not to push himself too hard, otherwise the wounds would come apart, but it wouldn't hurt to stretch. However, he still can't do anything except stretching, so it would be better for him to sleep. Rem decided that Ragnar was trying to nail his laziness to the commander, although he himself would not sleep on the go. The soldier became angry and reached for his sword, and the commander became curious about something about fencing. He used a technique he had never trained in his life with ease and wanted to know if it was possible. The heart of the beast allows one to see into the root of the enemy, so that he can see in detail how he wields the sword and how he distributes his power. If there is a foundation, the steps become easier to understand, and he has also mastered concentration on one point, and his vision should become sharper. But with all that, he was also lucky with his skills. He would have to repeat something a couple hundred times to master it. The past today had not been easy for him. Hundreds of days of desperate, groundless research and wasted energy in the name of victory. He didn't just learn the repetitive events, but became stronger through his own efforts. Despite his meager talents, he was able to become stronger than he was before and was immensely happy. At that very moment, the commander turned to his comrades, who were ready to kill each other, and declared that he wanted a duel. They were surprised by such a proposal, because what kind of duel could we talk about in his condition? At that very moment, the company commander entered their room and asked the guy if the broken conductor of witchcraft was his doing. He knew that sooner or later the management would have questions, so he answered honestly. Encrid saw him during his reconnaissance and had some knowledge of witchcraft. There were 5 lures there, but he had spotted the right one. She had come to ask just that and to look at him. After all, it seemed to her that they were connected to fate, which noticeably surprised the guy. Rem and Ragna immediately began to ask the commander's secret, but he stated that everything was not so. He already knew who would open the salon for noble ladies with him. The terms of the commander's contract would not disappoint. However, he himself was curious as to why the company commander had said that. The fact that she was his immediate superior only added to the headache. But besides this, Kreis added that he had news that a squire from the knightly order had arrived. The Encreda division was called the Cypress Division in honor of a knight, and this same Cypress belongs to the knightly order of the Red Cloaks. The knights are talented craftsmen, a rarity even on the continent, so they are not the only ones in the order. An esquire is a subordinate and apprentice in one person following a knight. Upon gaining recognition, an esquire becomes a junior knight. They usually don't participate in a slaughter without a knight, so their guest on the battlefield is going to be a junior knight. The remaining soldiers headed into battle, advising the commander to rest a little. Ram noticed that it was written all over his face that he wanted to get out of here, so he suggested doing so. Ideals that could only be achieved in dreams, now parts of these ideals were right before his eyes. Encrid watched carefully as the same squire stepped forward and the enemy archers took aim at him. When the command was given, hundreds of arrows shot into the sky, creating a rain of arrows. Watching his actions closely, Ragna noticed that he was using willpower in his legs. At that very second, the knight rushed forward, avoiding the arrows that were supposed to reach him. He began to destroy his enemies with sharp swings of his sword, not letting anyone get closer than his outstretched arm. The enemies did not understand how to fight him, so they decided to retreat immediately. The commander, sitting on a horse, ordered him to stop, but at that very second his head flew off his shoulders. Rem noticed that this nobleman was good. It was not for nothing that he was called a military expert. At least 5 times they had a chance to kill the squire. The enemy commander-in-chief turned out to be an idiot. At this time, Auden was praying, and Kreis noticed that everything was over and there was no need to retreat. Encrid noted that the squire's fencing was a slashing sword, but it combined the characteristics of both a heavy and a dancing sword. The slashing sword is a straight and precise style that draws the enemy into attack range and delivers a decisive blow. Heavy sword, a heavy and powerful style that smashes through everything in its path with force and delivers slashing attacks. Illusionary sword, style, foggy mind, suddenly it happens. It fools the enemy. The sword of the mercenary Valen is based on it. Dancing sword is a fast style that attacks with lightning speed. Flowing sword, a soft style that evades the enemy's attack and strikes back. The heavy, bulky sword and the fast dancing one are completely different from each other, but Encrid feels both styles at the same time. Although the principle of each fencing style is different from each other, they all have the same origins. If you learn all the elements of the 5 sword styles, perceiving the sword as a living being, at this time, the allied soldiers decided to counterattack and break through. The commander's comrades noticed that he was about to throw off the shell and decided not to let anyone stop him. Even after achieving knowledge, Encrid will not say that anything has changed. This knowledge merely indicates how far the path he must travel is. He wants to check what is up there by climbing the high wall. Meanwhile, the soldiers were sure that the enemy had lost all fighting spirit and that they would redraw the state borders that night. Looking at the 2 armies, Encrid decided that the war was nearing its end. The coming winter and spring promised to be busy. Meanwhile, in the Duchy of Aspen, the Duke was displeased when he received sad news. His opponents broke the unspoken rule of not involving the forces of the knightly order in the battle. His discontent was heard by the armed forces in the person of Harrier, and by the political administration in the person of Ekins. The latter noted that they used General Frog's appearance in the enemy camp as a pretext, since only a member of the knightly order could resist him. This was expected, because the Frog always acted as he pleased, and besides, they would have found another excuse besides the general. But none of this would have happened if the magic had worked successfully. That the Grey Dogs must be held accountable for what happened, and Harrier promised that they would not leave it like that. After a protracted battle and Aspen's retreat, the detachment moved back. The fortified city of the Royal Colony Border Guard is a military town where a fifth of all residents are stationed army. Meanwhile, the captain was loudly saying that they highly appreciated the contribution of the heroes who had achieved victory in this battle. He then rewarded Encred for destroying the enemy's dastardly sorcery. While the guy was climbing up to the captain, the other soldiers couldn't understand how this scum managed to break the spell. They were sure that this guy was weak, and perhaps he took credit for the work of his subordinates. They began to discuss rudely how he managed to achieve such a high award. But suddenly Mac appeared behind them and asked them to shut their mouths, because they had no right to chatter. He, more than anyone else, knew that Encred was truly an outstanding man. Kreis immediately began to inquire what the commander would spend the money on and wanted to suggest a good establishment. But instead, Encred asked him to take him to the most skilled blacksmith in the city. On the way, Kreis could not believe that the commander would spend all the money on buying a sword. A lot of them break on the battlefield. Even he picked up enough that their squad would have enough for a lifetime. But to become a knight, first of all, he must acquire a weapon, and chose a rather expensive sword. Encred decided to take the exam for a promotion to a higher rank, since he had been sitting as a low-ranking soldier for too long. Kreis thought he wasn't interested in promotion, but he sees no point in remaining at the bottom his whole life. The guy agreed with this idea and therefore suggested to pave the way first. Norilia uses a ranking system to boost the morale of its soldiers. Strong soldiers who go beyond the ranks are assigned to a special rank. To rise, you need to fight in a duel and defeat 3 soldiers of the corresponding rank. Therefore, for the assembled soldiers, the spectacle turns into entertainment, which can even be bet on. The middle rank was surprised that the lowly scum challenged him, even though all his rewards were not earned through his efforts. Encred noticed his first opponent, a former unknown mercenary, one of the strongest of the middle rank. One of the soldiers did not expect that someone would risk betting on the commander of the scum. Kreis, who was taking bets, smiled and said they would find out when the winner was determined. Encred is the 11th stronger after a series of repeated deaths. On the other hand, this fight is almost life-threatening, so he only has one chance. You have to look straight ahead and be on your guard. Mediocre abilities are the limit of your efforts. The previous him would not have even dared to challenge the majority of those gathered here. One must remain vigilant and fight as if death itself were in front of him. He noticed a move he had mastered during the last battle. If it worked, it could find the enemy's blind spot. With a sharp movement, Encred swung his sword, knocking the blade out of his opponent's hands. Without wasting any time, the boy rushed forward and hit his opponent in the face with the hilt of his sword. While Encred tried to understand why he was so weak, the others couldn't believe that the scum had won. Kreis bet on the commander because he wanted to save his face, but he did not expect him to actually win. Perhaps the enemy didn't take him seriously, even if that was the case. The victory came too easily, because with his average rank, he was no weakling. If there is any doubt, you must win again. At that very moment, another mid-ranking soldier approached him. This time his opponent was a soldier from a heavy infantry unit, nicknamed the Elite, behind their backs. Encred noticed him spinning the tip of his spear to distract attention and then suddenly attacking. These movements were too easy for the guy, so he decided that it was a trick to then deliver another blow with the shaft. Although, judging by the soldier's face, it was unlikely that this was the entire attack, so the guy decided that he could hit back. Encred swung his leg and hit his opponent in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. Winning twice is no longer a coincidence. A low-ranking soldier easily defeated 2 mid-ranking soldiers. Kreis called on someone else to fight, and the rest of the soldiers thought it would be a shame to go out and lose. Vergens noticed that they themselves had no regard for Encred, and now they had their tails between their legs. Since his last defeat, Andrew has been practicing fencing day and night, and can now challenge Encred again. However, Mac asked him not to think about it. Encred had become much stronger. Even he would have a hard time defeating him now. Suddenly Vergens asked one of the soldiers who had been throwing mud at the commander the most to come out. Until now, the guy had to fight with all his might, so he couldn't understand. The sick man he met the first day, the assassin came after him, and he fought Mitch not long ago. Daily sparring with his subordinates only further hardened him for battle with a strong enemy. He just had to take part in too many difficult fights. My previous fencing teacher said, "Never look down on your opponent." He always thought that he wouldn't need the advice, but who knew that the day would come when he would consider his opponent a weakling? But now Encred 11 is so strong that he can suppress his opponents. Gripping the sword tightly, he ran towards his opponent, who suddenly trembled and took a defensive stance. Norilia is called the Land of Knights and honors the strongest. Here and now he was able to assert himself and literally destroyed his opponent's sword, bringing him to his knees. The other soldiers couldn't believe that a low-ranking scumbag had defeated 3 mid-ranking soldiers without receiving a scratch. Everyone immediately realized that the flag was really broken by this guy, and he was not presenting the merits of his subordinates as his own. Suddenly, someone from the crowd called him a destroyer of witchcraft, which surprised Encred. Andrew asked the others to shout too, because if it weren't for the commander, half of them would have died. All the soldiers immediately started chanting in his honor and waving their arms. As the commander ran up to him, Christ congratulated him on the fact that he was now of middle rank, although he was still far from high. And there was still a high rank ahead, and the soldiers were surprised that the commander was going to go further. Suddenly, a man from the border guard detachment, directly subordinate to the kingdom, stood up. That small elite unit consists of soldiers of high rank and above. No one understood what the outskirts killer was doing here. The man smiled and politely asked the commander to fight him. Getting up from his seat, Ram decided that the commander would have a hard time with him. The border patrol is comparable to Aspen's Grey Dogs. No, this guy can rival Mitch. Encred became curious about what would happen if he fought a soldier of his level for the first time without a repeat. Gripping the sword tightly, the boy got into a fighting stance and asked the enemy to attack. The man was surprised that the commander did not lose heart in front of him, a border guard soldier. He was much more interesting than when he was watching him, which made him even more interested. Suddenly, the soldiers began to encourage Encred, asking him to show what a witchcraft destroyer could do. The fans were divided into 2 camps, those who supported the Special Forces soldier and those who supported Encred. The man was surprised that these ignoramuses did not know that the special detachment was also infantry. They had accomplished a couple of feats and were already proud. So he decided to take their arrogance down a bit and rushed forward to attack first. He was amazed at the amazing concentration and balanced movements reduced to a minimum. But the man would still knock him off his pedestal, and so he grabbed the guy by the chest. Suddenly, Encred grabbed his hand and raised his sword behind his back, and he had no choice but to retreat. The man was about to lunge, but the boy grabbed the blade with his bare hand and struck him in the chest with his knee. Both soldiers had no intention of giving in to each other, and so they rushed forward again. But when their blades were about to cross, the company commander entered the arena, stopping the fight. She sternly ordered them to stop, because one more step, and it would lead to the murder of an ally. Encred was surprised by this outcome, while Jackson was already standing behind the man, holding a knife to his throat. The man noted that this was just a duel. If they did it again, they would have to wait for a couple of extra holes in the body. In the middle of the fight, Encred missed a step and almost lost his life. But if they had reached the end, victory could have been his. His opponent didn't expect anything special, but now he can't help but admit it. Extending her hand, Torres introduced herself as a junior commander of the Border Guard detachment. Encred also introduced himself and then shook his hand, maintaining a stern expression on his face. The soldiers were shocked that he had risen to the rank of junior commander, and it turned out that Encred's rival was a special rank soldier. Then he deserves to rise to at least a high rank, which inspires respect for the commander. Torres noticed that the guy liked the way he enjoyed the crowd's screams, and then said goodbye. In the end, he called Encred a high-ranking soldier, and the boy realized that he had taken another step forward. Towards evening, the commander of the heavy infantry offered the guy to transfer to their company. This was already the 3rd offer to change companies. This is all thanks to their high rank and the nickname of the sorcery destroyer. This heavy infantry unit is the core of their division. Once he accepts the offer, he will enter the path of the army elite. It is a great offer, but he decided to refuse. He did not regret it at all, but he offered Remu to take his place. But the commander generously gave this blockhead to him. The man was upset, because thanks to the guy he survived the last battle, but now he was forced to set sail. Christ noticed that this time the commander was called to the first company and offered to pack his things, but he replied that he would not go. It was unclear why he refused everything, because with his current reputation, he would be welcomed with open arms everywhere. Encred wanted to answer this question, but suddenly Thoris entered them. The smile immediately disappeared from the man's face when he decided to get straight to the point and offered to join the border guard squad. The border guard is directly subordinate to the kingdom, making it even more prestigious than the Turtle Squad. The commander had never even dreamed of such a thing in the past. Although he had rejected all other offers, only a fool would miss such a chance. Torres clearly sensed after a couple of blows that the boy was hungry for a fight. If he goes to him, he will not give long hours of training in hellish battles. To join their ranks means to reach the limit of your strength and be at the top. But suddenly Encred declared that there was no more suitable place than this, and besides, he did not want a limit. He needs to do everything possible to overcome it and continue his development. A couple of months later, Rem complained about the cold and wanted to chop his head off with an axe. Noticing that Encred was leaving, he asked for a hot stone to be brought to him on the way back. Auden began to rip the blanket off him, suggesting that they train without weapons. Then it wouldn't be so cold. And then he suggested the same thing to the commander, but he had to go to work, so he suggested arranging training afterwards. When the boy left the barracks, Rem shouted after him so that he wouldn't forget the stone. It seems like it just got colder, but it's already winter. The main duties of border soldiers are fighting, but when there are no wars, they patrol the streets to keep order in the city. And now the boy met two other soldiers. One of them was named Jack, and the other was Bo. Today, the three of them were supposed to be on duty. Looking at the reconnaissance soldiers, Encred remembered hearing these names somewhere. The boys couldn't believe that they were on the same team with a famous witchcraft destroyer who had risen to a high rank. They were interested to see a guy who rose from low to high in one fell swoop. Jack became curious about what a high-ranking soldier could do, so he proposed a duel upon his return. Encred agreed, as he was always interested in testing his skills on different opponents. This winter was particularly cold, and the soldiers were not happy to guard the streets in such frost. As he walked through the market square, Encred listened to every sound and carefully examined his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed with suspicion a man whose face was hidden by a hood and who was walking towards them. Suddenly, he jerked from his place and plunged the dagger straight into Encred's chest, who had not expected such a thing. But what shocked him even more was that Jack and Bo grabbed him and covered his mouth. They were very skilled at blocking the view of other citizens, so that they would not notice the murder. The hooded man said with a smile that a persistent lover never forgets his prey. Noticing the half-elf, Encred realized that Aspen had sent an assassin after him in revenge for the destroyed sorcery. When the mission was completed, Jack suggested to his comrade to return quickly. At that very moment, Encred remembered that last time Chryse had mentioned reconnaissance soldiers who had been wounded by the curse. It was a pretext to leave intelligence and collude with Aspan. As Encred fell and began to bleed, he was noticed by the villagers, who immediately screamed in fear. The guy opened his eyes and immediately jumped out of bed. And when Rem asked if he was crazy, he replied that he wanted to start the day cheerfully. The barbarian again asked him to bring a hot stone, but the commander decided to turn to Auden. Even in such cold weather, the man was without outerwear and poured cold water on himself right on the street. Encred reminded him of the training that hardened the body. It was necessary so that the body would not stiffen in the cold winter. In this way, he can meet any situation in full combat readiness. Encred clearly saw his opponent draw his blade, but he was unable to react. His body was frozen, and he was unable to dodge. He should have guessed back then, when Jack and Bo stuck close to him. But if he killed them first, he would miss the half-elf. As he continued training, the boy thought that as soon as the half-elf got close enough to be caught. A little later, he again met the two traitors with whom he was supposed to be on duty. Without much enthusiasm in answering them, Encred decided to attack them all one by one. The soldiers noticed that he was not cold at all, and the commander explained that he had just come from training. At that very second, he heard the words that were spoken right before he was stabbed with a dagger. Thanks to Auden, he's in his best form now, and a half-elf should be showing up right now. As he came into view, Encred swung his arms out and punched two soldiers in the face. Bo realized that they had been found out. They had two options now. Either the half-elf would run away, or he would join. He needed to get rid of these two quickly, so the guy immediately pulled out his sword. The enemy was still at a fair distance, but suddenly the boy heard some sound and suddenly found a blade in his chest. It was a throwing knife that flew through the crowd from such a distance with masterful precision. By the time Encred recognized the sound of the flying knife, it had already pierced his heart faster than sound. The guy realized that he would have to confront the enemy in close and long-range combat at the same time. If the half-elf manages to get close, he will stab him. If not, he will throw a knife from afar, and these are fairly simple tactics. This wall was relatively simple, and now he needed to devote all his strength to training to harden his body. Ragna decided that they were training their endurance to torture, although Rem didn't see anything complicated about it. At that moment, Jackson came in to report on duty, and Ram asked the commander to repeat after him. All the soldiers except Jackson began to show the commander different stretching exercises. The soldier who entered was a little shocked, but they explained to him that they were just training. A little later, Encred thought that it was enough to knock off the throwing knife. However, it is an order of magnitude higher than ordinary knives in sharpness and speed. The guy drew the appearance of this knife on the ground. Suddenly, Jackson came up to him and noted that it was called a whistling throwing knife because of the sound it made when thrown. If the opponent is a master, he will die before he even realizes it, so it is better to avoid them. Encred realized that no matter how skilled a knife thrower he was, it was enough to stop him early. A little later, the guy hit his pseudo-comrades and grabbed one of them, pressing him to himself. He wanted to deal with the small fish, and then use them as a shield and hide from the knife. The sound of a flying dagger was heard again, but contrary to expectations, it ended up in Encred's stomach. In one short moment, he threw 3 daggers at once, attacking his comrades in addition to him. He also kills his comrades if they are of no use to him, or if he has no sense of camaraderie at all. Sitting down next to him, the half-elf stated that he was simply impressed, but the persistent lover would never forget the prey. Encred said that he could only rejoice, and his opponent was surprised that he was joking on his deathbed. The guy admitted that he had taken it too lightly, because a wall is a wall. The otherworldly being noticed that the guy was having a lot of fun and suggested that he laugh while he could. It is not for nothing that a curse is called a curse. This is because the joy that comes from it is proportionate to the despair. Encred got out of bed and headed outside, thinking that this was not a curse but a blessing. He immediately went to Jackson, asking him to tell him about the whistling dagger. This question surprised the soldier, but the commander needed to find out about him at any cost. It consists of several layers of thin blades, which is where the unusual whistle comes from when thrown. When you call it a knife that leaves only sound, because its speed is difficult for the human eye to follow. He won't be able to dodge even if he wants to see the whistling dagger. But Encred wanted to know what to do if he absolutely had to see him. There is no point in trying to see a thrown knife. To see, you need to follow the movement of your hand. One way or another, the movement of the knife's flight is determined by the fingertips. There is, of course, a technique for hiding a throw, but if you know it, it is easy to spot hidden movements. But this technique was not available to a commander of his level, because it was beyond the capabilities of stone throwers. Suddenly, Jackson offered to teach him how to throw knives, which would be quite useful. Encred didn't expect Jackson to suggest anything first, although he wasn't particularly enthusiastic. A little later, he went on duty again, meeting with his opponents. Once again, they stated that it was an honor for them to go on patrol with a famous witch-breaker. Jackson told him that the throw is a moment. You need to concentrate all the strength of the body in the moment and throw. The same goes for dodging. When the moment came, Encred drew his sword and cut off Jack's head. Then, with a quick movement, he killed the second soldier, which frightened the surrounding residents. Having noticed the half-elf, he had to wait for the moment when his opponent would spend all his strength on concentration. If he protects his heart, he can avoid instant death, but he needs to focus on his fingers. But contrary to his plans, the first dagger pierced his hand, and the second had already reached his heart. For just a short moment, the guy saw a beam of light flash for a split second. He wanted to tell his opponent again that a persistent lover would never forget his prey, but Encred finished the sentence for him. A couple more times like this, and he would see through his attacks. So he said that they would see each other again. He needs to eliminate these two as quickly as possible because Encred is no longer someone who could only dream of something. Now he can make it his own if he puts in the effort and defeat the vile thrower. This time, Encred put iron plates on his hands to protect them from the knife and went on a frontal attack. However, he fell for the trick, realizing that the enemy could control the moment and catch the enemy's movement. And suddenly he realized that this weapon was just awesome and he wanted to get it. The next day he began to learn to throw knives, trying to hit the apple. Encred claimed to be practicing throwing the whistling dagger, but Jackson noted that it was not him. The commander explained that the real one would appear a little later, after which he began to unscrew his knife, which suddenly broke. It was the 8th day of the week today, and the guy wasn't going to fall for the time trick anymore. But suddenly a crossbow bolt pierced his back, and the shooter was on a high tower. When the 9th attempt came, Encred attempted to throw his dagger at the crossbowman, but the half-elf said that he couldn't be distracted and threw his dagger at him. While practicing throwing a dagger, he was able to hit the apple that was in Jackson's hand. The arms and legs act as a trigger mechanism, and it uses the resistance force of the whole body. Jackson said that was enough, then asked where he learned to throw knives. The commander replied that there was one thrower on the battlefield and he learned by watching him. The soldier was surprised that the guy had achieved such a level just by watching, and decided that he was actually a genius. Jackson decided to ask if the captain knew the bullet blade style. This weapon-throwing technique, once created by a prodigious assassin, received its name due to its similarity to the whistling dagger. George sought to create a secret blade that would not make even a sound, but it was difficult to use, so it was transformed into the current whistling dagger. However, he couldn't believe that the captain had never heard of this, since he was interested in throwing daggers. His posture suggested that he was a master of the whistling dagger, which left Encred stunned. When the 10th attempt came, Encred announced that he would be patrolling another location. But they were obliged to guard the market, and because of this they will receive disciplinary punishment. However, among everyone, he has the highest rank, so he will take responsibility for this. The soldiers were noticeably confused, not knowing what to do next, but first they decided to follow him. The market was a stage prepared by the murderers, so it was foolish to play along with them, although the soldiers still asked him to return to the market. Then suddenly Encred asked them directly what they got for spying. When they realized that they had been exposed, the soldiers immediately grabbed their swords and wanted to attack the commander. However, these people were no match for the guy, and he dealt with them with ease. Turning around, he already noticed a crossbowman and a half-elf nearby. Encred noticed that his opponent was late and then ordered them to attack at once. The half-elf immediately began throwing daggers at him, but whether there were 3 or 4, the main thing was to see the movement of the fingers. Encred ran forward, then threw a dagger at the crossbowman, and the half-elf again advised not to get distracted. He threw the dagger at the guy, but he suddenly put his hand out, causing the knife to hit an iron plate. When asked who he was, Encred replied that it was none of his business, after which he pulled a knife out of his hand. Having obtained one of the whistling blades, the guy decided to find out how many more of these his opponent had. The half-elf didn't expect that this guy could throw knives, and realized that they were birds of a feather. Encred envied that he had 2 more daggers, and he only had 1. He must have known that he would be finished if he lost it, but the boy doubted it. The fact is that the outcome of the battle can only be known when it is over. Even if he skillfully hides his hands, it is impossible to hide their movement completely, so you need to dodge without letting the enemy out of your sight. This is called throwing instinct. The main thing is to focus all your attention on the enemy. Encred realized that he would be throwing 2 daggers at once, and thanks to this, he was able to dodge. But as expected, he had more daggers in stock, and he lied initially. So Encred decided to take his time and throw one of his daggers, thereby distracting the enemy's attention. The half-elf pulled out his blade and began to angrily ask how he dared to lie. Encred had never seen him with a weapon before, but his status as an assassin did not guarantee that he would only attack from a distance. He had an unusual low stance and quick movements, going so far as to face a new attack. However, Encred easily calculated this and intercepted his hand, after which he struck his opponent in the face with his sword. 10. That's how many times it took him to challenge himself to get over that wall. Fighting, losing, getting stronger again, and winning is a lot of fun. A little later, the company commander asked in surprise that he was almost killed, and he foresaw this, so he changed the patrol route. Encred claimed it was an accident, and now several whistling knives glittered on his chest. The girl doubted that it was an accident, because the fact that he fought with 4 and only got a scratch could not be an accident. However, the guy still stood his ground, claiming that the goddess of luck helped him. When he returned to the barracks and opened the door, an axe immediately flew at his head, but he returned. Rem praised him and added that now assassins might come to them and special training was needed. The displeased Encred threw a hot stone into his hands, which made the barbarian very happy. The commander told Christ that he needed a haircut, after which they began to bargain. When he went outside, Encred noticed that the haircut had become more expensive and asked if there was any discount for comrades. But if something didn't suit him, he could get his hair cut in the city barbershops, although nowadays it's hard to find a good hairdresser. Noticing that it had suddenly gotten colder, the other soldiers began to agree with their comrade, but the commander did not understand why they had all crawled out. The boy then began to wonder how the killer could have penetrated the security zone and how long ago those 3 had joined the ranks of spies. Then he decided to ask Christ directly if he knew those 3 dead men and where they were from. Jack was caught stealing and then took up service, while Bo slandered an aristocrat. Rotten was a guard for a failed merchant guild. All 3 had joined the force at the same time a year ago. A year ago, there was only one place where the composition changed at that time: the Thieves' Guild. The guild is just a name, but in reality it is a den of bandits. The Thieves' Guild is a decent option, considering that they know all the loopholes in the city. Suddenly, Encred suggested that Jackson might have acquaintances in the Thieves' Guild, which surprised him. After the Reformation, the guy cut off all ties with the guild so he can't offer any advice. At that very moment, Christ announced that his haircut was ready and now he looked like a human being. Suddenly, Jackson announced that he needed to leave, and Ram asked him not to come up with tricks to avoid shoveling snow. Encred asked them to stop and offered them, as commander, to make a strategic sortie. If they agreed, they would be exempted from clearing, which everyone immediately agreed to. None of them wanted to clear the snow, and even Christ was already in full combat readiness. But first, they needed permission from the company commander, and everyone was surprised that he hadn't done it yet. The soldiers decided to hurry him up, because it was only at such moments that they became surprisingly unanimous. The company commander was surprised that Encred suspected the Thieves' Guild of trying to kill him, so the guy wants to destroy them. The girl asked if it was definitely not about snow removal. Encred was surprised by her insight, but with a stony face answered negatively. A little later, his comrade was surprised that the captain wanted to destroy the Thieves' Guild for no apparent reason. Christ began to ask if they were talking about the Gilpin Guild, if they had any information. The commander said that he would not wait at the inn, and Jackson must find out where the guild base was. He had to use several methods, but Christ didn't understand what kind of order this was. But to everyone's surprise, Jackson understood everything, which surprised the others. After this, the small group went to the inn Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup. All around the table, the soldiers began to speculate that the guild might not be guilty, although they were still criminals. In any case, it would be nice to get rid of them. At that moment, Craze asked the waitress to stop. Encred noticed that Jackson was lingering on the other side, and even if he was, it was impossible to start the case without some clues. Perhaps he gave him too thoughtless an order, which made the guy feel a little ashamed. Meanwhile, Jackson stood on the top of the hill and waited patiently. Everyone was surprised that Christ knew the waitress. Her father is a shoemaker, and she dreams of opening an inn in the capital. At that very moment, Jackson entered, having found out where the guild lived, but froze in place. Encred handed him a piece of meat, asking him to eat, but he sharply refused. He decided that they should set out right away, but Ram didn't want to go out in such cold weather. If it were up to the commander, they would move out right now, but heavy snowfall will reduce their mobility. They wanted to leave as soon as the snowfall stopped, but Encred suddenly realized that it was not going to stop, so they had to move. Once outside, the soldiers headed towards their destination while Rem shivered from the cold. But suddenly, out of nowhere, two people rushed at them, holding knives in their hands. Rem immediately entered into battle with them, completely forgetting about the cold in an instant. He wondered who was sneaking up on them, and Christ assumed that the man was from the guild. Pulling back the fabric, Jackson showed the way to their lair, explaining that these homeless people were guards. The door was locked, but Auden asked to move so he could try knocking. With a sharp movement of his fist, he literally broke the hatch, opening a passage for his comrades. Ram immediately made a sharp comment, and Encred was glad that they were able to open the door. Entering inside, the barbarian asked what the captain would ask them as soon as he met them. However, the guy wanted to subdue them by force first, but behind the door they already knew that this commander would come for them. They found out about this through information channels, which were quite reliable. They were racking their brains over how to report the failed murder, but everything would be easily solved if they killed him themselves. One of the men didn't know if it would work, because his subordinates were with him, although the others were sure that they were a bunch of small fry. At that very moment, the door fell to pieces when Auden kicked it. Someone who has never killed a weak person in his life, who is ready to meekly go to prison and who does not want to die. Such people must lay down their arms and cross that line that Encred has drawn, otherwise they will kill everyone. Rem looked at the commander in surprise, because he initially wanted to suppress them by force, but suddenly changed his mind. The guy was surprised to notice that he had just been pretty cool saying something like that. One of the men smiled evilly, realizing that the pathetic soldier was looking down on them. Auden noticed that there was evil in their eyes. They would not listen until they were shown an example. Taking his sword out of its sheath, Encred offered to show them who was the strongest in the guild. At that very moment, the opponents brought forward the strongest swordsman of their guild. Walking slowly forward, the man asked if Encred could withstand his sword since he had never lost since childhood. But before he could finish his sentence, he immediately rushed forward, wanting to take his enemy by surprise. But Encred was not so simple, and reacted instantly, simultaneously thrusting his blade into the man's chest. He knew that this was the sword technique of the mercenary Valen, attack while talking. He was once at the same level. If this was the strongest warrior, then the rest were not even worth paying attention to, so the guy decided to give them one last chance. Holding his sword in front of him, Encred offered them the choice of either stepping over the line or dying. His comrades looked at the commander with stony faces, realizing that he was pretending to be tough. One of the men immediately threw his weapon on the ground and decided to surrender, which did not please their superior. He swung his sword to kill his comrade, but a whistling dagger immediately flew into his forehead. Reimu was starting to get annoyed that he thought the commander was being a bit cool just now. The rest of the comrades noticed the same thing, but on the contrary, they were delighted. The remaining opponents immediately fell to their knees, declaring that they all capitulated. Rem said that it would be easier to kill them all so that there would be no unnecessary fuss, but they begged for mercy. Among them is one who cares for his sick mother, barely making ends meet, but difficult circumstances will not wash away the guilt for the crime. The man then asked to kill only him, after which he called himself Gilpin. Encred thought he was the guild leader and not that guy, but the man pointed out otherwise. Christ guessed that he had deliberately named their gang after a subordinate so that if the army was caught, he could frame the subordinate. The man couldn't speak for the captain, but the rest of the guild members hadn't done anything serious. But suddenly other soldiers decided to volunteer instead of the good-natured Gilpin, whom they loved very much. Rem couldn't believe that the commander was going to kill him after that, even though he reminded them that it was he who first suggested killing them. Suddenly the man declared that if they were spared, they would give them all the guild's savings. A little later, they discovered that there was a lot of stuff stored in this warehouse, but they needed to find the key hidden by the deceased leader. Auden decided not to stand on ceremony and tore the door out with his bare hands, thereby solving the problem. Encred gave the order to the soldiers to take everything they could carry, which pleased them. Rem immediately noticed a very warm blanket, which he immediately wrapped himself in. Encred came closer and noticed armor made of strong and elastic leather, deciding to take it for himself. At that very moment, Christ approached him and offered to appropriate it for himself. The guy suggested that they become thieves, but with one important stipulation: thieves who don't kill people. Even if they eliminate the guild, within a month at the most, someone else will organize a thieves' guild. Christ proposed this in such detail as if he had planned it all along. Encred immediately figured out that the guy had leaked the waitress's information, so the entire guild was assembled. But if the commander gives the go-ahead, he will receive a ransom in crowns every month and Christ will bring information. Encred wouldn't say he really needs money, but he feels calmer when he has a lot of it. As soon as the commander gave the go-ahead, the soldiers immediately turned to the man and declared that from now on, they were a guild that did not kill people. They must catch all the villains and put them behind bars, gradually carrying out a reorganization. But suddenly Gilpin declared that if the guild was not disbanded, they would all die. As he said, the dead leader received money from Aspen by doing their bidding. Every year in spring and autumn, a frog comes to check on the guild. But if they learn of the changes, this shameless beast will kill them all. Christ said it was no problem, as their rabid beast was the best. At that very moment, Encred declared that if they had taken everything, they could go back. But his face immediately became stern when Rem wondered if all the snow had been cleared from the camp. Ragna joined in, suggesting that they still had some business to do here. Auden sat down opposite the fire and declared that he would like to stay here a little longer to communicate with God. Jackson also announced that he had some business to attend to, so he would not return until tomorrow morning. Encred lay down on the floor with his comrades, noticing that they were all very busy guys. When they returned, Encred reported that the entire squad had returned, and the Thieves' Guild had been found and destroyed. The company commander immediately asked if they liked shirking snow removal, and the guy realized that she couldn't be fooled after all. When they went outside, the girl remembered that the guy never refused to spar with anyone. At that very moment, she took out her weapon and assumed a fighting stance, offering to fight her. He realized that the fight would not be easy when he realized how seriously they began to attack him. When the boy tried to get up to pick up his weapon, the company commander pushed him to the ground again. Encred didn't understand if the company commander's sword was always as light as a thunderstorm. After some time, he was unable to get up and take his sword, which is why he simply collapsed on the ground. The girl had seen how cleverly he reacted, as if he had glimpsed the future, and sometimes, like now, he could not predict a single blow. He is an unpredictable man, but that doesn't change the fact that he broke the spell and eliminated 4 mercenaries. The commander noticed that it was snowing again, after which she added that she would keep an eye on it, and the guy realized that it was all because of the snow. Encred called himself a failure, because after so much training with the sword, he still had not learned to control his body. Now he knows what he still lacks: art that involves the whole body, arms and legs. Without thinking twice, he went to Auden to ask for advice on hand-to-hand combat. His foundations were in a trained body. In order to train to the limit of his capabilities, he invented his own personal method. It's called the isolation technique, but the guys are in for unbearable torture. You can assume that he will have to die a couple of times. At first, Encred claimed that he was an expert in this, but when he began to carry a huge stone on his back, he realized that his self-confidence was unnecessary. The basis of the isolation technique is the load. The muscles are ready to explode from the overwhelming force. Auden asked him to hold on for 10 seconds because he knew his limit, although he doubted it. Then the man asked with a smile if the commander regretted not starting training earlier. In order to use the art of hand-to-hand combat, you will have to build up your mass for a long time. The past is just the past, but he needs to focus on the present, otherwise he still wouldn't be able to free himself from the first blow today. With a stern face, Encred asked to show more exercises instead of wagging his tongue. Auden didn't understand where such straightforward meetings came from. The commander's passion for training had not faded for a moment. This earned the man's respect, after which he decided to move on to the next exercise. And then he declared that today Encred would crawl to the guard bridge and return back. After some time, Encred spread his arms out to the sides, holding huge stones in them. Later in the evening, he returned to the barracks and fell on the threshold, unable to reach his bed. Ram decided that he was being bullied in the squad, but he explained that it was a normal training session. He also noted that the commander decided to keep the panther for himself, after which he suggested giving it a name. At first, the guy wanted to name her Kamen because she was warm, but the animal immediately began to hiss at him. The panther clearly didn't like it, so Rem asked not to abuse the child. He decided to think more carefully about the new name and not rush into it. When Encred fell asleep, he woke up in some field surrounded by blue flowers. He understood that this was a dream, although the boatman was not here, although this was not the most suitable place for this bundle of despondency. Suddenly the guy discovered that there was a girl behind him. Standing still, she stated that her name was Esther, after which the dream ended. Opening his eyes again, Encred discovered that the same girl he had seen in his dream was lying next to him. The next morning, getting up early, Encred got ready for training again. Rem asked if he was in any pain, and the boy actually noticed that his body felt light. The thing was, Esther used magic. She needed Encred to break her curse, and it would be bad if he died by accident. Then the commander told his comrade that he had a dream, and there was some woman in it. Rem was surprised because you wouldn't say from the commander that he had such dreams, after which he began asking about the woman. Remembering her appearance, he replied that she was beautiful, and Esther realized that his eyes were in the right place. Studying spells and mysticism and mages at the instinct level, she was cursed due to her obsession with spells, turning into a beast and losing her powers. And then, one day, when she was wandering aimlessly through the field, she was attracted by the smell of a curse, where she met this man. Meanwhile, Auden was surprised, because it should have taken at least a week for the commander to recover, but he had already become stronger than yesterday. The boy noticed a panther on the roof watching him. He wanted to call her Blue Eyes, but she hissed at him again. In the world of spells, a name carries its influence. By carelessly calling her by someone else's name, he can strike a blow to the entire world. She therefore gathered the rest of her strength to come to him in a dream and call him by name, although she made a mistake due to her unstable strength. However, she is lucky that he is not very bright, but more importantly, he is clearly subject to the curse. She didn't know all the details yet, but his curse was much stronger than hers. The powerful curse gradually absorbs weaker curses nearby. Staying close to it will allow her to regain her power. The next day, Encred began arm wrestling with Auden, which seemed like an unequal fight. His opponent was much larger and more powerful, so he knocked down the commander with overwhelming force. Hand-to-hand combat is similar to fencing in its range and in that it is based on endurance, but it all loses its meaning if you are clumsy. Even though the commander moves at a snail's pace, the man sees changes in his body, and he truly doesn't know what it means to surrender. The month passed in the blink of an eye. The time came when shoots began to break through the ground, and Encred spent every day training. He fought with Ram, who also noticed that the commander had improved noticeably, and now it was at least fun to fight with him. When evening came, the boy suggested that Ragnar go and shake down the dinner, even when he had not yet finished eating. But when training came, the soldiers noticed that the commander was making slow progress in practice. But he doesn't see the need to continue teaching him the basics. Now he needs to drill the knowledge into his muscle memory so he can move even in his sleep. Sparring with friends is good, but it would be nice to participate in a real fight. Suddenly, Encred heard an unusual whistle and reacted instantly, intercepting Jackson's knife. At least he wouldn't die from a knife in a blind spot, which was pretty big progress. Christ suggested going outside if they wanted to fight and not raise dust here. Encred was surprised that the boy had gone to bed so early, and then noticed that he had started looking for the panther's claw, which was supposed to have fallen off. Suddenly, the company commander entered their barracks and called Encred over for a minute. When he went outside, the guy clarified that all the snow had already melted, but the girl asked him to forget about it. There is a new mission. He needs to deal with an order received through the soldier recruitment system. It exists so that city residents can give instructions to soldiers during training exercises. The cost is lower than that of mercenaries, and the higher quality of workmanship and outstanding craftsmanship create high demand. Meanwhile, one soldier on patrol was waiting for the end of his service, because every day he had the same thing. Suddenly, he noticed the company commander and Encred who were talking about something. How many people are in the squad? As it turns out, there are only 3 of them. He and one of his squad, and she will be the third. The guy was surprised that the company commander personally dealt with orders, realizing that something was fishy here. The patrol soldier was surprised that they were together so often, and decided that they had started dating secretly. Suddenly he heard the girl ask the commander if it was a burden for him to be with her. The patrolman froze in place, unable to believe what he had just heard. From that moment on, rumors began to spread throughout the camp that the two were together. The next day, when Encred was training, the soldiers passing by him were surprised out loud that he had managed to pick up even an elf with such a face. The guy didn't understand what they were talking about, and when he returned to the barracks, Rem started asking about his child. However, the commander, with a stern face, said that this was all a misunderstanding, and that someone had spread stupid rumors. But the others were sure that he would marry and become a fencing coach, and Auden prayed for his future. Encred decided that he was being bullied, and Rem asked when they had a hot date. He felt awkward interfering between the lovers, but he had to go, but Encred said that he was not going to take him. When asked in surprise who would go instead of him, the commander pointed to Jackson, who was already ready. Encred was sure that if Rem got angry, he would throw an axe at the customer's head, so he would never take him. Jackson assumed he was taking it in the hopes that it wouldn't cause any trouble, but in reality, it often takes jobs in the recruiting system and could come in handy. Suddenly, the soldier asked permission to give advice as someone more experienced. He asked not to develop deep feelings for the woman because it would result in a deep wound. The guy said he didn't need such advice, after which they met with the company commander and asked when the customer would arrive. He was due to arrive soon, but Encred hoped that word had not reached the commander's ears. Suddenly she asked directly if they had ever done anything that resulted in children. Encred immediately gave a negative answer and heard Jackson chuckle. Suddenly the girl began to ask whether her question made him angry, or on the contrary pleased, and what he liked more. But before the guy could answer anything, they suddenly noticed the cart in which their customer was located. The company commander declared that they had interrupted all the fun, and Encred could not believe that she was just joking with such a stone face. The essence of this order was to protect the heir of the trading guild. Now it is being decided which of the 2 heirs will become the next head of the Lockfried Trading Guild. So, in connection with this, an order was received for security so that they would not harm each other, and at the same time to help in reconciliation. Encred had imagined the heir to the Merchant Guild as something like a greedy toad, but in reality things turned out differently. A rather pretty girl came out to them and called herself the heiress of the Trading Guild, Leona. After greeting each other, they didn't say a word, and even exchanged thoughts through the nanny. First, they had to rent a room at an inn and wait for the second heir. This was a hint that they should only accompany them and not interfere in their affairs. Auden said that age, posture, choice of location, look. All this is information. Assessment of the opponent's strength is also talent. This female guard is left-handed, has a squat stance, and wears heavy armor. Judging by the bastard sword she wields, she is in good physical condition. Off the top of my head, everything is below special rank. There is not enough information, but that's all for now. Jackson noticed that the commander was bored, so he suggested playing a simple game. Guess the sound. He began to name the sounds, and Encred began to say where these sounds came from and who was making them. Jackson eventually got ahead of the guy, noticing a man near the shoe store on the left side. The point of the game is to quickly and accurately identify the source of the sound. When they got to the inn, they were asked to wait downstairs. The company commander noticed what they were playing and decided to join in, even though all 5 of the elves' senses are much sharper than those of humans. Both boys started telling her different sounds, and within a second she started answering where they were coming from. She spoke so quickly that she didn't give Encred a chance to intervene and win even once. But the further they went, the fewer questions there were about sounds. They heard someone crouching under the table to the right as they looked towards the exit and looking around secretly. Then he found himself behind Jackson, who reacted instantly, and all three warriors jumped up. Presumably it was an attack that they dealt with in no time. Having dealt with all the hired killers, they heard a scream from above, although the customer's safety comes first. Encrid rushed up, but one of the assassins threw throwing knives after him. Jackson immediately stood up to his defense and took all the blades onto the frying pan he picked up from the table. The killers did not understand why they were so strong, even though there were slightly more of them. A private soldier is far superior in strength to the squad leader, and yet they all follow him with unwavering faith. The company commander tried to understand what made them like this, without looking at the killer who was running towards her. However, she turned around abruptly and pierced his body with her blade without even moving from the spot. First the killer targeting Jackson, then the recent attack by the half-elf. He can't be killed with such raids anymore. Moreover, recent training in physical strength and hand-to-hand combat has borne fruit. Even though Auden said that the commander was still slow and clumsy, he felt everything. At that very moment, the killer knocked down the door with the guard girl and aimed at Leona. The nanny stepped in to take the blow, and Encrid noticed that it was too close to use the whistling dagger. At his current level, he definitely wouldn't get there, but he didn't know if he'd make it in time. He had seen someone cover that distance in one go once, but he couldn't copy his movements exactly. Encrid still managed to run up to them, but instead of protecting them with his blade, he exposed his back. There was a mark from the knife blow, but there was no wound thanks to Gilpin's leather armor. Then the guy suggested that the killer come down and talk, after which he attacked him and dragged him towards the window. The two of them fell out of the building and flew several meters, and Encrid fell right on top of the killer. He was writhing in pain but was still alive, and the guy cushioned his fall by using him as a pillow. There were no more enemies on the second floor, and the one in front of him surprised him, because he took the full impact of the fall, but was still able to stand on his feet. And the enemy decided that the guy was from the border guard but heard a negative answer. The killer snatched 2 blades and smiled, deciding that he didn't have to worry about losing. Encrid noticed 2 swords of different lengths, but his balance was not disturbed. If it was not meant to intimidate, then the question arose of how to counter it. As the killer began his speech, the boy interrupted him, asking how often he heard that he talked too much. It had been a long time since he had fought seriously, and his opponent looked to be of impressive strength. In a fighting stance, Encrid tried to decide which technique would be best to try first. 2 swords differing in amplitude, a duet in the style of the mercenary Valen. The guy successfully dodged every attack of the killer, who could not understand that a simple private dodged with such ease. The commander became envious because he did not have enough talent to master this technique, because if he had hit him, the guy would have remained disabled. However, these words further angered the enemy, who again rushed into the attack. At that very moment, Encrid noticed his line of attack and knew what he had to do. Seizing the moment, he dodged the attack and delivered the same attack himself, which hit the target. However, the guy didn't like the result, because he aimed straight at the heart, but hit a little lower. The surviving killers immediately began to run so that they could report their defeat to their own. Encrid thought he needed to catch up with them, and Jackson noticed that he was fighting too noisily. The commander pointed out that his henchmen were escaping and offered to catch them. However, the soldier reminded that their mission did not include eliminating criminals. The rest of the gang has escaped, which means the customer is now safe. In other words, we need to focus on protecting the order. The company commander approached him and praised him, and the guy asked if she was okay. The girl slightly tilted her head and decided that he was worried about his beloved and was so excited that she would not close her eyes today. Encrid also made a stony face, while Leona decided to find out if they were dating, to which she heard the guy's negative answer. The company commander assumed that he had had some fun with her and left her while Encrid tried to figure out what was wrong with her. But suddenly Leona decided to find out his name and thanked him for his protection, promising to repay him for the injuries later. However, Encrid stated that he did not need it, because it was his duty, after which he bowed deeply to the girl. They handed over several captured attackers to the local army, and they were sent reinforcements in case of a second attack. Encrid wondered who these killers were. There was even a very talented guy among them, and it was unlikely that their goal was robbery. First of all, it is worth suspecting the second claimant to the inheritance, who could have turned to them. As Leona walked down the stairs, she noticed that the guy had woken up quite early, but he was on guard duty. She sat down at the table with him and offered to come to her, because she was giving him a chance to become a bodyguard for the Lockfried Guild. They are a thriving, mid-sized guild that can afford such a gifted soldier. Moreover, the guild's main customers are wasteland shepherds living on bad land, the Hunters Organization, the Black Leather Guild, who hunt dragons, and Ranger Glacier, who guards the glacier. Moreover, if someone steals and sells Lockfried's trade route map, The proceeds will provide them with a comfortable old age. For the idiot son of the previous guild leader, this is an unaffordable luxury. She must inherit the will of the past generation and protect this guild, and to do that, she needs people like Encred. Anyone would want to join their guild, and he is no exception, so she will give him everything he wants to join her. But suddenly the guy refused without even thinking, which surprised Leona. At that very moment, Jackson came down to them, saying that it was unsightly to cling to a person even after a refusal. The company commander, descending behind him, agreed with the soldier, hinting that she did not like the idea. Leona then stood up from her seat, stating that the second heir of the guild would arrive in the morning, so she needed to prepare. Jackson decided that the commander had seduced even the guild's heiress, and that he preferred incomprehensible women. The soldier advised him to get rid of the habit of throwing flirtatious glances. With a completely stony face, the company commander declared that he had cheated on her and hurt her feelings. Encred grinned for a moment and apologized to her, saying that his tastes had changed. Those who were eavesdropping on them began to discuss out loud that Encred had seduced another woman in front of the commander. The next day, Christ said that he had heard everything and learned that after a day of meeting, the commander spent the night with the customer. Hearing this, the others began to discuss that he had seduced the guild's heiress, and that he was a destroyer not of witchcraft, but of women's hearts. Encred asked if he came here to laugh at him, but Christ is here because of the Gilpin Guild, because they need to be looked after. However, the commander decided that he had arrived just in time and asked him to do one thing. It was about a gang of escaped robbers. We need to catch them and check something. The previous head of the trade guild, Renos Lockfried, was an outstanding businessman and a man worthy of respect. He believed that his adopted daughter Leona, with her recklessness and wisdom, was the best fit for the role of heir. But he did not dare to make a choice because he could not abandon his own son, and as a result, the previous leader died without bringing clarity to the future of the guild. And now, the second heir has been informed that, unfortunately, the assassination attempt has failed. That's why it was necessary to entrust this to other subordinates, but the guy was in a hurry. His subordinates are ready to do everything to control the issue, because their agreements are still in force. Follett will not forget to reward them once he becomes the head of the guild. Having reached the place, the guy smelled dust with displeasure, declaring that nothing else should have been expected from Leona. At that very moment, Encred noticed that the man standing next to the heir was quite strong. Suddenly, Follett turned rudely to Jackson, asking him to go call his sister. Encred was now very glad that he took Jackson with him, because if it had been Ram, the consequences were scary to imagine. He would say something about a big shot from the capital and then put an axe through his head. But suddenly he noticed that Jackson was reaching behind his back, taking out a dagger, and he hurried to stop him. At that very second, a girl's scream was heard from the second floor, asking her brother not to disgrace himself. In response, Follett advised his sister to teach her guards some manners. Without further ado, the girl swung her arm and gave the arrogant guy a hard slap in the face. Follett decided that she had gone crazy, but the girl was sure that he was the one who was out of his mind. He decided to touch a soldier from the regular border guard army, as if he wanted to rot in prison for the rest of his life. Well, the guy immediately started making excuses that he had just found out about it, but his subordinate stopped him. But as soon as he realized that he had revealed his secret, he immediately began to make excuses. Pointing his finger at her, he asked how she, a simple girl from the street, dared to shout at him. He was right that she was picked up on the street, but he is a native son who is not capable of deciphering a trade route map or calculating a budget. If it weren't for the head's last words to decide and negotiate with her son, the direct heir of the guild, she wouldn't have wasted her time. It seems that in the previous chapters he was a softie no matter how you look at it, and Leona is better suited for the role of heir, but the father wanted to give his son one last chance. The only reason he is supposed to inherit the guild is because he is related to the previous leader. Suddenly, Leona grabbed the guy by the cheeks and declared that he was not at all like the previous head. Then she began to wonder from whom he had inherited this ignorance and terrible face. This angered the boy, who reached for his blade, but Encred had already returned forward, noticing in time that the subordinate behind him had done the same. At that very moment, both sides froze, looking at each other, their hands on the hilt of their weapons. Looking at the strong man, Encred realized that his pose was a fast-dancing sword style. The guy wondered how fast he was and whether he was faster than Rem's axe, after which he mentally ordered him to attack. But as soon as they took off, someone's voice ordered them to stay in their places. A detachment of border guards, directly subordinate to the kingdom, entered the building. Looking at him, Jackson remembered how the commander said that there was not a single adequate person here except him. but now his actions indicated that he was the most abnormal of all here. Since the attackers who were handed over to the army turned out to be mercenaries from another country, the border guards take the matter into their own hands. They confessed that they had acted on orders from the merchant guild, after which the man turned to the heir. Suddenly, one of the guy's subordinates asked if they had mentioned in the testimony which particular trade guild, since that was not enough for an arrest. The man crossed his arms and asked if he thought the border guards weren't even capable of picking up the scent. Suddenly, Leona had an offer to find the culprit again by providing special evidence. During the 2 days that the investigation was ongoing, both heirs would sit in custody, although Falid did not agree. Encred was surprised that after the attack, the girl herself suggested arrest. Most of the prisoners turned out to be small fry. They didn't know anything. They all insisted that they were just doing as the captain told them. However, there were still targets for interrogation. The gang that had escaped from the crime scene. Perhaps among them was the captain mentioned. But if even this does not help find the customer, the border guards will have to investigate further. They would no longer be able to discuss the heir and border guard, so they would return to their hometown, provided they could summon either of them at any time. The army won't be able to protect her once she leaves border guard. With Leona's security level, they won't be able to defeat Falid's security. Especially that guy with the rapier. As soon as she leaves border guard, she'll die. It was unlikely that she didn't understand this, so there was only one question. What was she planning? Leona is a merchant and does not give out orders without payment, so whoever catches this gang, she will give this as a reward. Unfolding the fabric, she revealed the 4th masterpiece from Carmen's collection, his stiletto. To the commander's surprise, Jackson approached him and said that he would deal with it. Encred couldn't believe that the taciturn Jackson had taken the initiative, and he wondered what kind of stiletto it was. Falid was stunned, because this stiletto is worth a fortune, and she wants to give it away as a prize. But she is responsible for him. He belongs to her, and she has the right to dispose of him as she wants. Jackson was surprised that the commander had not heard of it. It was made by Carmen, a famous gunsmith. A former slave, Carmen became an assassin to take his place, using 7 blades he himself had crafted. The 4th of them is a stiletto. There are those who are ready to part with their lives to get his weapon. The border guards then decided to take all those present into custody for 2 days, and none of them would be able to leave the inn. Lost in thought, Encred asked his comrade not to worry about the stiletto. He has already ordered Christ to catch the fugitives, and there should be news from him soon. For the last time, Encred met the gaze of the strong swordsman, who turned and followed his master. The heir's subordinates thought it would be better not to become a target for the border guards and wanted to wait first. If it is not possible to decide which of them will become the heir, the right to choose will pass to the investors. We need to wait for this moment. Falid sent letters that he would reward him generously if he was elected as the head of the guild. At this time, the swordsman who was with them in the room watched through the window as Encred trained. Suddenly, Torres asked him if he was tired of continuing the most boring training in the world. The man decided that this was a unique chance to laze around. Encred would think so if time were fair, but for a genius and a mediocrity it flows differently. What he will master in just a week, the guy will spend a month or even a year on. That's why he doesn't waste time and wants to accumulate daily efforts to make the wall even higher. At that very moment, his subordinate turned to the man, suggesting that they were the lazy ones. Then Torres asked the guy to stop strength training because he saw that he could give many people a head start in strength. But he didn't know that then. And that's why the fight ended in a draw, so he offered a rematch. A few minutes later, they were fighting at full speed, using ordinary sticks instead of blades. This was already the junior commander's 7th victory, which made Torres very happy. Encred offered to fight again, which surprised the man, since they had already fought 11 times. Suddenly, another soldier volunteered to take over, and a line began to form behind him. Falid, watching them, did not understand what these barbarians were doing in the middle of the night. When Encred was knocked to the ground, he asked the soldier to show him again, and the soldier decided that he really was crazy. Even though he lost, it didn't hurt his pride. On the contrary, he was like a child who discovered a new, interesting game. Moreover, he knows that the swordsman is much stronger, but he does not hide his desire to win. But compared to this, he cannot counterattack until he tries the unfamiliar technique on himself 3 or 4 times. His intuition in battle is very weak, and he wants to fix it with all his might. After several repetitions, the guy finally managed to knock his opponent to the ground with the same technique. The rest sided with Encred, supporting his endeavors. The company commander said that wherever he goes, he charms everyone without exception, and when Leona asked, she replied that they were married. She said it so Encred could hear, which made him feel uneasy, and he wanted the commander to return to the room. Suddenly that same swordsman, Follid, came out to them and asked them to join them. Everyone immediately frowned, and Thoris tried to understand what he was up to. The swordsman noticed that the boy's abilities weren't that outstanding, but he wanted to teach him so much that he couldn't hold back the urge. One of the soldiers told him that they were in slightly different positions, so he suggested that they sit in the corner and watch. But suddenly Encrid gave up on the idea, smiling and saying that he had been waiting for him. Jackson noticed that the man looked threatening even just by holding a wooden stick. He realized that he had to be prepared, because anything could happen during this fight. Encrid felt a tension running through his entire body as if he was standing on a battlefield. He sees the lines of his attack clearly. The trajectory is a little variable, but it is definitely the neck. If he could break his line and finish his own, he could win. But before the guy could think about it, he felt his neck being pierced, and the swordsman realized that the guy had calculated the trajectory accurately, but had reacted slowly. It was a fast and swift dancing sword, faster and more impressive than the boy could have imagined. He thought that he still remained stronger, but he was wrong, because someone was able to move him once again. Before him again stood an infinitely distant and impressive height, but this only made the guy more excited, who wanted to fight again, and his attitude amazed the swordsman. After some time, some of the soldiers were already asleep, while these two were still fighting. Any swordsman would stand firm against a superior opponent, but Encrid kept losing time after time. The man had made it clear to him about the gap between them, but somehow his spirit was still not broken. The commander's reaction speed is too slow to observe and counterattack, and right now, he can't get past this wall no matter how hard he tries. In that case, he should be taught all the rules, Jackson thought. The swordsman suggested ending it here, since he already wanted to sleep. Encrid told him with a smile that he was amazed by the dancing sword, and that he would definitely get hold of it someday. Sword smiled back, deciding that in his opinion this guy was much more amazing, but he lacked a little talent. The next morning, the junior commander was informed that they had captured the escaped mercenaries. Kreis and his guild stood on the threshold, and the escaped killers were kneeling in front of them. Encrid mentally praised him, and the boy decided that it was not a dirty job. Leona immediately realized that it was the commander's subordinate who did this, for which she thanked him. Torres immediately sat down in front of one of the killers and began asking who the customer was and what kind of guild it was. The hostage said that it was the Aspen Guild in order to monopolize the imposition of trade law. They didn't know the exact name of the guild and simply received money along with a letter promising a reward for successful completion. As they said further, the border guards must sort this out themselves. Torres noticed that Leona was suspiciously happy with the outcome, since she could have expected that her brother would turn out to be a criminal. Of course, that was the case. She even announced a reward, a precious stiletto. The man turned his head and accepted this answer because their job is to arrest criminals. They also lift the arrest on the Lockfried Guild, allowing them to leave the tavern. Jackson was happy to receive the stiletto, and Encrid asked him not to take it out just anywhere. Suddenly, Kreis asked the commander not to love Leona because she is truly a terrible woman. It's strange no matter how you look at it. Those mercenaries were hired by Follid, so what does Aspen have to do with it? Last night they found them and arrested them in a crowd, but suddenly a man approached them. Somehow he found out that the guy was the head of the Gilpin Guild, or rather, Kreis from the 444th Squad. They revealed their location and knew about the guild. It will pay the army to free the mercenaries from death, thus getting the desired answer from them. If it became known that it was Follid who ordered the murder, then Leona would be in the black. And at the same moment the girl looked out of the carriage window with a smile, declaring that Follid was not a criminal. Otherwise it would have tarnished the reputation of the previous guild leader, when suddenly she noticed that the commander was tired of such conversations. But he didn't know if she was confident she could handle it. They wouldn't be able to guard her once she left border guard if Follid's guards attacked her. But suddenly the girl declared that everything had been decided about this long ago. At that very moment, a huge army lined up in front of them, and in front stood the captain of the garrison of the trade guild, Mattis. By unanimous decision of the investors, Ms. Leona was elected as the new head of the guild, and they arrived to accompany her. After this, the crowd of knights fell on their knees before her, awaiting further orders. She deliberately arranged a 2-day arrest, gathered investors during this time, and organized a vote. Kreis's sense of duty, awareness, and efficiency were right. She is a terrible woman. Suddenly she turned around and said that she didn't like to impose herself, so she wouldn't ask the commander to go with her. He has a strength that makes her want to support him, and she hopes that someday they will be useful to each other as friends. Encrid shook her hand, accepting the offer, which brought a smile to her face. Suddenly, Follid turned to Mattis, claiming that his dad was his choice and he betrayed him. The man looked menacingly at the boy and ordered him not to tarnish the name of the previous head anymore. But this plan also bore fruit. Now they know that the head of the trade guild is extremely talented. The swordsman also noticed an unusual soldier whom they might meet in the future. He had previously given Encred advice. His will and efforts were impressive, but he lacked the talent to support them. It's sad and painful because, in his opinion, the guy has reached his limit. It wasn't the first time Encred had heard this, but it was precisely because he had never listened that he had been able to get to this point. To his surprise, the swordsman noticed only a smile on the guy's face, after which he went to sleep. When the commander returned, he turned to Rem, but he asked not to pronounce his name. However, the guy didn't want to practice something, and he needed him for it. The barbarian's mood immediately changed, and Encred began to wonder what was required for a swift sword. Judgment that allows you to create the most effective lines of attack. It also requires explosive muscular power flowing throughout the body. When Encred was able to scratch Rem's neck, he realized that he had become faster than him. Repetition of the basics, flexibility, no strength, trained muscles, all this together gave the result. The commander surprised the soldier, and he realized what it meant to swing quickly, so he decided to increase the speed. The next moment, Ram actually became noticeably faster than he was before. The axe, which was already like a whip, is now as fast as a beam of light. The commander was still far from perfect, but he continued his endless training. Jackson noticed that the commander had good hearing and vision, so he no longer needed this training. The guy was surprised that he came specifically to say only this at the moment. But as soon as Encred turned away, Jackson silently jumped up to him and stabbed him in the neck. Jackson explained that anger is a feeling that comes from the desire to kill an opponent. If the attack cannot be detected by the eyes or ears, he must notice the malice and react. A technique for recognizing this malice using a special sense that goes beyond the sixth sense. Suddenly, the soldier decided to teach the commander this, to accept stilettos as a thank you. The commander still had an endless amount of things to learn, so he was all for it. Jackson advised him not to rely solely on sight and hearing, as there were more than 5 senses. For example, the sense of direction or movement, the intuition with which a predator hunts prey, is entirely instinctive. If you arm yourself with all your senses like blades and fight with them, you can feel anger. It will definitely be difficult to get it right at first, but experience will come with time. If a commander trains again and again, sooner or later he will discover a 6th sense. As the evening approached, Ram noticed that the commander had changed a little, but it wasn't just his muscles. Auden decided that the commander was smiling more often than before, but Ragna doubted that this was exactly what was meant. Kreis then suggested that Encred had become even crazier than before. All members of the squad immediately and unanimously agreed with this assumption. However, the guy, on the contrary, felt like the only sane person among the psychos. When everyone went to bed, Rem noticed that the panther was again approaching the commander, as if it had honey smeared on it. Esther noticed that Encred had again overtired his body with his training. He trains to the point of exhaustion every day, without missing a second. If not for her magic, he would have long since passed out from exhaustion. If he died like this, her curse would never be lifted, which was absolutely unacceptable. Every day the same thing, repetition, repetition, and more repetition, but it doesn't bother him, because Encred knows that they contribute to his growth. The commander tried to train his 6th sense at any convenient time, until Ram decided to take back his words about the changes. He concluded that the commander had not grown a bit, but had apparently suddenly gained strength overnight. Ragna felt it too and kept wondering if he really was a genius, because now it seemed like nothing had changed. No matter how much he trains, there are no results. Nothing is better than practice, but it is better for him to stop for a while. If they get an outside request and go hunting monsters, maybe it will get better. Encred called the 4 of them to work and fight with him to test their improved skills. Suddenly, one of the soldiers said that if he didn't see anything suitable, he could take it on, and then handed him an advertisement. Reading the request carefully, the guy discovered that someone in the shoe store was asking to explore the basement. The commander thought it would be better to entrust this to the patrolmen, but as it turned out, they couldn't handle it. According to the shop owner, the basement is inhabited by undead creatures that they must deal with. But this can't happen within the city limits. Perhaps he mistook the machine's beep for something else. He was asked to try because no one would take on this task. The uncle from the shoe shop is stubborn but a good man. Especially since his wife recently disappeared, so he's worried in every way. I need to go and calm the old man down. Encred initially wanted to refuse this assignment, but eventually agreed. After some time, he came to the right shop, and when they met him, they immediately invited him to go into the basement. The girl began to tell that the owner had an urge to dig the earth, and he realized that it was not in vain that he was told about the stubborn one. When they went down to the basement, they met a man who was glad that the soldier had arrived. He pointed to a huge hole that was under the floor he had dug up. Encred was surprised that there was an underground cave right in the very center of the city. Going down and taking a torch, the guy immediately realized that it was made by human hands. Such a cave had impressive dimensions, and it would not be surprising to encounter a monster here. After walking some distance, the guy noticed 6 branches. Someone had deliberately dug a labyrinth. Encred asked the man to stop because it would be better for him not to go there. He would go first, and he would return. But as soon as the guy took another step, he felt the heat, and a bright light gushed from the depths of the cave. At that very moment, Encred's eyes suddenly opened, finding himself in his bed. Before he could take a step, he felt himself engulfed in flames and in the blink of an eye was burned to the ground. It was definitely a magical trap, because his perception of magicians was unambiguous. Usually you should be happy if you die in a battle with a mage, because if you survive, the consequences will be much more dire. It is unclear how one can resist the magical trap, and whether it is possible to jump over this wall if one simply sharpens one's skills. Suddenly, the same soldier handed him another advertisement from the shoe shop owner. It would be better to call a magic expert or ask for help from the higher-ups. This does not look like a wall that can be jumped over. There is a chance that the company commander will fulfill his request before this stubborn old man goes there alone. Suddenly, the boy jumped up and ran towards the bench, loudly asking his daughter where her father had gone. Encred immediately jumped after him, hoping that the old man had not reached that place. However, it was too late, although he still tried to stop the man who took that very fatal step. A bright light once again poured out from the depths of the cave, burning the two of them without giving them a chance. He needs to quickly find a way. First of all, go to the owner of the shop and warn him not to enter there under any circumstances. Even if only for a moment, he had to feel his flesh burning and his body turning to ashes. And yet he decided to step into that flame again, which surprised the boatman. But everything was exactly as he said, and the guy agreed with it. The pain was like hundreds of thousands of needles piercing the body at once. But letting an innocent person die is even greater torment for him. Such are nights. When Encred opened his eyes, he jumped out of bed, wanting to get to the shop as quickly as possible. Rem asked with displeasure where he was running because they needed to talk. Turning around, the commander replied that he needed to save a pesky old man in a shoe store. It would be possible to simply not let him dig the hole and forget about it. But you can't leave such a dangerous thing unattended. Encred said that he would go alone, so he asked not to follow him, although the man was against it at first. Finding a magic specialist will take months, but if everything goes smoothly, you can ask for help. An unknown trap without a single clue, there is a high probability that someone will die during the expedition. The same thing will happen if he takes his subordinates, so he must first gather as much information as possible himself. Most likely, there is no trap in one of the passages. You will have to go into each one and die. Using repeating today, on the other hand, is the easiest way, but there must be a better option. Hints. If he could sense the signs of a trap before he entered, it would make things easier. Encred tried to count how many times he had died and how he felt each time. The thought that he had lost this time, when it popped into his head, perhaps when a knife was thrust into his throat or when an opponent pierced him with a sword. Or it was a lust for murder, a visible desire to take someone's life. And as soon as Encred took another step forward, he immediately felt this feeling. But it was too late. However, for 1 second, he managed to feel the thirst to kill the trap. The key to breaking through today is to recognize the thirst to kill the trap. You need to take your time, entering the tunnels one by one until Encred feels a clear thirst for murder. The guy entered a tunnel he had never been in before, but at first he didn't feel anything. Perhaps this was the right path, but he took each step carefully, although he remembered that a blade had rushed past here. Just now he felt not the thirst for murder, but only memories of death. Suddenly, the man behind him asked why he was wandering around in circles like a lost child, even though the guy had told him not to come down. Encred continued his journey through the unknown tunnel until he felt the urge to kill again. Having got out, he said that he would return tomorrow and asked not to go down into the cave, as there were dangerous traps set up there. As it turned out, the old man doesn't sleep at night because he's afraid of losing his daughter, and Encred asked if he had any leads about his wife. In recent years, the number of missing people has increased, so they are not looking for her. If suddenly he sees a woman with brown hair, it could be her. Also, this woman may be wearing a wedding ring like his, so he asked her to be sure to tell him about it. That same evening, Encred continued training his sixth sense, but to no avail. Rem said that it was all because he didn't listen to them and went off to have fun with leather boots. Encred was surprised to notice that he had lived this for the first time today and had not died, and it was unknown what would happen when the day ended. But when he heard the same phrase from Rem the next morning, he realized that today had repeated itself. He tried to do the same thing, only not to go to bed, but after a long time sleep still overcame him. Getting out of bed, the guy remembered that he had closed his eyes briefly, but he was already in bed. Ram reiterated that they thought yesterday that he needed some real combat experience. Until he gets past the wall, he won't be able to free himself from this today. But it was still not planned to meet tomorrow until the wall was overcome, and this day was repeated over and over again. He had relived this day for the 70th time, but still hadn't found any clues. One of the last days in the cave, hands appeared out of nowhere and dragged him underground. One night, Encred felt the urge to kill and didn't realize Jackson was next to him. He was surprised that the commander mastered the door of the sixth sense in just a couple of days. On the 72nd day, he wondered for 2 days why he was going to the shoe store as if he were going to war. But the guy decided not to return until he calmed down his boots. 6 tunnels, one of them a normal passage without a trap, Encred thought. He didn't know who created the cave, but it was a terrible man who placed traps in all 6 passages. There was no safe exit from the start, and something terrible was hidden in each one. But this does not mean that there are no passages at all. In the end, you just need to not step on them. The very first tunnel, one wrong step, and you'll instantly turn to ashes. The guy took every step carefully, weighed every decision, and felt the door of the sixth sense. Once again he was able to overcome the wall, but suddenly a monster flew out of nowhere at him, which he cut down with his sword. Then he saw a horde of the dead, deciding that it would be a great congratulatory gift. The claws of a ghoul contain a powerful poison. One touch and he is dead. Usually there are several soldiers for every ghoul. However, Encred successfully dealt with each monster he encountered, cutting his way through. Even by his standards, he fought well and wanted the bastards in the squad to see it. Suddenly, another creature attacked him. It didn't look like a devilish wolf. All the animals were mixed together indiscriminately. As he advanced into the attack, the guy tried to understand what was in front of him. Meanwhile, Esther was trying to figure out why this man needed a weapon if he went to a shoe store. It would be a bad thing if he died because of his recklessness, of which he has more than enough. Suddenly she felt energy coming from the shoe shop, which smelled like a spell. At this time, Encred had already dealt with the beast when he suddenly heard breathing from the depths of the cave. It was so weak that it was about to break. Perhaps it was the owner of the cave that had dug it. Walking a little further, Encred noticed various body parts of people that were hung on hooks. Suddenly one still living person, who was in a cage, begged to kill him because he wanted peace. Encred noticed on the finger the same wedding ring that the shop owner had spoken of. He immediately realized that this person was that man's wife, but now she didn't look like herself. Suddenly another man entered the room, declaring that he had received healthy material, although it was unclear how it had gotten there. Now he would be able to make a friend of Varmilo. But Encred decided to find out if all these corpses were his doing, although the answer was obvious. The man replied that these scraps were defective, and this child was Varmilo, a real masterpiece. Looking at the boy, he added that he too would become something great. Encred guessed that this man was a magician, and ordered himself to run, because this was the only reasonable outcome. But then he told himself that he would kill him, even if he had to give his life tens of thousands of times. The guy tried to throw a whistling dagger at him, but it crashed into the protective sphere. It was just a distraction, but in reality he ran closer and wanted to attack with a blade, but the magic threw him back. Esther, watching from around the corner, guessed that his opponent was a magician, but the accumulated power was still too little. But if you collect it all, an opponent of his level may not be a hindrance to her. Having barely returned from the magical attack, Encred did not see or hear but felt its thirst for murder. One day, just in case, he asked the members of the squad how to resist the magician. Ram advised shooting him with an arrow, but Jackson decided it would be better to kill him while he wasn't looking. Auden advised to grab him tightly and be done with it, which sounded quite logical. Ragna agreed with the others because everything living would die if it was chopped down. As he attacked him, Encred noticed that the mage had erected a transparent shield around himself. If he can't break it with a whistling dagger, he'll cut it with force, no matter what it cost him. Esther concluded that the man had won, and the magician could not understand how his magical wall had collapsed. With a powerful movement, Encred was able to cut through the body of the wizard, who did not expect such a thing. Encred was surprised to see that his sword was broken, but that was the best outcome. This blow could have torn his entire body apart, but for some reason he didn't feel the shockwave. At first he decided that it was the strength of the armor, after which he raised his head towards the woman but did not hear even a faint breath. He was able to open the sixth sense and even defeat the magician on the first try, But this does not make him happy. The magician lost because he failed to use his powers to the best advantage. Varmilo, who complemented the mage's physical abilities, would have woken up if he had been given another spell, but Esther didn't need him now. Returning back, Encred reported to the company commander about the mage's cave in the dungeon. A city resident was kidnapped and subjected to a strange experiment. If this becomes known, there will be unrest. Encred decided that there was no point in digging into this matter any further and leaving everything as it was, which surprised the girl. Usually he is an unyielding fighter for justice, but now the most important thing is people's lives. When they reached the shop, they noticed that the soldiers were filling in the holes that the thieves' guild had dug. Everyone was surprised that this was their doing and not the monsters', but the owner still hastened to thank Encred. He had very old shoes, so the man made a new pair especially for him. Now that he has gotten rid of one of his worries, he only wants his wife to return safe and sound. It may have been shameless of him, but he asked that she be found. Encred promised that he would try, but he didn't know for sure whether it would be better to give him false hope or let him learn the truth and experience despair. The boy didn't know if he could prevent something like this in advance when he became a knight. The next day, their squad was called to fight the monsters. They weren't particularly enthusiastic, but they did their job calmly. Soon after defeating the mage, Encred immediately agreed to the request to eliminate the monsters. However, looking at what was happening, he understood that this was not a sufficient level. The guy doubted that this would help him become stronger, since his opponents did not cause him a feeling of delight or fear. Ram also noted that the commander was frustrated with taking on the job alone. After that, he said with a smile that he would deal with this very thing and ran forward. The other soldiers tried to stop him, but it was too late. One of the soldiers wanted to complain about the barbarian, but the commander also rushed forward. Looking at the guy, Ram realized that he should have immediately said that they had succumbed to the commander's influence. The two of them cut down monsters left and right, while the rest of the soldiers watched in shock. But if these two fight so well, then okay, because the rest won't have to strain themselves. Ram noticed that the commander was still not satisfied, looking at his indifferent face. One of the soldiers said that if they were in such a hurry, they might end up in the direction of the detachment. Encred asked if there were any more strong monsters, to which he was told that a mid-level squad had gone to destroy their pack. However, on the battlefield, there was a real bacchanalia, and the soldiers fought both ground monsters and harpies. They lifted soldiers into the air and then dropped them from great heights, giving them no chance of survival. The mercenaries in whose ranks Encred served for some time were killed by harpies, although they were very good guys. Pulling his sword out of its sheath, the boy promised that he would never let anyone else die. Suddenly, one of the harpies let out a howl that made the soldier's ears pop. The cry of the harpies has a powerful effect on a person, almost as painful as the feeling of approaching death. However, the guy was able to stand his ground and cut off her wing, while Rem said that the commander was fussing too much. While destroying his harpy, the barbarian offered him a bet, but they had not come here to have fun. The other soldiers noticed that Rem had always been a good fighter, but he was no less a witchcraft destroyer. Torres noticed that Encred's skills had improved significantly since their last meeting. His subordinates asked in surprise if they could just sit there and watch everything. Encred dropped his sword but did not lose his head and threw a whistling dagger into the harpy's face, but another one immediately flew to her aid. Her paw was approaching the commander, but he managed to pick up his sword from the ground and deliver the decisive blow. The soldiers noticed that the harpies were retreating and realized that those guys were definitely unusual people, since they scared off the monsters. The harpies that killed the mercenary squad may not have been the same ones, but he still had to do it. Last time, one of the men said it was because Encred was weak and they died trying to save him. But now the commander was firmly convinced that he was saving others from the same threat. Thors claimed that the harpies were gone, so they could come back, although in reality they had done nothing. The soldiers also stated that they were leaving now that they had dealt with the harpies. However, Encred wasn't finished yet, causing the others to think that he really was crazy. As the evening drew closer, people were discussing how Encred had saved the army, which was like a whole other level. He is so strong, but still tries his best, which made the others think about training as well. The next day, near the bulletin board, Encred decided to take another order, surprising the others. During the day, the guy carried out the maximum number of orders and spent the evening training. The others, watching the commander, decided to try his regime too, and a few evenings later, after sunset, many soldiers were training on the site. The company commander also noted with surprise that the atmosphere in the detachment had changed recently. Her subordinate heard that now everyone is trying to follow the example of the witchcraft destroyer. A little later, she informed Encred that a meeting had been held regarding him, that it was a decision from above, and that he was obliged to obey it. From this moment on, Detachment 444 becomes an autonomous platoon under the command of the commander of the 4th Company. And Encrid is now the commander of an autonomous platoon. He only had 5 men under his command, and they could not be considered a platoon, but they were ready to provide him with as many soldiers as he needed. Being a commander is good, but as the squad size increases, there will also be more headaches from all sorts of psychos. However, when he becomes a platoon leader, he will lose his regular job, and the training time will increase. Bowing, the boy thanked her and agreed to accept all the duties assigned to him. In fact, she felt sorry to just send him away, so she suggested that they have another sparring match. After losing a duel with his company commander, he was trained in martial arts by Auden, and now the girl suggested a fist fight, so it was time to check the results of the training. Auden said that hand-to-hand combat is used at very close range. It is more effective to use quick and simple techniques than complex ones. The company commander was the first to jump up and immediately began to attack the guy. But even more effective is to use weight classes to knock down your opponent. After just a few moments, the guy managed to knock out the commander. Having pinned her to the ground, he declared that he had won, and the girl did not even resist. At first she agreed with him, saying that it was a very bold assumption, but it was a clear hint. Suddenly the girl swung her leg sharply, and a second later the guy was on the ground, and she was on top. You need to identify your enemy's weaknesses and use them to destroy him. She found this fight interesting, but she asked him to work harder, calling him her fiancé along the way. Encrid, with a stony face, replied that he was not the groom, after which he asked her to get off him. Once on her feet, the girl apologized to him for not being able to stop him. Encrid didn't understand what she was talking about. With the onset of warmth, time on the frozen battlefield began to flow again. Another war began, and Aspen's actions changed to compensate for the defeat in the last battle. In connection with this, the troops of Norelia began to seriously prepare for war, which, in turn, also contributed to the changes. The new battalion commander came out to the soldiers and introduced himself as Marcus. Since this commander is here, it seems they are serious this time, since he was called a warmonger. Being one of the key figures of Cyprus, unlike the previous commander, he is an excellent strategist with extensive command experience. Aspen is a difficult opponent, but their army, with the exception of heavy battleships and border guards, is made up entirely of newcomers, and even then they are in the minority. However, one person still attracted the commander's interest, the destroyer of witchcraft and his autonomous platoon. His unusual methods of achieving goals bring consistent success, but it was unclear whether it was just luck or skill, so he wanted the guy to prove that he was useful. A little later, they were supposed to go on a mission to assess the terrain in the Fenghanil River area. This was a direct order from the battalion commander and what the captain was talking about. The newest member of the autonomous platoon, Henry, stated that the border fortress of Aspen across guard. It was built for military purposes like their border guard. Heading there right now meant that their platoon would be on a reconnaissance mission. Rem wanted to refuse at first, but they cannot disobey the battalion commander's order. Platoon members, with the exception of the platoon leader, must be prepared to operate under the direction of the new squad leader. Then everyone should listen to Andrew, behind whom Mac also stood. At that very moment, Ram approached him and licked his axe, menacingly asking why there were locusts in their squad. The guy was scared, but still continued to say that he was the new squad leader and they all had to follow his orders. However, his trembling could be felt even at a distance, and Ragnar could hardly believe that this guy was the squad leader. Andrew stated that he voluntarily went to hell to serve under Commander Encrid. Auden immediately offered to gently stretch his joints, and Jackson asked to cut off one of his fingers. Encrid asked them to calm down and focus on their training. Suddenly, Mac asked him to stop, although if they were the ones who suggested it first, then it was the greatest friendly gesture. The man froze for a second because for the first time he assumed that they wanted to kill his comrade, but it was just a duel. Andrew asked them to attack, because he was not afraid to take on a challenge, while Mac tried to pull him away. Meanwhile, Henry said that there were many dangers in the area around the river, and he could help them with something before they went on the mission. Later in the evening, Torres was surprised to find himself going on a mission with Encrid. They see each other quite often, which is why the man decided that it was fate, then congratulated the guy on his promotion to platoon commander. Now they were in the same position, but it was nothing compared to the Royal Army. When the man learned that Encrid was 30 years old, he couldn't believe that with such a face he had been older than him all this time. He felt like he was the only one who had gotten old, and the guy advised him to relax, asking what the mission was. First, the two of them will cross the river, and after meeting the other group, he will explain the rest. They did not find a boatman to take them across, so they decided to wait and rest. Torres sat down on the ground, surprised to see that the boy had pulled out his sword and was beginning to train. In his eyes, this guy was truly stubborn, since for him, rest meant training. He had amazing skills and he was young and handsome, but it was too much for him alone. Suddenly, Encred turned his gaze to the man, felt anger nearby, but then calmed down. Torres remembered that he had previously won 14 out of 20, concluding that the guy was no match for him in a fight. But that was in the past, because he was not the only one who had become stronger. And so the man rose from his seat and took out his blade. Torres felt it during his battle with the harpies, but this guy really has become much stronger. At that very second, Encred noticed the fist flying at him and immediately dodged. But the man managed to scratch him on the cheek, because a knife suddenly appeared in his empty hand. It was Torres's secret move, a hidden knife he kept hidden in his glove. Encred declared it incredible, though the man was surprised he didn't call it cowardice. But instead, all he saw was the glowing eyes of the guy who asked him to teach him how to use it. A little later, he asked him to practice first with flat stones and bend only his wrist. The boatmen who came to them watched with surprise the strange training of the two soldiers. After a while, they climbed into the boat and began to cross to the other side, but even during this time, one of them continued to train. Once they reached the shore, they were supposed to meet the scouts, so the guy asked where the meeting point was. Torres suggested rinsing off first. Nothing right away, then dousing. The man undressed first and climbed into the water, immediately declaring that it was very cold. But when Encred undressed, the warrior's face immediately twisted, and he called the guy greedy. Suddenly, a female voice was heard nearby. She came looking for them because they were late, and they were taking baths there. Encred couldn't understand how long she had been there, since he hadn't felt their presence. He noticed a small group and a girl who asked them to get out, because they needed to get to cross guard today. Torres asked how he could get out if she was looking at them, but the girl retorted that there was nothing to look at there. But when Encred emerged from the water, the girl's face immediately changed, and shock appeared on it. The man noted with displeasure that she was staring so openly, and the girl explained that she simply saw his abs. She extended her hand and introduced herself as Finn, the commander of the reconnaissance platoon. Before they got to the heart of the matter, she decided to explain the situation to them. A spy named Kat, who had been planted in crossguard, learned important information that he had promised to pass on 4 days ago. But he never showed up at the communication center, and contact with him has been lost to this day. They need to find out what happened to him. Therefore, they are obliged to infiltrate crossguard and save him, no matter what the cost. The field in front of crossguard is called the Land of Demons and Spawns. The enemies consider it a natural barrier, so they do not particularly engage in reconnaissance. There are 3 safe ways to get inside. The first is to use a hero. This route was originally used by black traders. The second is to climb over the wall at night. It may be physically difficult, but it is the safest way. And thirdly, sneaking inside, pretending to be a market guard, can be dangerous, because you will have to go through the main gate. Her platoon members would head to the communications center in case Kat was simply late, and only the 3 of them would go to crossguard. The difficulty level is pretty much the same everywhere, so they can choose any option. It was easy to say, but Encred knew in advance that things were not so simple. Then Torres suggested that Finn, as the most knowledgeable, make the right choice. After thinking for a while, the girl concluded that they would leave tomorrow morning and enter through the hole. As night fell, Encred continued to train, and Torres was confused as to how he had ever mastered the sword with such talent. However, sooner or later he had to succeed, so he suggested continuing, and Finn noticed that they hadn't even had dinner. The girl handed the guy some food, saying that there was a guy in their platoon who dreamed of becoming a cook. The men immediately appreciated the delicious food. This guy's parents serve in the border guard. It's probably worth visiting them. But if they were going to continue training, this girl advised them not to go there. She wanted to say that there was a poisonous snake under that flat yellow stone, but Encred beat her to it. One of his squad members was a former hunter, and he taught him to listen carefully, and the girl appreciated the thorough training. She really liked this arrangement, after which she suggested that the guy practice with her like an adult. For a second he looked interested, but then his face became stony again. Finn stated that she may look scary, but she was actually quite kind, and Torres suggested doing it somewhere where he wasn't. But Encred immediately refused, and the girl assumed that he was already taken. Then she remembered that she had heard that the guy was dating the company commander, and Encred hadn't realized when it had become an absolute fact. They don't communicate formally, so they can communicate with her in the same way, and the guy could agree with this. Then she advised him to go and rest early, because they were leaving tomorrow. As Encred fell asleep, he dreamed of the silhouette of a boatman, but he said nothing. When he woke up, The guy thought that he hadn't appeared for a long time, although he thought that he had something to say. Suddenly, he remembered the words of the company commander and her apologies for not being able to stop him. When they reached their destination, Encred realized that this mission was just another wall. Torres decided to find out why they were leaving in the morning, since they usually invade at night. No matter how irresponsible the security guards are, they still don't fully take their eyes off the road. They don't expect anyone to sneak in the morning. And the girl remarked that there was something special about handsome guys, meaning Encred. She then stated that the ranger would go first and then slowly stepped inside. Since the ranger needs to pave the way, he knows how to move silently with a light weapon. This is important. Listening closely, Encred noticed that her steps were almost inaudible and wanted to try to repeat this. But as soon as he took a step, a crowd of armed opponents immediately lined up in front of them. It was an ambush, so Finn ordered everyone to retreat, but they were surrounded and had nowhere to run. Then a new order was given to break through, and 3 soldiers drew their weapons to fight their way out. Finn fought like a seasoned warrior, not allowing the crossbowmen to shoot her. Encred realized that Thors and Finn were weak in one-on-one fights, and in such a situation he could not show his strength. While the man was fighting with one spearman, another one came up behind him and pierced his body. Of course, this wall was very high, but Encred was not going to die so easily. He tried to kill as many opponents as possible in order to survive, although he felt sorry for his comrade. But suddenly the guy was knocked down by a strong blow, after which they surrounded him and began piercing him with spears. At first, they did not strike vital organs, so that Encred would suffer as long as possible. When the next day came, he realized that such a number of troops could not have just appeared there. It was a planned ambush. The enemy knew about their invasion, but it is unknown how they found out about it and whether someone betrayed them. Thoris and Finn approached him, asking if he was getting ready since it was time to leave. Encred immediately stated that he had a bad feeling about this, so he suggested getting in through the wall. The man remembered that thanks to this feeling he was once able to find and destroy witchcraft, so they would not lose anything if they went in like this. However, this was not a feeling, but an experience of the day. Nevertheless, the girl agreed with it. However, they will have to go to the wall in the evening, so they will have to wait another day. Then Encred offered the girl to spar with him while they had time. Finn thought he liked doing that in broad daylight, but the guy clarified that he was talking about regular sparring. The girl agreed, but specified that she was not very good at fencing. Then Encred suggested a bare-handed fight. If the enemy knows about their planned invasion, there is a high chance that a clash will occur even if they take a different route. It will be useful to understand their abilities in advance and practice at the same time. Finn decided to give in to him for the first blow and was immediately able to dodge the guy's fist. She counterattacked too quickly and forcefully, which visibly surprised Encred. However, he noted that the strategy was the same as with the elf commander, to take advantage of his weight class. When the guy pushed her to the ground and held her tighter, Finn offered to shake hands. But then she grabbed his neck with both legs, making his position difficult, and Torres asked them to stop. She had a small but muscular body, definitely better at close combat than with a sword. It was perfect for sparring, and the girl initially thought he was completely defeated, but Encred asked to try again. The guy again clarified that he was talking about regular sparring, and Torres again asked to do it without him. When evening came, they were supposed to go to the wall, and Finn noticed with surprise that Encred was fully armed. But if he walked with such a weight, he would fall halfway, which confused her. Torres asked what happened to his weapon, but the girl only returned and asked him to take care of it himself. However, Encred was confident that he had enough strength to climb the wall with this. However, they have to climb not only over the wall, but to reach the walls, they have to climb over this rock. She looked terribly tall, and it was obvious that climbing would not be easy. However, breaking through walls was never easy for Encred, so he was prepared for it. When I returned from the magician's cave, I collected the trophies I found there to arm myself with a new sword to replace the broken one. Christ was happy because if he sold just one piece, it would be enough to equip him from head to toe. Encred asked for the best sword for that price, and his comrade was shocked that he was only interested in swords. For a man whose life depends on a gun, this is really important, so he set his priorities. Initially, there was no option to go without a sword, even if it made climbing difficult. When his 2 comrades were at the top, he was still climbing, although the girl asked him to leave the sword. It was definitely a heavy load, but muscles that are pushed to their limits become stronger. Besides, Encred has already overcome countless obstacles, so this won't stop him. As the boy walked up to them, Finn sighed, realizing the suffering he had gone through. Thors assumed that he took the sword specifically for training, although he can't be that crazy. Suddenly, they discovered a pack of lycanthropes below. although they rarely move in such groups. Finn suddenly announced that it was time to get nervous, as the wall was already visible. As Torres surveyed the area, he realized that they had nowhere to hide once they got dangerously close. The girl asked not to worry because on the night of 2 full moons it is light enough so the guards relaxed their vigilance. When the right moment came, they quickly ran to the wall so that no one would notice them. They managed to reach the place safely, although this was not the most difficult part of the plan. At first, Encrid thought they had been discovered, or it was just his imagination. When they climb over the wall, there will be slums behind it. If they hide there, they will not be found. Finn again asked the guy to throw away the sword because climbing the wall is much more difficult than climbing the rocks. The guy couldn't think of anything better to answer, saying that he needed this weight to train. There must be a reason this route was originally presented as safe. If they could get over the wall, they would end up in cross guard. Only if it is not that wall, like a pack of gray dogs hiding in a ditch, in a trap with a high probability they can be found on the walls themselves. However, they managed to reach the top, and it is unclear how they are going to stop them. But suddenly a woman came out to them and said that they had worked hard that night, but now it was time for them to rest. At that very second, she released vines from under the wall, which obeyed her every command. She was a mage, which made her difficult to defeat, so Finn ordered everyone to run back. But instead, Encrid grabbed his sword, realizing that this was a great trap and an unexpected move. Jumping up, he tried to close the distance with the magician in order to finish him off as quickly as possible. He had already defeated a mage once, and if he used his 6th sense, he could be caught. When using this technique, you should not blindly trust it. A strong opponent can sometimes deceive his feelings, and first of all, magicians. That's exactly what happened. As soon as Encrid got too close, the vines immediately grabbed him. Noticing the pointless battle, Finn tried to figure out what this idiot was doing. But at that very moment, the vines rushed towards them as they were descending from the wall and pierced their bodies. Encrid knew that the vine was too strong and it would not be easy to get out of it. The woman applauded his courage and bravery, because he was the only one who did not run away. Before she closed her fist and killed the boy, she called herself Resha the Rose Vine. Just as soldiers cannot all be of the same level, mages also differ from each other. Encrid was too overconfident. Intoxicated by the feeling that he had become stronger, he rushed into the attack without even looking at the enemy. Then a boatman appeared nearby and asked if the boy now understood his level. In his eyes, Encrid was strange because he was using what was created for suffering today to become stronger. But in front of this wall, he is no different from an ordinary ant, when suddenly the guy thanked him, because now he is ready to overcome another wall. Finally, the boatman said that he wanted to see if he would continue to think the same way when he encountered her. The next day, he suggested sneaking through the shopping area as he had a bad feeling. The girl didn't care, but in that case they would have to blend in with the merchants who often passed through there. They won't be able to cross the wall tomorrow without going through it, and it's interesting to see what it will be like this time. So they have to wait another day. Since they now have time, they can get it. Encrid guessed what was going on, and Finn ordered her subordinate to bring everything they had. As he expected, there was a drink in front of them, but it felt strange to do it near the enemy base. He doubted that they should be so relaxed, but it would be even worse if they were nervous all the time. It is difficult to think objectively in this state, so it would not hurt them to relax a little. The girl handed him a glass and suggested that he join them and rest, since his shoulders were probably stiff. Encrid has always done everything in his power to surpass his limits, but she makes sense. Because of this thinking, he mistakenly believed that the wall could only be overcome through direct attacks. It's worth thinking about. Crazy training is far from the only way. He should live the current moment and day fully, changing his routine a little. The girl was surprised because she told him to rest, but he decided to take up the sword again. But in his understanding, this is rest. Looking at how Encrid was training, Finn smiled, saying that at least it was pleasing to the eyes. When night fell, Encrid noticed that he had mastered something new, which already gave value to the day he had lived. Now they would already be at the fortress wall, where an ambush of gray dogs would be waiting for them at that hole, and a magician hiding on the wall. And he became curious about what might happen this time, when suddenly they heard the loud howl of a lycanthrope. Everyone immediately jumped up from their seats and grabbed their weapons, realizing the terrible situation. A pack of lycanthropes, which they had noticed on the way to the wall, was approaching them. Usually it takes at least 10 soldiers to fight one lycanthrope. There are more than 20 of these beasts here, and there are only 6 of them. Finn definitely didn't feel the presence of monsters and didn't understand where they came from. Encrid also didn't sense their approach. They were able to deceive intuition, and this is very similar to the work of Reshi. Encrid promised himself not to act rashly, but that didn't mean he would let them kill him. He was immediately attacked from all sides. The viewing angle was too small, and concentrating on one point would not help here. One of the monsters immediately sank its teeth into the guy's sword, but if the problem was concentration, then he needed to expand his field of vision. But suddenly he turned his head and noticed that his comrades were already being torn to pieces. Even though he knows that everything that happened will be erased from their memories when today happens again, watching all these horrible deaths is too painful. Encrid could think of nothing better to do than fight to the end to kill as many monsters as possible, but one of them still got it and hit the guy incredibly hard in the chest, knocking out all the air. He has enough brains to use his fists. He is clearly different from other lycanthropes. It turns out he is the leader of the pack. The monster grabbed him with its teeth and threw him into the crowd of monsters, and the last thing the guy saw were the bodies of his comrades. Whatever he does, the third wall will always be too high for him, and he will repeat the same scenes over and over again as long as they exist today. Encrid agrees that it is unpleasant, but it gives him a reason not to give up. If all three paths are insurmountable, then he will make his own. Encrid thought about what to do when they were surrounded, but realized that there was nothing they could do. Torres and Finn won't be going head-to-head with the Grey Dogs during an ambush. In such a small, confined space, there is simply no right answer. The best way to cope is to avoid being surrounded. Use your sixth sense to sense the enemy in ambush. But just as he thought about it, they were surrounded again, leaving no escape route. The guy couldn't feel anything at all, which is why they were destroyed in one moment. The next day he tried to fight the magician again, asking along the way if the magic cast on the hole was her doing. Resha was unhappy that he noticed, and Encrid continued training with the hidden blade the next day. Now that the magician has intervened, it will be impossible to avoid the ambush. Even if you try to avoid them, the enemy is Grey Dogs. It is unlikely that they will be able to get rid of such a number of people, and lycanthropes are an unequal fight in terms of numbers. Unless this is somehow fixed, he will remain in this day forever. So he decided to use Berserker to fight all the soldiers in the cave. And then, having given everything away, he tried to face the magician and the lycanthropes. It was a rare opportunity to practice without unnecessary worries. You can afford to take the time to develop your skills so that you can find the right solution along the way. However, time after time he was met with failure. Encrid died from various enemies, but still moved forward. The boatman wondered how long he was going to continue. If he wasn't going to be stuck in today forever, wouldn't it be easier to just crash into any wall? The more Encrid repeats it, the more he realizes that all three roads are equally good walls. It would be sad to choose just one, so he will try to break through three at once. The next day, Thoris noticed that Encrid was quite skilled with the hidden blade. The man clearly remembered that yesterday he couldn't do it. He didn't ask when he managed to do it, to which he heard that it was about 30 days ago. Torres didn't understand what he was talking about, but it didn't matter, because the guy had honed his skills enough. This will be the 79th time, and now they need to get over the wall and into tomorrow to end this. But they still had some time before they headed to the hole, so Encrid asked to make him one of the simplest pockets. It was about the right size to be worn on the wrist, which the soldier immediately agreed with. As a friend of the guy noticed, Finn's boots were a little unusual on the inside. She explained that there was extra fabric inside to muffle the sound of footsteps, since there were many insightful magicians here. Encrid offered to make some for the others, although the girl thought that they would hardly meet them. Once in the cave, Finn thought that Encrid was also a ranger, because no matter how much fabric they added to the boots, it was very difficult to walk silently. This is all because he continued to train in the same way today. To survive in a hole, you first need to spot an enemy in ambush and create a breach. Ambushes are difficult to spot in the dark, but not impossible. Moreover, there are specialists in this field here, and the guy is 100% ready to trust Finn. There is a small chance that the enemy is waiting for them inside, but if so, they will simply eliminate him. But if the exit is blocked, what is the height and width of this cave? And if the exit and entrance are blocked, is there a third option? Torres decided that the boy was either scared or sick, asking so many unanswered questions. But if he is afraid, then the girl suggested that he give up immediately. It is better than continuing. However, Encrid was simply talking about caution. It was a way to force his comrades to act as he wanted. Due to the status, it will not be possible to act as last time in the high meadows. In that case, he will have to instill the feeling of fear that arose in the infirmary, an impulse that allows him to get what he wants with the help of a strong will. Suddenly, Finn agreed and admitted that she had been too relaxed. The atmosphere in their squad immediately changed when the girl began to act more sensibly. Suddenly, Finn discovered footprints on the ground, and it looked like someone had deliberately erased them. Realizing the situation, she ordered everyone to return, but first to secure an escape route for themselves. The enemy soldiers were already ready, but Thors and Finn managed to hide behind the wall. Suddenly, Encrid ran out from behind the wall towards the enemy and shouted that he had an order from Captain Roseau. The soldiers immediately hesitated, since the captain did not say that he would send anyone to them. Thus, Encrid made them confused and lose their vigilance. However, all the most interesting things will begin right now when they show their true faces. Encrid learned the captain's name from Resha, who stated that Rose was not doing a good job. In the darkness, it is impossible to see his face and clothes, so they consider him to be Aspen's soldier, only because he knows the captain's name. So the guy shouted loudly that a huge monster had appeared in the city. Of course, if you get close enough, they will recognize him, but then it will be too late. The soldiers realized too late that this was not an ally, but an invader, and were a little taken aback. The commander ordered them to shoot, but Encrid grabbed him by the chest and pressed him to himself, turning him into a human shield. Encrid stated that they had not been taught anything at all, since they could not even handle him alone. Torres immediately guessed that the guy was provoking them, thereby disrupting their formation. But if more enemies appear, they will be in trouble. We need to check if there is still movement. However, Finn couldn't hear anything over the boy's screams, which made her very angry. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she realized why Encrid was doing this. At this time, the guy continued to throw mud at the enemy captain because no one could shoot him. While the boy was screaming, a girl crept up behind the soldiers, killing them unnoticed. While she was dealing with the enemies, someone was thinking that Encrid was a damn genius, but the soldiers still discovered someone behind them, after which they all turned around. However, it was too late, as the enemy had gotten too close to them. One of the soldiers became too nervous and fired a crossbow, hitting the captain in the head. Throwing the body aside, the guy realized that he couldn't waste time any longer. In any case, it was enough for them to be able to fight their way to the exit. But as soon as they moved, they noticed that the main forces of the Grey Dogs had arrived, led by Rose. Turning around, Encrid shouted that he was relaying Reshi's words, and the captain froze, not understanding how this guy knew her. When they started running away, Rose became angry and ordered the soldiers to catch them. The trio successfully reached the exit and continued running without stopping. But it is unclear whether they will pursue them endlessly and where to go to escape. Encrid suggested running to the camp and suggested that his comrades hurry, since there was no time to delay. The boy noticed that the sun would soon set, so it was time to call them out carefully. He remembered Henry telling him that there were flat yellowish stones near the river, and dangerous poisonous snakes lived under them. So Encrid plunged his sword into the stone on the move and cut it, sending it towards his opponents. At first they thought it was a simple trick, but then they noticed poisonous snakes with horror. As she ran, Finn tried to figure out what these psychos were doing making such a noise. Encrid smiled, realizing that such large ears could not have failed to hear all this noise. After some time, the moon rose, and it was the perfect time for night monsters. Monsters don't care who their opponent is, because they only need blood and flesh. Right on the run, the guy asked his comrades to move aside, and they immediately understood what was going on. Believed that he offers to leave his friend, and the girl asked where he was going alone. Unable to bear it any longer, the guy shouted at them to just run. He had an idea, but they were in his way. When his comrades fled, the enemy captain ordered to pursue them. Now that the Grey Dogs and lycanthropes are all in one place, you can force them to fight each other. This is a turning point, so that they don't follow their comrades, we need to make them focus on it. He needed to feel such a strong anger inside himself that it would make him lose his mind and run away. The captain immediately turned his attention to him, as did the leader of the lycanthropes, after which the former ordered Encrid to be killed first. At that very second, the werewolf began to climb the rock to catch up with his victim. And as soon as he jumped up, Encrid noticed it and jumped to the side to push the two enemy sides together. What followed was a senseless, chaotic battle in which there was no true enemy. Thors knew Encrid had an idea, but he doubted it was okay to leave him there alone. When they turned around, they noticed that the guy was alone among the enemies, so they decided that they needed to save him. But suddenly he stopped, and Finn asked in surprise why he was so good at dodging. While they are busy fighting each other, those who react to anger attack the guy from all sides. You need to use your senses to expand your focus from one point to a wider area. Instant decision-making is essential. Even a small mistake can now lead to death. The Grey Dogs are elite soldiers. If they can hold the line, the lycanthropes are no match for them. For his purposes, this fight must continue. Encrid discovered an unexpected fact in one of his past battles when he was surrounded by enemies. The soldier said he was acting stupid, as if he was attacking Roger, and that he was not taking off his helmet. At first, Encred couldn't understand what the helmet had to do with it, and then he knocked the helmet off the captain's head. The soldiers immediately froze in disbelief, realizing that he had not removed his helmet because of his bald head. However, the guy guessed that Roger was not embarrassed by his bald head, he was ashamed of it. At that very moment, Encred turned to Roger, loudly asking him to take off his helmet. He has already killed his hair and sent it to heaven, so he must reveal to them his wasteland without a single blade of grass. The man immediately became angry, but asked himself to calm down, because there was no need to give in to such base provocations. But when Encred proudly waved his hair, the captain's patience snapped. He ran forward towards the guy, promising that he would not let him die so easily. Encred lunged forward and swung his sword above himself, declaring that it was time for him to meet the hare. But before the guy could strike, one of the lycanthropes sensed the man's anger and cut off his head. One of the soldiers immediately noticed that their captain had been killed while trying to fight off a werewolf attack. Their leader waited until the last moment and pounced on the poor man. At that very moment, Encred noticed that he was trying to get inside and make a surprise attack in the midst of the chaos. Blind Eye was a more difficult opponent than Rose. The monster's strength combined with his exceptional intelligence made the battle necessary to be fought over and over again. The guy realized that it was time to resolve this issue, and so he reacted instantly, blocking the monster's attack. He decided to act at full speed, which is why he managed to cut off the werewolf's paw. With the next movement, he cut his chest and realized that this was the end, after which he pierced his body with a sword. Finn watched in shock as they didn't even plan to attack Encred. It was too overwhelming, but they also had no time to waste and had to join in. Running past the battle, the girl asked the guy to get out of there, and he rushed after them. The girl couldn't believe that Encred had planned all this and how he knew that there would be lycanthropes here. But Torres was more interested in when the guy didn't have time to become so strong and how he found out that their commander's name was Rose. From the point of view of people who don't know about today, it all seems strange, not a coincidence. Naturally, there will be doubts. But he can't explain all this, so he said that there are more important things, because their mission is not over yet. They have one more wall to overcome, and that wall is Reshi. As Finn climbed up the wall, she doubted that Encred wasn't a ranger, as he moved too well. Because of that mage, he still can't use his instincts, but he knows where she will be. The magician did not change her location every day and was located on the top of the wall. They slowly and quietly made their way up, while the boy gave signals to his comrades. He announced that there was an enemy ahead and would go first, after which he jumped up and returned to Resha. However, the girl immediately grabbed him with her roots and threw him away, but still holding him tightly. She didn't understand how this guy ended up here, because she was sure that her henchmen were there. Encred explained that those guys were too busy having fun with the gray dogs. Upon learning of this, Resha became angry and then launched new vines towards the guy. The girl was surprised that he reflected spears made of thick vines and cut through whips made of them. Finn didn't expect him to be so strong against the mage, but if she interfered now, she'd only be getting in the way. Instead, they had to deal with the soldiers who rushed to help the magician. Resha became even more angry, after which she launched new shoots towards the guy. Last time Encred already figured out how to break through her defense after all. Mages are just people. Cut, chop, and they will die. Then it's worth starting with the cut. He just happened to have something useful with him for this occasion. At that very second, the guy rushed forward, breaking through the vines, and then used the hidden knife technique. Earlier, Kreis asked what the commander would do with the remaining magical items he had acquired. The guy decided not to sell them, but to keep them, because they would definitely come in handy someday. And it was this stone that appeared before the magician's face, falling out of a secret pocket on Encred's sleeve. They are magical tools obtained from the cave of the magician, which could cause severe blindness. As soon as Resha closed her eyes, the guy immediately began to chop with his sword. Once Encred relaxed, he was able to understand that he didn't have to choose just one path. All three make a beautiful wall, and he used all three to create today. Finn wanted to ask where he got this tool from, but now was not the time for questions. The enemies would come in droves as soon as they saw the light, so they had to run as quickly as possible. They infiltrated them during the changing of the guard, and now, according to the plan, they must find the cat and return back. A little later they found the right place. Here they had their last contact with the cat. Inside they found evidence of an attack. It was obvious that they had found out that the cat was a spy. All this is proof of that. The cat is dead, and there were enemies at every approach here. Encred realized that this entire mission was a trap set up by Aspen. Even that message about the important data that the cat received was all fabricated to lure them here and kill them. They were completely outmaneuvered, and at this time the enemy soldiers were still trying to find them. They had to search every corner, but the small detachment hid quite skillfully. All they had to do was get out of here alive, considering the security around. Moving around this place was a real lottery. Then Encred said that he knew a surefire option, and suggested that they try it. A few minutes later, the enemy soldiers broke away from the pursuit to put out a huge fire. By doing this over and over again, Encred became good at it. At this rate, he would soon become a pyromaniac instead of a knight. I'll need to practice my sword skills more once he gets back, but for now, I need to get back to the border guard. A little later, a subordinate reported that this was how the invaders escaped during the fire. All the traps they had prepared were destroyed in one night. It was hard to believe that Resha actually died in a place like this. It was a perfect plan. Kill the enemy spy and ranger before the war. It would crush their will. However, the guy said that everything was fine and they still had many opportunities. The brilliant tactician Aspina Avner ordered his subordinate to follow him because he needed to prepare for the next step. Closer to the morning, a detachment of 3 people crossed to the other bank in a boat. Torres and Finn were dejected while Encred offered the man another sparring session after landing. He decided that the guy had gone crazy because they had already fought 10 times on the way here. When they got to the shore, the man said that the task was completed and there was no rest. Then he remembered that, for the guy, training is rest. The girl noticed that even though he was trying to seduce her, it was still clear what the training demon was trying to achieve. Suddenly they noticed a man who declared that fate would definitely bring them together with some crazy squad. Encred asked his comrades to go and report first because he knew this bald man. Recognizing the commander, Gilpin immediately ran to him and fearfully declared that Mr. Kreis was in danger. A frog appeared in their guild, and Encred immediately remembered the man's words. The dead captain turned out to be just an assassin hired by Aspen for money, so every spring Aspen sends out a check. 3 days ago, Kreis was thinking about how he would soon be leaving on a mission, and he had a lot of work to do. The bosses, Vitya, will also benefit from the fact that he delivers them rare supplies, so it's not scary to leave for a little while. At that very moment, a bald man entered his office to report the latest news. The owner stood in the yard worried and said that he saw someone who looked like a spy from Aspen. Now the guild calls itself the Night Watch. They keep order in those corners where the regular army cannot reach. Thanks to this, the guild's reputation grew and collecting dues became easier. Now all the local ears are on Kreis. The flow of information has become completely different. If we continue to build up our strength, the influence will increase by itself. And if they are lucky, then in a year or even 6 months they will completely subjugate the entire dark area. At the same time, some figure was heading towards his office, attracting the attention of the guard. However, the man was unable to do anything as the stranger simply knocked down the door. Recognizing the mysterious guest, Gilpin asked in fear why he was already here. Kreis stood up from his seat and recognized the frog, but he didn't kill it, so conversation was still possible. The guy invited the guest to sit down, and he appreciated the interesting reaction, asking if Kreis knew who he was. However, he thought it was unimportant, and then politely asked if the guest had dined. The frog thought the guy was funny and then punched him in the chin. Grabbing the guy by the lapels, Frog explained that he talks to people better when he gives them a hard time. That's his credo. Kreis continued to smile, answering that he would have told everything anyway, and asked what he would like to know. The frog was surprised that the guy was smiling after the beating, and asked where the head had gone in the past, after which he learned that he was dead. Kreis added that it was the work of the regular border guard army, but the frog was interested in the name. For a second, the smile disappeared from the guy's face, after which he stated that it was a soldier named Ragna who did it. Turning her head, the frog asked the bald man to bring that same Ragna here. Kreis ordered him to bring the real head of their guild. Then the man realized what was happening and ran. So, at Kreis's request, Gilpin went to look for Ragna, but all the fighters of the autonomous platoon had already been recruited into the vanguard. The big-eyed guy showed his ingenuity. The laziest among them, Ragna. For him it is a feat even to just get up from his seat. So the order was to bring from the detachment anyone who was capable of killing Frog. He just didn't expect the whole squad to go on a mission, but how did he even get these madmen there who only listened to him? Then Encred began to ask if the little eye had died in 3 days, but found out that he was still alive. It also became known that he was not tortured, which already reassured the commander. The guy beheaded the commander of the Grey Dogs, a lycanthrope, finished off the magician, and clearly became much stronger than he was before. But what about Frog? Last time he was powerless against the frog, but now he just wants to fight and test what he is capable of. He needed only 1 day to recover from crossguard, so he asked Gilpin to come back. However, he must tell Frog that Ragna will come to him personally tomorrow. In 1 day, 4 of me won't die. This is clear from the enemy's behavior. He is waiting for a completely different person. Frogs are famous for being dumb big guys, but like people they are all different. Frog deliberately took Kray's hostage and is waiting. A little later, Encred reported his return, and the captain stated that his squad had gone to the vanguard. He then invited the boy to join them, but he replied that he would join in 2 days. If he dies in battle with Frog, he will have to start all over again. It is better to bring the body to perfect condition in advance. The next morning after training, he discovered that he had not managed to take everything. There were only 2 whistling daggers left, and he needed to find a way to get more. Suddenly Esther came up to him, who, surprisingly, was gentle. Perhaps she missed him while she was alone. Then the guy suggested that she go with him, just watch and not interfere. But Encred himself had been looking forward to meeting this toad for a long time. Meanwhile, Frog had waited long enough, and since he had promised to come today, Ragnar had to keep his word. Meanwhile, Christ served him by bringing fresh worms, which the guest was supposed to like. The frog was surprised that the guy understood this too, and he felt sorry to kill someone like that. Christ concluded with a smile that this was too much, and mentally asked one of the fighters to come here quickly. He smiled, but inside his heart was pounding with fear, and the guy was sure that he would die here. He didn't understand what these psychos were doing if they were so late. He wanted to go and look for them himself. Meanwhile, the frog asked to bring more worms, to which the guy happily agreed. This crazy toad hardly sleeps and was always available. They need to hold out a little longer. Then they will be able to crush him. Christ hoped that one of their psychos would come as soon as possible. At that very second, Encred broke down the door with his shoulder, running sharply into the office. Christ was shocked, because he did not mean the commander, since he is the weakest. However, Encred threw 2 whistling daggers on the move, swinging his sword at the same time. When they started exchanging blows, Christ couldn't believe that it was actually their commander in front of him. The boy didn't expect that Encred could fight the frog on equal terms. You can't just block his power. If you're not careful, the dice will just fall out. He also noticed that his opponent was striking without a sword, which made the fight even more difficult. You need to aim for his weak points. You need to hit the heart with the first blow so that the damage becomes irreversible. However, he failed to do so, causing the frog to not only dodge but also strike back. Christ thought that everything was right, because if he lost consciousness like last time, he could avoid death. Meanwhile, Frog began to approach the enemy, surprised that he dared to aim at the heart. Able to recognize the talents of others, this frog was known as a talent reader, but he couldn't understand the guy in front of him at all, because he had already reached his limit, but he could show even greater strength. Rising to one knee, Encred was pleased, because now he could withstand Frog's blows. The frog was stunned by such impudence and declared that he would die here, but the guy was the first to rush into the attack. Frog immediately noticed that he was aiming for the heart again, and couldn't let him do that. Of course, you can stop regeneration by hitting the heart, but this is not the only way to win. He won't have the strength to restore his arm during the fight, so he needs to hit the right gap. But when Encred cut off his opponent's hand, he declared that he would kill him with one hand. Having knocked the guy down, the frog was about to deliver the finishing blow, as the opponent lost his balance. This time Encred made it this far, so he would try to survive again today, but suddenly Frog stopped right before killing him. The thing was that he suddenly felt a powerful magical energy. The panther was warning that if he killed the man in front of him, his life would also be in danger. However, he wanted to kill him, a man who had surpassed the boundaries of talent, an unpredictable man. He was supposed to die, but that was no more important than his life, so the frog turned around and headed for the exit. But before that, he asked the man to remember that his name was Milan, and next time he would definitely kill him. He then simply walked out of the office, leaving the 2 men and the panther confused. Christ still couldn't believe that he was gone, because inside he was terribly nervous. He really thought the commander would die, and he wondered when he had started fighting on equal terms with frogs. And his last attack caused his right wrist to break and he dropped his sword. He could definitely win the 3rd time if it were the 3rd time today. A little later, Christ said that no matter how long he waited, no one came and did not think that these psychos would attack from behind. Encred was also surprised by this, but in any case it was some kind of gift of fate that Frog just left like that. However, one wrong move and they would both be dead, but for some reason, Milan decided to leave them alive. The guy assumed that this was Esther's doing, and Christ was surprised that the commander was now talking to the panther. At that very moment, they met the commander of the first company, who asked Encred where he had been and why he had returned only now. Suddenly, the man discovered that his friend was wounded, but he explained that he had simply fought with the bandits. In any case, they don't need his powers, but if it's possible, he should take part in the fight. This was a request directly from the company commander who wanted to see him specifically. Looking at Encrid's squad, the girl understood why they were called crazy. When Rem killed a certain number of enemies, he declared that the limit had been reached for today, even when there were still enemies behind him. Other soldiers noticed Ragna covered in blood. They thought he had disappeared during the last battle. He said that if they changed their position, they should say so, and then handed over the enemy's head. The soldiers were scared because it was the head of an enemy commander. He really went to enemy territory and returned alive. At the same time, the opponents screamed in fear when they noticed Auden, who advised them to learn good manners. At that very moment, he broke his arm as if it were a tree branch, causing even the allies to begin to retreat little by little. Elsewhere, soldiers tried to hit Jackson, but he skillfully dodged. When his opponent ran out of steam, the guy decided to just walk away, leaving his enemy in despair. The captain was surprised that the company commander had managed to attract these unruly guys, although it was not difficult to deliver them. She had previously invited Andrew, stating that he was there to replace their platoon leader. Ram asked why she first took their commander without permission and then ordered them to take an empty seat. However, the platoon commander is responsible for the disobedience of the platoon members, so now he is trying to cause problems for Encrid. After thinking for a bit, the barbarian declared that she would kill only 3 people a day and no more. However, the girl was grateful that these psychos were doing at least this, but not in the eyes of their superiors. Their unit is on the front lines. The outcome of this battle will determine the outcome of the entire fight. Aspen continues to provoke the soldiers. Before in the war, everyone fought face to face, and then they resorted to dishonest methods. The method itself consists of the fact that only the strongest fighters from the enemy forces enter the duel, and they do not win a single battle. As defeats repeat, some soldiers worry that they may lose the battle because the skill gap is so great. If things are left as they are, the soldiers' morale will drop. They too must send someone who fights well. But it's dangerous to even just bring these psychos onto the battlefield while their good skills are wasted. The man asked if there was a way to effectively control them. Then the girl realized that she needed to bring their commander. Aspen's guys turned on their brains. Initially, they did not use such a technique as a strategy. Lately, there have been rumors that a young genius strategist has arrived in Aspen. Perhaps this is his doing. Meanwhile, Andrew, the eldest son and future founder of the Gardner family, was walking through the camp. He has the serious responsibility of supervising the platoon members in place of their permanent commander. Henry suggested that he stop sparring with Rem, but then no one would satisfy his deadly desires. And he feels his skills improving every day when he spars with him. Mac confirmed that it was annoying, but that didn't mean it didn't help at all. Luckily, the 3 psychos are all busy with their own jobs, so there are no questions. But there is a problem. They didn't care whether they were an autonomous platoon or a platoon of lunatics, because they weren't going to work at full strength. The rest of us are here fighting and risking our lives, and for them the war is like some kind of joke. Andrew noticed the new commander talking to Ram and decided that he was about to take his own life. The guy decided to take his side and stated that the authority to command their autonomous platoon belonged to the immediate superior. The soldier pointed his finger at him, asking with displeasure if they were going to continue to simply be lazy. Sensing Ram's thirst for murder, Andrew could think of nothing better to do than grab the soldier by the lapels. He offered him to fight him if it bothered him so much. Whoever wins decides everything. Ram watched calmly as the 2 men walked into the arena, threatening each other. He was trying to tease the guy to finally start a fight, and this kid got in his way. There was nothing interesting here at all, and he had no choice but to return to the barracks. Suddenly he decided that he would have to give up the role of a soldier, looking at his comrades. Ragna thought about the commander, about whom there was no news. If he was so late, then perhaps he was dead. Auden wondered if it was time for him to return too, if there was no point in staying here any longer. Jackson felt that it was ineffective. The purpose for which he had originally joined had already been achieved, and there was no need to waste any more time here. Meanwhile, Encrid returned to camp, where he was met by the company commander, who ordered the groom to return to his platoon. When the guy returned to the barracks, he noticed the sour faces of his subordinates. Suddenly, Andrew opened the doors loudly behind him and, in tears, asked why he had only returned now. He ran up and hugged the guy he had been waiting for a long time, and he couldn't even imagine how much he had suffered. Trying to pull Andrew away, Ram noticed that he had gotten ahead of him. Everyone was terribly glad to see him, but they complained that he was terribly late. Judging by the current situation, he was sent here in such a hurry to control these guys. Encrid asked his comrades to follow orders from above, but of course no one was even going to listen to him. It didn't matter now because Rem had a much more interesting question. He was most interested in whether his skills had improved, when suddenly Ragna entered and asked the commander to spar. Kreis tried to explain that the commander's wrist was injured, but the two soldiers had already started fighting with each other. Auden immediately grabbed them by the heads, trying to calm them down, but to no avail. First, they needed to relax their stiff bodies, but Rem asked him to stop pestering and get out of here. Encred asked them to stop making noise, causing everyone to immediately freeze. He added that he would fight each one separately, but Kreis was still trying to dissuade him, because he was wounded. The commander was confident that he would not break anything and could move slowly, but Jackson said that minor wounds should not be underestimated. Encred didn't think he could use all of his strength, but he was quite capable of swinging a sword. By making his way into Crossguard and fighting the frog, he greatly increased his level. Of course, it is still a long way to becoming a knight, they say. The path there is long. But the guy has already risen quite high and is not going to go down even a meter lower. That's why Encred wants to show them the power he acquired in his absence. Jackson was still trying to warn him that if he overdid it, it would get worse. And if he suffered, it would be his own fault. However, after a few minutes, he was already standing in front of Rem and looked quite confident. Varvara became curious about how strong he had become and wanted to check it as soon as possible. With a sharp movement of his sword, he repelled the first attack of the axe, which noticeably surprised his comrade. Encred moves without hesitation. Such confidence can only be found in a person who has increased his level. Rem asked him to show him more with a smile, after which he rushed into the attack again. Jackson noticed that the commander had only been gone for 1 week, and it was amazing how much his skills had changed. Auden felt his patience reaching its limit, which was quite rare, and the others also asked Rem to finish faster. They all lined up to fight the commander, and Ram noticed the reproachful way they looked at him. Later in the evening, Jackson asked the commander to talk, asking how he had managed to increase his strength so much. He replied that it was nothing special, and before he came here, he had managed to run into Frog. However, Andrew thought that this collision was something special. The Frog came from behind the guild, and when he returned to the border service, he was injured. Auden clarified that there was nothing special about the mission, and Encred explained that the enemies had set traps. Among them were a squad of gray dogs, lycanthropes, and a magician with whom he successfully dealt. Andrew couldn't believe his words, because he also tried and fought with all his might with this madman. He felt that his gap with his commander was not closing, and despite this, Encred somehow managed to survive. Today's training session taught them a lot, but they were a little cautious because of his injured wrist. Encred wants to recover quickly and fight with all his might, and he is interested in how far he can go with his fighters. Suddenly, Ram suggested that they no longer let people like Frog push them around. They have a lot to learn, the only way is to study and practice. However, there are still visible shortcomings that they need to cover up and eliminate. When they fight again, they will definitely win, and Rem praised the commander's confidence. Then each soldier suggested to the commander that he correct some bad habits and find a way to engage the senses even more. He was willing to do all this when his hand healed, but now he was slowly becoming sleepy. However, Rem still wouldn't calm down and asked the commander to heal his hand in order to make him a real frog hunter. In addition to the basic sword style, it is necessary to learn other basic styles. They continued to go on and on about their training, but Encred abruptly interrupted them, suggesting that they get some sleep. The next morning, the boy noticed that he had overslept and had not gotten up at such an hour for a long time, and Esther along with him. All combat-ready personnel went forward, leaving only supply units and a platoon of soldiers guarding positions in the rear. A little later, Encred noticed that he felt worse after training, and that he had apparently overdone it. But the boy simply couldn't ignore his comrade's determination to fight him, even though he wanted to take up the sword again. This long sword is two-handed, but if you have enough strength, you can try it with one hand. In fact, he swung the sword only with his right hand, but if he trained his left hand, he would succeed. It looked awkward, even the trajectory was unsuccessful. Just like the very first time, this was an excellent opportunity to repeat everything he had learned so far. It is not easy to start everything from the very beginning every time. Thanks to the techniques of isolating forces, he has no shortage. Vergens was informed that Encred was wounded, and now he himself is doing such tricks. The guy was surprised to see him because he thought that he was sent to the front lines, but their unit was ordered to defend the camp. The man noticed that both the sword and its owner were in terrible condition, and then took it away, doubting that he could fix it with one hand. Previously, Vergens would immediately yell at him as soon as he saw him, but now he suddenly behaves in a friendly manner. It was unclear why he had behaved differently then, which Encred decided to ask him directly. The man explained that it was all because of Jenny. He was talking about that same herb seller. Realizing that Encred didn't remember anything, he rudely handed him the sword and declared that he had talked to him enough. Suddenly, the guy remembered who he was talking about and said that he was not interested in her, and that Jenny herself fell in love with him. She had a herbal shop in the border area. Her herbs worked great, so he often went there. Perhaps over time she developed feelings for him and tried to be closer to him as often as possible. However, Encred had no idea that Virgins cared about her. In fact, he was interested in her product, not Jenny herself. That's the whole story. But the man already knew that he took swords much more seriously than women, but he was more upset that he was not a good face. Jenny wouldn't even look at him, but she immediately fell for this guy's face. Virgins was unhappy that Encred was born happy, although he didn't quite understand what the man was talking about. Turning around, he asked him to take better care of his sword, but the boy noticed that his mood changed 5 times a minute. A little later, while in the barracks, Encred noticed that Esther was too sluggish today. However, the guy was the only one to blame for this, as his wounds were serious and she couldn't leave him. She tried to relieve the pain with magic, but she overdid it, and it seems she will have to do without it for a while. Since they are now in the rear with you, there is time to rest, so he advised her to gain strength. Meanwhile, one of the patrol soldiers stopped by this, and it seemed that there was. Suddenly, something flew into his forehead, and the rest of the soldiers announced that the enemy was attacking. Virgins, he was ordered to protect and not let them get to their supplies. Kreis, in shock, asked where the commander was running, since he was wounded, and asked to return to the hospital. Encred froze in place, not expecting to meet him here, noticing that Mitch began to climb out of the water along with the soldiers. Having noticed the guy, the man declared that the gods had heard his prayers, because he had long wanted to meet him again. Thanks to him, Mitch realized how arrogant he had been and was able to rise to another level. He can't wait to kill Encred with his own hands, and Encred asked Kreis to protect Esther. After this, the 2 soldiers rushed at each other once again, crossing their blades. But Mitch quickly discovered that his opponent was wounded and was ready to finish him off. At that very moment, Virgins came to his aid, but Encred asked him to step aside. He could not defeat him. Suddenly, towards the end, he himself saw that his comrade's head had been torn off his shoulders. But at the same time, Esther broke free from Kreis's hands and ran menacingly towards the enemy. Encred could do nothing as he watched Mitch kill his animal and the comrade who had rushed after her. The man felt sorry because if only the boy's hand was okay, he would be able to show how strong he had become. When Encred woke up the next morning, he realized that he had been unable to do anything. Just because his wrist was hurt, he was powerless. There was no one left from the team to help. Before evening, the gray dogs would attack the camp, and it was necessary to prepare for this at all costs. He remembered the words of an old comrade who said that it was all because he was weak, and the guys died trying to save him. Virgins approached him again, noticing that the guy had injured his right hand and was now waving with his left. In this situation, training is his weakness and is unlikely to lead to anything useful. However, if something doesn't work, you have to make it work. So Encred promised to protect his comrades. Suddenly, the guy apologized for the situation with Jenny, and Virgins was surprised that he figured out why he was angry with him. The man calmed down, because Encred did not do it on purpose, and the guy asked him to cheer up, because there are many women who do not care about appearance. Virgins' face immediately changed as he replied that the guy relied on his face and acted so arrogantly. After some time, it was announced again that the camp was under attack, and Encred again came forward. Mitch had always been an elite, and now that they met again, he was even more attentive. Encred cannot fight with both hands and has noticeably less strength than his opponent. His skill with the sword keeps the boy trapped in his pace. When Mitch knocked the guy to the ground with a blow to the neck, he noticed that his arm was damaged. This was very unfortunate because the man wanted to defeat him using all his strength. Encred didn't care how strong he became and could only do one thing: train his left hand. How to hold, how to swing, how to move, diagonal strike, downward strike, thrust. Everything he learned from the village teacher as a child. The techniques he learned from Ragna, and even the basics of other sword styles. There is nothing that he does not know, and therefore he will not lose no matter how much time he spends on training. After all, he has already gone through this path with his right hand. But thanks to repetition, today the guy is quickly improving his skills. But even if after 40 today the trajectory is still unstable, it is unlikely that it was because he was not used to it. But one day Virgins approached him and offered to spar. Such a development of events has never happened before in any of today, and it is unclear which wind is blowing. Encred had no reason to refuse, as he critically lacked real combat experience in fighting with his left hand. He's the leader of the squad, after all. Virgins is strong, so it's hard to fight with just his left hand. However, the guy managed to perform a maneuver, thanks to which he was able to knock his opponent to the ground. The man noticed that he was using his left hand, and the guy explained that he had been training it gradually over a period of time. But he wondered why he had decided to offer sparring. He replied that watching him made his blood boil. However, Encred added that he was only practicing the basics, but that was the reason. It reminded the man of the moment when he first took a sword in his hands, the desire to become stronger, the pleasure of swinging the sword. However, Encred's sword felt strange, and the boy didn't understand what he meant. Virgins tried to explain that it seemed like a dead sword, but that didn't make things any clearer. It sounds like a lame excuse, but the guy was genuinely curious about what the dead sword meant. Then he began to assume that his blows were too weak, or that the reason was something else. Suddenly he noticed that he was trying to follow the path he had taken with his right hand, and was blindly copying its movements. The sensations in his right and left hands were different from the start, but Encred decided to ignore it. In fact, he had to find a trajectory that would suit the left hand. The direct path from the sound to the cross-section was a completely different experience. Realizing his mistake, Encred thanked his comrade, because thanks to him, he found the key to using his left hand. Awakening the feelings of the left hand will give a hint on how to use it more effectively. Christ didn't notice that the commander always ate with his left hand, but since his right hand was damaged, the less he used it, the faster it would heal. The comrade thought this was too much, since Encred was using his non-working hand too carelessly. Eating, dressing, exercising, everything must be done with the left hand, despite the inconvenience. And to further awaken her feelings, he remembered another rather difficult training session. Torres said that the essence of this technique is that the blade comes out thanks to the subtle feelings of the hand. So the guy started sharpening the hidden knife using only his left hand. The move he learned from Torres should work. His 50th day had arrived today, too. Vergens approached him again and offered to spar. Encred defeated him once again, and the man noticed that he fought well with his left hand, but his sword was somehow strange. The guy realized that it was still a dead sword, so he had to fix this situation. Another 30 days passed, but the result remained the same. But Encred was not going to give up. Once again, Vergens noted with displeasure how well Encred fought with his left hand. Looking at his expression, the guy asked what he was thinking about so hard. He replied that on the battlefield he thinks that he will have to work several times harder. But now he no longer spoke of the dead sword, perhaps because it was no longer that. Encred suggested that he try, adding that sooner or later he would let Jenny go. The man got angry, saying that it was not because of his skills, but because of his appearance. The guy knows everything and jokes about it. His reaction is always good, Jenny must admit, but then he can't die here. Suddenly Encred thought about what talent was. It couldn't be defined in one word. This ability to use your body, even for me to forget about everything and concentrate, is also part of the talent. But now, for the first time in his life, the guy felt it directly, which had never happened before. Every day I trained my left hand more and more diligently, and in just 100 days I caught up with the 30 years of progress my right hand had made. The 112th day arrived today, and at that moment the guy promised himself to overcome this wall. Kreis, having seized the panther, again began to complain that the commander had gone to fight wounded. Mitch should be thankful to God because he wanted to see his old rival again. The guy gave him inspiration when he was in a stagnation, so he will do everything to break him and rise even higher. Encred felt a little sorry because he had already seen this power in all its possible variations today. So he knows he can't defeat him in a sword fight no matter how hard he tries. Encred attempted to attack first and damaged his right arm, causing Mitch to claim he was a coward. In the endlessly repeating today, he always wanted to defeat this man in a sword fight and wanted to make his wish come true. But he didn't think that his left arm would become even stronger if he stayed in this day any longer. The sword fight with Mitch was interesting, but despite that, Encred has to go today. As his opponent's friend grabbed his opponent declared that the guy's form of fighting was useless. The thing is, Mitch was ambidextrous, but from now on, Encred is too. The battle to defeat him and so that tomorrow is not fencing. Too desperate, so the guy has to use the last resort, the sword technique of the mercenary Valen. At that very second, Encred ran forward and threw his sword towards the enemy. Mitch didn't expect this, but he reacted in time and knocked the blade aside. However, this hesitation was enough for Encred to grab his opponent by the chest and throw him to the ground. Now he needed to pull himself together and fight the way he knew how. Instead of fighting with blades, he needed to switch to close combat. He must gnaw or cry his way to victory if he has to. However, all methods must be used to win, even if they are not entirely fair. This is what is called hand-to-hand combat. But at one point Mitch was able to throw the guy aside. The man asked to take this more seriously and take his sword to fight for real. But when the enemy's sword hit the iron plate on his shoulder, the guy replied that he was dead serious now. He then extended his arm forward, using the hidden knife to stab his opponent in the face. Mitch screamed in pain, but managed to pierce Encred's shoulder with his sword. First the wrist, now the shoulder. If it dragged on, he might lose, even though the man had just lost an eye, and his depth perception was gone. Encred was sure it was time to finish, so he threw a hidden knife towards his opponent. Mitch managed to put his sword out to block the blade, but the guy fell on him again, knocking the sword out of his hands. Having knocked him to the ground, Encred immediately grabbed the man in a painful hold. Mitch wanted to break free, but the guy's grip was too strong and he wanted to break his leg. When he succeeded, a loud cry broke out, and the other soldiers could not believe that it was their commander who was shouting. A genius who didn't try, a man consumed by apathy despite his natural talent. He, Mitch, has changed noticeably since that last fight, but the result remains the same, although he did not leave the training grounds and continued to sharpen his blade. With his efforts, his talent and his sword shone, which inspired him at first. But now he didn't understand why this was happening to him and how such an extraordinary guy could defeat him. Previously, this was a hopelessly high wall for Encred, but it was this opponent who gave him an epiphany. Mitch suddenly stated that he never wanted such a fight, but just wanted a real duel with him. At that very moment, Encred grabbed a sword from the ground and raised it above the man, declaring that this was a battlefield. Before he could respond, he felt a blade pierce his body and darkness enveloped his eyes. The Allied soldiers were immediately inspired by the death of the enemy commander and began to attack. At this time, Encred thought he was interested in Mitch, but he stepped over him to get higher. If this place had fallen, things could have turned out badly, but everything turned out well. The main unit knew about this, so they sent archers, thanks to whom they were saved. But in reality, they survived because Encred was stalling for time by fighting the enemy commander. Vergence brought the boy his sword, not understanding how he could leave it on the ground, and asked him to take better care of it. Craze was surprised that the commander did not pick it up, but the sword belonged to Mitch. It was the sword of the enemy he had defeated. The blade looked really good, and Kreis asked to take a closer look. When light hit it, it emitted a blue glow and looked as if it was forged from Demp iron. The famous Aspen iron mine. This metal is much more expensive than the steel or iron that the captain usually uses. Suddenly, Encred asked if Vergence would be leaving for the front soon. The guy couldn't leave his squad unattended for long, even despite his wounds. Kreis was surprised that the commander was going to change swords, although there was no need to get attached to one. No matter how good this sword is, the one you are familiar with is better, but this does not prevent you from using both at once. Meanwhile, the squad was heading towards the battlefield, and Ram thought that their captain was ready to move to the next level. He never thought he'd be taken with a guy from the continent. A man like their captain could be worthy. The man was ready to tell him the secret of the art born in the heart of the beast. Auden thought that the muscle modeling was ready. Now we can move on to the joints. With the correction of posture, the body will also change. This is how you create a body that won't fall apart from blocks and blows. If you do everything at once, it will simply destroy it. So he decided to take things step by step, but suddenly stopped and Ram crashed into his back. The disgruntled barbarian decided that the brute was glued to the ground, after which he asked him to move faster. He managed to provoke his comrade, which is why he immediately had to grab his axes. Auden told him that it was not normal to wave a weapon just because it made him uncomfortable. Ragna, who passed by them, was thinking about training to make the sword a part of his body. Not just to wield it freely, but to move the blade as if it were a part of him. But before that, you need to sleep. Jackson thought it would be great if the commander worked on his leg movements. He doesn't expect the assassin to move silently, but if he moves efficiently, with minimal movements, it will definitely be useful in combat. But should he even give advice, since he has never done anything like this before? When suddenly he noticed that Rem had grabbed Ragna. Let me remind you that he was heading towards the enemy line again. The other soldiers noticed with horror that these lunatics had started fighting again and that a new fight was brewing. The squad leader couldn't be allowed to turn into one of those idiots, so Jackson decided to fix him himself. At this time, the company commander, walking on horseback, gave the order to all the soldiers to stop. Suddenly, Aspen's soldiers came out to them, and one of them asked if there was anyone brave enough to fight him in a fair duel. It was a dirty tactic that involved demoralizing fighters in one-on-one duels. Bad tactic, but with the losses mounting, the mood has definitely changed. If ignored, they'll talk like they ran away. The enemy soldiers began to mock and say that the commander would not come out to them. This was a clever trick to lure her. If you win a duel, you can change the soldier's mood, and if you send someone, you need to use the recaptured squad. They would most likely behave decently in the presence of the commander, so the girl suggested that Rem deal with him. Turning away from Ragna, the man immediately smiled and declared that it would be fun. Gripping his axes tightly, he headed towards his opponents, who continued to mock him. But before they could react, the head of one of the warriors immediately flew into the air. The allied soldiers smiled as they expected nothing less from the psycho, even though he was damn good at fighting. The mere presence of a strong fighter raises morale, but Rem still overdid it. The commander's face darkened as she watched her soldiers' brutal actions. The rest of the allies were also in shock, not understanding how long Rem was going to beat him. At this time, the barbarian hung over the soldier and beat him in the face with his fists. The poor fellow's comrade asked him to stop and begged him to let them go, since they had already surrendered. However, Rem only smiled, stating that he had not heard until his frightened allies wanted to be on the same battlefield with him. The company commander was upset, because their morale had dropped again. She shouldn't have sent him. Of course, the only one who can deal with these psychos is Encred, whom they at least somehow obey. Later in the evening, Jackson recalled that he had told the commander to rest, but for some reason he had returned even more beaten. He asked him again not to think about battles for a while and not to overexert himself. The company commander who entered added that her fiancé had a habit of working too much. Then she threw a bottle of elven medicine into his hands, not something you could buy for a fortune. Jackson suggested that it was better than his ointment, and Ram noted that the girl really cared about their commander. Encred didn't understand why it was giving him this, but she realized that although they had promised each other a future together, they had never exchanged gifts, so he can consider it a small engagement present. The girl was actually glad to see him back and asked him to rest before leaving. Suddenly, Christ said that the commander should open the salon with him, but he asked him to get lost. While his squad commented on what they saw, Encred didn't understand why she kept calling him fiancé, as if it was funny. But the more he tried to think about it, the more he realized that he didn't understand what was going on in the elves' heads. Several days have passed since arriving at the front. Aspen only repeats small incursions and does not enter into a full-scale battle. Thanks to this, Encred managed to gain time to recover from his wounds and begin training. Auden noticed that the commander had been busy since dawn, and it seemed that he was already feeling better. Encred replied that it was thanks to the elven ointment. Then his comrade offered to give him a little massage, to which he agreed. Auden noted that the commander still couldn't use the force properly, but if a battle began, he would definitely fight. He will do this while his body is moving, and at the same second his comrade will freeze. But suddenly he used his sacred power, which stunned the guy. Encred wanted to tell him something, but the man asked him not to say anything. He didn't intend to tell anyone else either, and then he swore by God that he would do so. Auden turned around, saying that the fog on the riverbank was also a blessing from the Lord. Divine power is proof that the priest follows God, a miracle that heals the wounded. Auden always prayed to God, but he had never used divine power, so no one knew if he was really a priest. But is the use of the divine itself connected with the commandments? It seems to him that he took a risk and did for him what he should not have done. But if he is caught using sacred power, the Inquisition will come, the body that has imposed many restrictions on the church. They imposed a ban on the demonstration of even the smallest sacred power. Even if Auden could withstand the pain of a needle piercing his heart, he could not look at it anymore. God was always there, but never answered. But when he met the commander, he believed that the word of the Lord was in him. Therefore, the soldier was ready to do whatever his heart told him to do, even if it was strictly forbidden. Meanwhile, Christ offered to help the commander apply the ointment, but he decided to do it himself. Although it is not a complete recovery yet, the wound healed quickly, and if he wants to keep it a secret, he cannot show this part to anyone. Encred asked when the battle would begin, but they say that the opposing sides are just observing each other for now. Their battalion, under the command of Commander Marcus, took the initiative to block the bypass. But their main forces are waiting in Green Pearl. In the last war they even used sorcerers and squires, breaking the unspoken rules. The Templars will be stationed there, preparing for a full-scale war. They should have gone this route. It's endless one-on-one duels, which is no fun at all. You just have to wait a little. This battle of endurance will end soon. A little later, they noticed an army of enemies approaching them. 3 enemy soldiers stepped forward and began to directly insult their opponents. Ram noticed that these blockheads, who had nothing better to do, were opening their mouths again. However, it was a battle of public opinion, unless there was an asymmetrical force like the Knights. They have about the same number of soldiers as Aspan, and their forces are almost equal. This strategy is aimed at breaking them psychologically before the battle. These guys will die if you just shoot arrows at them, but in a situation where their morale is already broken, if they start a battle, they will lose. The commander also knows about this and does nothing, which was quite strange. They may be ready, but in this situation, using a recaptured unit to raise morale was not the best idea. However, just one explosion would be enough if only something changed the atmosphere. At this time, the enemy soldiers continued to insult their opponents, waiting for at least some kind of response. Encred asked Andrew to calm down because he would still have a chance to vent his anger. They need to put all their anger into the battle, and he needs to know that there is no shame in being innocent. Hearing this, the others immediately began to laugh, and Auden advised the boy to turn to God. This left Andrew stunned, but the others assured him that he would still have a chance. At that very moment, his own allies began to make fun of their comrade. However, this made Andrew even more angry, even though he said he wasn't angry at all. Jackson wanted to know why the commander was making fun of him, but the guy was only trying to comfort him. Christ didn't know if he was joking or serious. Perhaps he sensed the atmosphere and acted on instinct. In any case, he is an unusual person, so the guy suggested that the commander come out and speak out. He had nothing to say, but his comrade suddenly came up with a plan. Their commander with the devil's tongue can definitely change this battlefield, and the flow of changes brought about by the commander will spread further like a wave and pave the way for their victory. The other soldiers were surprised to see Encred move forward and immediately fell silent. He must show his enemies courage and provoke them by approaching within arrow range. Vergens decided to find out what he was going to do, and the guy replied that he was lucky to be rushing forward without even having time to arrive at the front line. The boy was warned that if he went there, he could be hit by arrows, and his behavior was not clear to the others. At this time, one of the 3 soldiers noticed that some idiot had come out to them and hastened to laugh at him. At first, he didn't know how to provoke them, but Christ decided that an idea would come to him when he got out there. He certainly had a talent for it, and when the guy stopped, he declared that the soldier's head was spinning. The allied soldiers immediately started laughing, and Vergens simply froze in shock. Encred apologized, because with his narrow outlook he could not even imagine such a thing. He then suggested that his mother was a ghoul, which visibly angered the enemy. Ram immediately burst into laughter while the others waited intently to see what would happen next. Andrew laughed too and added that whatever he had there, he wouldn't be able to use it with a face like that. Mac looked at the gentleman sullenly, not fully appreciating his joke. At this time, Aspen's soldier drew his sword from its sheath, ordering Encred to come out so that he could cut out his filthy tongue. The enemy, having succumbed to the provocation, demands a duel. Now if they win with an overwhelming advantage, everything will be over. The commander's comrades immediately approached him, and Jackson reminded him that he had not yet fully recovered. We need to make sure that no one suspects anything and tries to exploit it. Rem asked Andrew to go and kill them, although before the guy lived for his family and he didn't need anything else. And he wasn't even ashamed that he was teased as innocent for no reason at all. But it was all because of this soldier. However, the enemy asked to stop this idiot and bring him the one who said this. Suddenly, Andrew asked him to shut up and swung his sword, wanting to rip his mouth apart. Then the guy lunged, wanting to kill the enemy as quickly as possible. The Aspen soldiers who challenged them to a duel are very experienced and capable of destroying most of their allies. This is not an opponent that can be easily defeated. However, Andrew tried his best, while trying not to expose himself to attack. He is Andrew, and no matter what difficulties or adversities come his way, he will prevail for the sake of his dream. But compared to his determination, the enemy was too weak, so Andrew pierced his body with his sword. Mac knew that the gentleman was originally very talented, although his strange surroundings somewhat hid this. The rest of the soldiers started to support the guy and call him the killer of the ghoul's head. If you think about it, it looks exactly like that, so even Encred decided to support him. Suddenly, Andrew shouted loudly to the enemy that he had everything ready, but the allies only laughed at this. As expected, although the commander did not fight, this option was even more effective. At that very second, the captain gave the command to move forward and destroy the ranks of Aspen's army. The troops immediately rushed forward with all their anger, dealing with every enemy. The enemy was noticeably frightened, and when they were distracted by the border guards, the captain ordered the archers to attack. At that very moment, a stream of arrows, reminiscent of rain clouds, poured into the sky. The tide had turned, no matter how much psychological warfare tactics they used. In the end, the unchanging truth was different. The one who fights well wins, and in this regard, the army of Norilia was stronger. At that very moment, the commander of the Grey Dogs Company arrived to the enemy captain, reporting that they would soon kill them all one by one. This was wonderful news, while the other army noticed that Aspen was retreating, thinking that they had won. However, Christ tensed up, because even if the situation had changed, it was strange that the enemy was retreating so easily. The captain also noticed that it was suspicious, so he decided not to pursue them and also retreated, because they were definitely up to something. Later in the evening, Harrier reached the place where the secret meeting was to be held. The man conveyed to the others that they should not show themselves yet, but wait far from the camp. The methods of the Norillians are still obvious. They don't know how to do anything except attack the border garrison. However, Abner's strategy was completely different and consisted of cunning. That the battlefield is controlled by a small group of elites is already proven by the existence of knights. However, these few elite members do not necessarily have to be knights. Victory on this battlefield will be Aspen's, as they have a secret weapon in store. The next day, Christ thought that he would return from the battlefield and wait 2 days, contrary to expectations that they would immediately rush into the fight again, like the calm before the storm. In the current situation, Aspen has 2 options: retreat or deploy forces asymmetrically. The battalion commander said they were prepared for the possible use of magic. The number of scouts also doubled, but they were unable to find anything. It is unclear what these bastards have planned and what they are thinking, being so peace-loving during the war. Suddenly, the company commander came to them, saying that there was nothing strange, and looked at the soldiers who could be useful in the battle. However, Encred did not understand why the company commander was doing this personally. Over time, recovery becomes more and more natural, so you can start sparring again. Last time Ragna gave the commander a head start due to an injury, but that won't happen today. However, the soldiers had no intention of fighting at half strength, so they immediately crossed blades with the commander. Ragna's sword is magnificent, it makes you feel beautiful, but he is on the contrary rough, and his sword is just as rough and unkempt. But he had collected all of this himself, a skill he had mastered, and was now ready to show it to others. The swordplay that the commander originally used was rough and unpleasant, but the mark he left behind was taught to him by Ragna. But it also opened up new possibilities for him, and now Encred decided to try fencing with both hands. Ragna was surprised by this outcome but did not resist, because the duel was not over yet. Rem noticed that Sonia was very serious today, and he felt sorry that he had lost the bet while waiting for his turn. Jackson doesn't like being in the front, but with the commander he would like to fight in the front ranks. But suddenly the guy asked himself to calm down because this was not like him at all. Auden noted that the commander could be even bolder and crack his joints next time, but he was not yet that well trained. Watching him, Kreis realized that common sense had completely evaporated, then remembered what kind of psychos he was dealing with. Looking at the soldiers, the company commander compared them to impatient children. Even this lazy soldier only shows motivation in front of his commander, and it is unclear why. It was as if he made her feel an inexplicable attraction that affected her too. Then suddenly, she declared that she also wanted to fight Encred, which surprised Kreis. Rem said that he was ready to kill this swindler, even if she was the company commander, because it was not his turn yet. The guys from the recaptured camp are strong. Perhaps they still don't use all their strength during sparring. But one thing is clear: the true spirit of victory that can be seen in everyone's eyes. The day he returned from reconnaissance, Encred swore he would make her make exactly that expression. Suddenly the guy said that if she had time to argue, then let her attack, and he wouldn't get tired until he dealt with everyone. Later in the evening, Encred fell lifeless on the bed, and Rem asked Andrew to leave him alone. Kreis had no idea how many sparring sessions they had had. The commander had just started to recover, and they decided to send him back. At this time, Encred opened his eyes, but immediately realized that he was in a dream. But there was no boat or flowers around. Rising up, he noticed a harpy flying above him and his former allies next to him. Suddenly, he turned his head and noticed the guy who had accused him last time behind the tree. Then one of the men told the young guy not to show off and to stand behind. The comrades were rude, but they were caring. It was a group of mercenaries who picked him up because he didn't have enough skills. But suddenly, that same suspicious warrior ran up to the leader from behind and stabbed him with a blade. This second was enough to distract the rest of the soldiers and allow the harpies to destroy their formation. They were supposed to retreat, but the strongest among the mercenaries decided to stab them in the back. Using force, he brutally killed his comrades, declaring that they could not escape and they must all die here. He was given a better offer than staying in this lousy group of mercenaries. He needs to clean up so there are no consequences. These worthless weaklings are annoying when they interrupt their comrades' conversations. But when the man spat on the dead man's head, Encred could not stand it and ran at him with a sword. The mercenary easily saw his weapon and knocked him to the ground, holding him by the throat. Even if he left him alive, the boy would not be able to do anything since he was just a poor child. Encred was very weak and powerless. He could only watch his comrades die. But what tormented him most was that this dirty deed saved his life. Burning lives for the sake of revenge was a game for him. Encred decided to bury the sorrows of his lost comrades deep in his soul and become a better person for the sake of his dream. However, if he had the strength, he would gladly fight this mercenary again. As a friend, the man turned around and angrily asked if he should be killed this time, after which he began to increase in size. Encred knew it was all a dream, but suddenly some force calmed him down and the mercenary disappeared from sight. Esther helped him, realizing how many worries and experiences he had. In the rear, she did everything she could to take away his fatigue, to help in some way. After all, Encred was so exhausted that he couldn't do anything even when his life was in danger. Then she decided not to repeat this mistake again, and the next morning they were informed that Aspen's little bastards, who had been hiding until then, had crawled out. They were supposed to go into battle, but Encred looked with concern at the panther who was not herself. The voice the boy heard at the end of the dream, the first thing that came to mind, was Esther. A little later, Rem decided that the enemies had prepared something, since they made him wait, and that today would be interesting. The commander was also interested in what they had prepared this time and what trick they were hiding. But a few minutes later, the soldiers opened their eyes in horror when they noticed a giant in front of them. The archers immediately opened fire and began to shower him with arrows, but all this was to no avail. Coming closer, the giant swung his axe, destroying several soldiers at once with one blow. What's most terrible is that this giant was not alone, and these non-human species lived peacefully on the continent. Frogs live in dreams and desires, while elves revere nature. The dwarf is mad about metal, and the beastmen prefer reproduction. Dragons live alone, and giants are intoxicated by the thirst for carnage. They enjoy violence, which they carry out through their bodies, which is why they are called blood devils. Jackson noticed that they were attacking from two sides and were indeed breaking through from both the right and the left. Christ shouted to the captain that if they couldn't stop them at the front, they would all be surrounded and killed. This meant that they had to be stopped, but the soldier was stunned that the commander was too calm. At that very moment, the company commander approached them, noticing that the view on the left appeared to be the same, and decided to go on the attack. She then asked Encred if he would kiss her for good luck, but the boy immediately refused. She found this answer cruel, and the guy was surprised that even in such a situation she managed to joke. The commander went to the left, leaving only the giants in front and on the right. As a friend, Rem stepped forward, deciding to make a demonstration. Grabbing his axes, he asked the captain to watch carefully so that he could learn something new. Encred noticed that the barbarian was in a surprisingly good mood, but it was unclear what he was going to do. Rem felt the same feeling as his very first time on the battlefield. He never needed this beast's heart. Even if an axe was flying at his face, he wouldn't even blink an eye. And yet he specially studied and trained the heart in vain because it is much more useful. The heart beats faster than usual, dispersing blood throughout the body, which gave its bonuses. The other soldiers could not understand why they were not receiving the order to retreat. A giant had already approached them and was swinging his axe, but Rem was rushing to their aid. He ran incredibly fast over a huge distance to take the brunt of the huge carcass. His blood vessels immediately began to expand and his muscles began to swell, changing their density. A magical technique that comes from the heart gives strength to the entire body, turning the bearer of the technique into a superhuman. At that very moment, Rem felt a heart of monstrous power within himself and was ready to fight on par even with a giant. Feeling the power inside himself, the man was able to break the monster's axe and shake it a little. Unable to bear it any longer, the giant called the man a damned insect, but this did not provoke Rem. The barbarian was too focused, and so with a deft movement he climbed onto the giant's neck, plunging the axe straight into his skull. He was unable to cause any significant damage with this attack, and his axe broke, when suddenly a very young soldier behind him threw a spear into his hand. He asked the man to win, and he smiled and realized that the young punks had begun to think a little. When Ram rushed at the giant again, the other soldiers also perked up and wanted to help him. Several dozen people rushed towards the monster, trying to pierce its body with spears. Encred understood that Rem continued to fight, surpassing the giant's strength. Truly inhuman power, and perhaps that's what he'll teach him next time. Ragna advised the commander to stop staring from the sidelines, because Rem was just fooling around and playing. If they clear the right flank, they can completely turn the situation in their favor. Since no others were visible, it meant that the squad's fighters went into battle themselves, and Ragna decided to go with the commander. Encred decided to put aside his excitement about Rem's new technique for now, until he could achieve victory in battle. Meanwhile, Vergens was seriously wounded while fighting one of his opponents. His friend helped the man to his feet, but he asked him to shut up and step back. The hooded man smiled before rushing forward and asking how much longer he could hold out. But just as he was about to deliver the decisive blow, he noticed that another soldier had jumped out in front of him. Virgins looked pathetic, but these were honorable wounds received while saving his subordinates. And when the man called his name, the enemy repeated it in surprise, and Encred immediately recognized the voice. It was that same mercenary who was sure that the guy had not forgotten his friend's name. There were times when he had to grovel before this scum against his will. Then he would not have been able to object to words about friendship with this guy. But now everything is different. Encred would rather call a friend someone who is ready to risk his life to save his comrades. However, he will never name someone who betrays and kills comrades for pleasure. So the guy replied that he remembered his name, and as far as he remembered, his name was Gnida. But then he corrected himself, clarifying that it was a nickname, and his real name was Traitor. While fighting off the mercenaries' attack, Encred remembered that he had not managed to pass on something to him when they parted. But instead of words, the guy deftly knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands, stunning him. Now the unexpected moment has come when he is able to avenge his fallen comrades.